Chapter 1230. Kill Yin Chuan for me. Lotus God said solemnly. Not far away. Yin Chuan's pupils constricted. Lotus God's evil plan. Yes, King Ming replied. In the sky, Ice Devil Saint King sneered. Father and his son fighting? Haha, interesting. Kaboom. On the other side, thousands of Ice Devil puppets were killed by the three swords of Emperor D, Jade Emperor, and Grand Emperor. Whoosh. The three divine swords quickly turned into human forms and came before Yin Chuan. King Ming stepped out, looking like he was in a fight with Yin Chuan. Saint King, I deserve to die for causing the crown prince to suffer. Bai Qi said with regret. It's not your fault. Lotus God was waiting for this moment. He would have appeared sooner or later. Yin Chuan shook his head. However, Bai Qi still looked like he was blaming himself. Father? Lotus God asked me to kill you. Come out and accept your death. King Ming laughed. Saint King. Bai Qi frowned. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, I will deal with my son's matter. Bai Qi, Emperor D, Jade Emperor, and Grand Emperor, you are in charge of killing Ice Devil Saint King. Yes, the four of them replied. Kill. Bai Qi grabbed his knife and slashed at Six Arms Ice Devil with great hatred. At this moment, Bai Qi was filled with self-blame for the Crown Prince's calamity. He was filled with hatred for Ice Devil Saint King. He wanted to vent his anger on Ice Devil. The three Emperor's swords obeyed the order and charged forward. The Nether King took a step forward and arrived not far away from Yin Chuan. He sneered. Father, you taught me everything, but I am different from you. Let's see what it means to be the pupil surpassing the master. King Ming laughed. His eyes were filled with confidence. Yin Chuan looked at King Ming and frowned. Finally, he nodded and said, All right, let's see how much my son has learned. Yin Chuan twisted his hair. Whoosh! His blood-red hair suddenly grew longer, and a sea of blood appeared beneath Yin Chuan's feet. The sea of blood surged. Bang! A wave of blood soared into the sky and immediately rushed to Yin Chuan's feet. Yin Chuan's eyes were red. He stood on the blood wave and looked at his son with a gloomy face. There was a red line between Yin Chuan's eyebrows. The Nether King originally had a red line between his eyebrows, but now it had turned pitch black. The Deep Sea King looked at Yin Chuan and sneered. My reason tells me that I shouldn't compete with you in terms of individual strength. But since the Lotus Goddess has spoken, I can only do this. I already said that I am different from before. Just now, I fused the Dark Phoenix bloodline with your Blood Sea divine ability. As he spoke, Hell King's long hair began to grow longer and longer. Just like Yin Chuan's blood hair, his hair reached his waist. His surroundings were not like Yin Chuan's blood fog. Instead, it was filled with black fog. Boom! A sea of blood suddenly appeared on the ground below. The sea of blood was like Yin Chuan's sea of blood. A wave of blood soared into the sky and rushed to the Nether King's feet. However, very quickly, the Nether King's sea of blood started to change. The original red color of the sea of blood slowly turned dark red. Gradually, the Nether King's sea of blood turned black. The sea of blood became darker and darker. Gradually, it turned into a black sea. Boom! The sea of blood and the black sea collided violently. The two seas faced each other in the north and south. Countless soldiers had already retreated far away. Tian had also reached the peak of a mountain far away. He looked at the battle between the father and son with an ugly expression. Boom! On the other side, Bai Qi and the other three were fighting against the Six Arms Ice Demon. Although the Six Arms Ice Demon had a large amount of energy from the Lotus Goddess, Bai Qi and the others were also fighting fiercely. Roar! The Ice Demon roared. Kill! The four of them shouted as they raised their weapons. Above the sea of blood and the Black Sea, the father and son faced each other. Black Sea howl! The Nether King shouted. Rumble! The rolling Black Sea suddenly rushed towards the Blood Sea. As if it wanted to die, the Blood Sea black. Rise! Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! The Blood Sea surged and charged towards the Black Sea. Huff! 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 Suddenly, Blood God's illusions appeared on the blood waves at the very front. There were also Blood God's illusions at the very front. They were all pitch black, and Black God's illusions charged out. The Blood Sea and the Black Sea collided violently. Blood God and Black Sea instantly clashed. Rumble! Blood God's Sun and Black God's Sun fought against each other. Above the blood and black waves, the Father and Son also charged at each other. The Nether King punched out, forming a gigantic black fist above the Black Sea, rushing towards Yin Chuan. Wherever it passed, the void trembled. Yin Chuan's face darkened as he stretched out his palm. A blood-red energy palm met the attack. Boom! The blood-red energy palm caught the black fist. The Nether King's face darkened. He waved his hand. Suddenly, flood dragons swam in the Black Sea. Waves rose from the bottom of the Black Sea and charged towards the Scarlet Sea. It was like 10,000 dragons rushing towards Yin Chuan's Blood Sea. This is... Yin Chuan's face darkened. Bang! The dragon-like figure from the bottom of the sea suddenly rushed out of the sea and wrapped around Yin Chuan. Whoosh! In an instant, they wrapped around Yin Chuan. They were not flood dragons, but massive vines. The massive vines contained a terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, they tore apart the waves of blood beneath Yin Chuan's feet and coiled around him. Vine Demon, you gave this to me. The Nether King laughed. You also know that I gave it to you. Yin Chuan sneered. Boom! Suddenly, countless giant vines shot up into the sky from the Black Sea. They instantly crushed the black waves and wrapped around the Nether King. The fist and palm of the Father and Son collided, and they couldn't separate for a while. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the two of them were wrapped by the giant vines. What? How can you control the Vine Demon? The Nether King's face changed. What do you think? Yin Chuan smiled. As he spoke, more giant vines wrapped around the Nether King. I know. You must have left something in the Vine Demon. My cultivation has just reached the ancestral immortal realm, and I haven't had the time to fully refine it. But it doesn't matter. It's enough now. My refinement won't be any weaker than yours. The Nether King said confidently. Gulyalu, more and more vines wrapped around the two of them. The two of them controlled the Vine Demon. Inside the vines, Yin Chuan formed a seal with his right hand. The seal released a faint green light. The green light connected to the Vine Demon, causing a portion of the Vine Demon to listen to his orders. The battle between the Father and Son suddenly started. In the distance, Bai Qi and the three deities fought fiercely, suppressing Ice Devil. Ice Devil, you're just a sustenance. You haven't been possessed by the Lotus God. Die! Bai Qi shouted angrily. Boom! Under a knife aura, one of Ice Devil's arms was cut in half. Ice Devil cried out in pain. Lotus God, lend me your power. Lend me your power. Ice Devil cried out. The ice lotus above Ice Devil's head slowly rotated. This ice lotus isn't as perfect as Yin Chuan's sealed realm. It can't transmit more power. This amount of power is the limit. The Lotus God's voice traveled over. What? Ice Devil cried out in shock. Slash! The Grand Emperor shouted. Seeing, a sword light pierced through, and another of Ice Devil's arms was instantly cut off. Seeing. The deities and Jade Emperor each cut off an arm. Ice Devil cried out in pain. Die! Bai Qi's knife slashed again. Boom! Ice Devil's remaining arms clashed with the knife, and his body retreated hundreds of miles away. No, you're going to die. The Lotus God sighed slightly. Lotus God, save me. Ice Devil cried out in fear. The Lotus God ignored him and suddenly let out a loud sound. Nether King, leave quickly and strengthen yourself. When I reappear, I'll watch you kill Yin Chuan. The Lotus God's voice traveled to the Black Sea in the distance. Above the Black Sea, Yin Chuan and the Nether King were trapped in countless vines. Their fists and palms were in a deadlock, and the Nether King couldn't move. The Nether King looked at Yin Chuan with an ugly expression. Father, you're indeed powerful. I'll come again in the future. The Nether King said unwillingly. You've learned well. You've also comprehended the third form of the Blood Sea. It's a pity that your Blood Sea merged with the bloodline of the Dark Phoenix and mutated into the Black Sea. You've lost the chance to evolve into the fourth form. However, no one knows for sure. The Black Sea might have other stronger developments. Yin Chuan analyzed. Let go of the vine monster, the Nether King said. Yin Chuan smiled faintly, clearly refusing. If you don't want to let go, then forget it. Black Shinseas explode. Explode the vine monster, the Nether King shouted. Black Shinseas suddenly charged at the vines from the Black Sea. Boom, boom, boom. The Black Shinseas self-destructed one after another, and the vast impact instantly shattered countless vines. Yin Chuan looked at this scene and frowned. In the end, he let out a soft sigh. The hand seal on his right hand suddenly loosened. He gave up on controlling the vine monster. In the distance, the Nether King's expression changed. The Nether King suddenly realized that he could completely control the vine monster again. Walalala. Countless vines quickly sank into the sea. Yin Chuan sent the vine monster back to the Nether King. Boom! The Nether King stepped forward, and the Black Sea disappeared. He brought the vine monster into the distance. Standing above the Blood Sea, Yin Chuan watched his son fly away. His expression sank as he said, "My son, it's good that you are safe. As long as you are alive, I will think of a way to resolve your calamity." As the Nether King flew away, Yin Chuan gloomily looked at the Ice Demon, who was being surrounded by Bai Qi. Yin Chuan snorted coldly and instantly appeared above Bai Qi's battlefield. A sky-burying coffin suddenly appeared in his hand. It descended from the sky and smashed toward the ice crystal lotus above the Ice Demon's head with great hatred. Boom! There was a loud sound. The ice crystal lotus exploded with a loud bang. The Ice Demon fell to the ground in pain. After the ice crystal lotus exploded, the Ice Demon no longer had a source of energy. His strength instantly decreased. As the shattered ice lotus dissipated, the Lotus God's voice rang out again. A battle between father and son? This is just the beginning. Yin Chuan, slowly enjoy it. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. Yin Chuan smashed the ice lotus fragments into powder. Chapter 1231. Yin Chuan was furious that his son had been plotted against. He turned to look at the Ice Demon Sage King, who was being controlled by Bai Qi. Yin Di. A voice rang out from afar. Yin Chuan frowned and looked over. He saw a soldier flying over. Yin Chuan had seen this soldier before. He was one of his son's generals. We are sad that our commander has been attacked. However, can you give me the Ice Demon Sage King? The Sky Emperor has ordered that the Ice Demon Sage King must be captured alive. He will be punished by the Sky Emperor. The soldier said. As he spoke, a large number of Great Zhou soldiers surrounded them. Hand over the Ice Demon Sage King? Yin Chuan didn't care at all. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Kill." Yes. Bai Qi replied. Boom. The Ice Demon Sage King was cut in half. The surrounding soldiers' faces froze. Yin Chuan was not giving the Sky Emperor any face. Roar. Roar. In the distance, Yin Chuan's dragon carriage flew over. Yin Chuan ignored this group of soldiers and quickly led his men to the dragon carriage. Bai Qi, Tian, and the three emperors did not speak. They stood quietly behind Yin Chuan. Let's go to Mo Yushi, Yin Chuan said. Roar. The four dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage to the west. This is all my fault. Please punish me, Holy King. Bai Qi said again. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, It is not your fault. The Lotus God is a transcendent being. Even when I was at my peak in my previous life, I was not as strong as him. You have done your best, so it is not your fault. Moreover, this may not be a bad thing for my son. Yes. Although Bai Qi replied, his expression was one of self-blame. Holy King, there are two powerful forces in the Western Outer Continent. One is the rising Great Zhou Imperial Court, and the other is the first sage, Wu Tian. Wu Tian has countless disciples and has a huge power in the Western Outer Continent. In fact, a large number of his disciples are the lords of their respective territories, separating the Western Outer Continent. Tian solemnly stated. Continue, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. In the Western Outer Continent, The Great Zhou Heavenly Court has already taken control of 16 territories. Now, it will be difficult to take another step forward because the territories occupied by Wu Tian's disciples just happen to cut off the Western Outer Continent. If the Great Zhou wants to take another step forward in the Western Outer Continent, they will have to move Wu Tian's influence away or form an alliance. As for Empress Mo Yushi, she was sent to Wu Tian Sage's territory, Wu Tian Sage's territory, Wu Tian Sage's Wu Tian Sage training ground. In Tian explained, First Sage, the heavenly Tao of this world was broken, and the saints of the greater thousand worlds could not compare. The first sage? Yinchuan asked solemnly. Sage King, you have to be careful. There are a total of 4 sages in the Yin and Yang realms. Wu Tian is able to suppress the other 3 sages and become number 1. He must be extraordinary. In Tian said. We understand. Yinchuan nodded. Great Zhou Heavenly Court, Luoyang, outside the Taiji Palace. The second prince of the Phoenix clan looked at Shangwan. Lord Shangwan, what does Wu Tiandi mean? I came with absolute sincerity. The second prince of the Phoenix clan said solemnly. Shangwan smiled and said, Second prince, Wu Tiandi has already given you a lot of face. When the third prince came, Wu Tiandi directly rejected him. But just now, Wu Tiandi did not reject him. The second prince of the Phoenix clan frowned and said, Wu Tiandi said that he owes Mo Yushi a lot and that he will let Mo Yushi decide on her own marriage. Isn't this an indirect way of shirking? No, second prince, the Heavenly Emperor values you very much. If you can persuade Princess Yushi, no one will stop you. Shangwan said with a faint smile. The second prince of the Phoenix clan's eyes suddenly lit up. Thank you for your advice, Lord Shangwan. The second prince of the Phoenix clan immediately said. Shangwan nodded and smiled. May I know where Princess Yushi is now? The second prince of the Phoenix clan became polite at this moment. Oh, the Great Zhou Empire wants to advance to the west, but it is separated by the territory of Wu Tiandi's disciples. Therefore, Wu Tiandi asked Princess Yushi to go there and persuade Wu Tiandi. He hopes that Wu Tiandi will not stop them. Shangwan smiled. My grandfather? The second prince of the Phoenix clan raised his eyebrows. Yes, I almost forgot. Wu Tiandi is your grandfather. Ha, the second prince is noble. Perhaps you can persuade Holy Maiden Yushi. However, when the time comes, I hope that you can persuade Wu Tiandi to allow the Great Zhou Empire to advance to the west. Of course, you will not disturb Wu Tiandi. Shangwan smiled and said, Of course I will. The second prince nodded excitedly. Then I will not disturb Lord Shangwan. I will go to Wu Tiandi's territory immediately. The second prince immediately said goodbye. Shangwan smiled and nodded. Only when the second prince was far away did Shangwan smile coldly. Then, Shangwan returned to Taiji Palace. In the palace, Wu Jiong sat on the dragon throne. Sky Emperor, everything has begun. However, I don't know if Yin Chuan will understand your thoughts. Shangwan said in a low voice. Wu Jiong smiled and said, He will. Everything is just right. Inform all the ancestral immortals of the Great Zhou Empire to settle everything and come to Luoyang immediately. Yes, Shangwan replied. Wu Tiandi's territory, Great Zhou's palace. In a large hall, there were 2 figures standing in the hall. Mo Yushi and Yu. Mo Yushi was dressed in a black brocade robe. She looked extremely beautiful, but her face was slightly thin and cold. Her eyes were much more mature than in the sealed world. The other was Yu, Tao Lord Yu of the sealed world. She was also dressed in a luxurious robe. Princess Yushi, you saw it too. The second prince of the Phoenix clan came with great sincerity. Yu said with a smile. Mo Yushi looked coldly at Yu and said, Lord Yu, what exactly do you want to say? Sky Emperor wants the Phoenix clan. Saintess Yushi, everything you have was given to you by Sky Emperor. Shouldn't you repay Sky Emperor? Moreover, you have given birth to a child. For the second prince, to favor you so much, you persuaded. Mo Yushi sneered. What benefits did second phone give you? How dare you be impudent in front of me? Dog slave. Yu Yu's face turned serious. Oomph. Princess Yushi, I am not your slave. I am Princess Taiping's subordinate. This time, I am only following Princess Taiping's request to accompany you. I know that you must still be thinking about that bitch Yin Chuan. However, can Yin Chuan compare to the second prince? The second prince's father is the Phoenix Emperor, who controls the Phoenix clan. The second prince's grandfather is Saint Wu Tian. How many people in this world are more honorable than the second prince? Princess Yushi, although you are the great Zhou princess in the royal family, who thinks highly of you? You are only a chess piece of Sky Emperor. In the great Zhou dynasty, you will never be able to do whatever you want. Yu Yu said sinisterly. Impudent. Mo Yushi rebuked angrily. I am not favored by the royal family, but I am still a princess. I am a ruler and you are a slave. Don't forget your identity. If I kill you, at most I will be scolded. This kind of scolding, I don't care about it anymore. If you want to die, try saying it again. Mo Yushi glared. Yu Yu's face twitched and did not dare to say anything. Scram. Mo Yushi rebuked. Oomph. Yu Yu flung her sleeves and could only turn around and leave. As if hearing Mo Yushi's rebuke, a large number of maids rushed into the hall. Princess, are you okay? Princess, how are you? The group of maids were worried. Princess? Mo Yushi revealed a bitter smile. If possible, Mo Yushi would rather not have this title. With a sense of irritation, Mo Yushi ignored the maids and quickly flew out of the palace. Mo Yushi flew all the way until she reached a place with extremely beautiful scenery. Only then did she stop. That was the shore of a small lake. At this moment, there was a light breeze and a drizzle. When she reached the small lake, Mo Yushi took in a few deep breaths. Looking at the direction of the palace, Missouri Yu, she revealed a bitter smile. Perhaps I was wrong back then. When I left with my mother, I hoped to obtain power. I hoped to use the power to help you as much as possible. But it was really tiring. Living in the princess residence, I even felt like I couldn't breathe. I would rather have nothing and be by your side. Mo Yushi said bitterly. The drizzle kept on drenching Mo Yushi's brocade robe. At this moment, Mo Yushi didn't block the rain at all. She allowed the rain to fall on her body and wet her cheeks. Mo Yushi slowly sat by the small lake. Hugging her knees, she looked at the lake and sank into her memories. I waited for so long, really so long. It's been so long that I almost forgot what you looked like. Sometimes I resent you. Why didn't you come to pick us up until now? I really resent you, even hate you. Mo Yushi's body trembled as she muttered to herself. But every time I wake up in the middle of the night, I can suddenly remember your smile. Every time I wake up, it's as if I see you standing in front of me and smiling at me. Although I can only sigh in the end. But at least I have you to think about, you to wait for, you to resent, and you to hate. In the princess's residence, I was always pressured to the point that I couldn't breathe. Only when I came out alone and sat by this small lake can I relax a lot. Only then can I understand how much I miss you. I will wait for you. I believe that you will definitely come back to find me. I hold my heart. There is happiness. There is bitterness. There is pain. There is fear. Before I met you, I have never felt such complicated emotions. This is love, Mo Yushi muttered to herself. Looking at the small lake, Mo Yushi was in a daze. Biting her lips, her eyes were slightly moist, but there was a smile on her face. In the hazy drizzle, Mo Yu, she seemed to be curled up into a ball from the cold. After an unknown amount of time, the drizzle continued, but no rain fell on Mo Yushi's body. Suddenly, a small umbrella appeared above Mo Yushi's head. The small umbrella blocked the wind and rain, instantly protecting Mo Yushi from the slightest bit of harm. Mo Yu, she turned her head to look. She stood there in a daze. Chapter 1232. Their eyes met. Both of them were silent. Infinite love. A glance of 10,000 years. As she watched, Mo Yushi's eyes turned red. Her tears could not stop flowing. Yin Chuan also threw down his umbrella. He bent down and hugged Mo Yushi deeply. Woo 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 woo. Mo Yu, she kept crying. She kept crying. She did not say anything. She did not say anything. She just kept crying. It was as if she wanted to cry all the grievances of the past few thousand years. Yin Chuan just hugged her. His hand gently stroked Mo Yushi's back. He pressed his chest against Mo Yushi, giving her the warmest support. Woo 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 woo. She cried for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Yushi stopped crying. Yin Chuan's chest had been wet many times. It was dry and wet, wet and dry. This repeated a few times. Mo Yushi finally stopped moving. Looking down, Mo Yushi had fallen asleep in Yin Chuan's arms. Thousands of years of grievances were released in an instant. She hid in Yin Chuan's arms. She was no longer guarded. When she was tired, she naturally fell asleep. Yin Chuan's eyes were also slightly red. After all, he was a man. He was stronger. He gently carried Mo Yushi and flew to a palace not far away. In Hentian and Bai Qi stood not far away. Yin Chuan directly carried Mo Yushi into the palace. Yin Chuan placed her on the bed. He sat at the side and quietly looked at Mo Yushi. He just watched. Mo Yushi slept for 2 days. She slept very well. After 2 days, her eyelashes fluttered and she opened her eyes. She saw Yin Chuan sitting at the side, holding Mo Yushi's hand. Mo Yushi was slightly stunned. She did not react for a while. After a while, she finally reacted. You're awake? Yin Chuan smiled. Oh, why are you here? Why are you here? Mo Yushi suddenly sat up anxiously. You can't come. You can't come. Mother Empress is up to no good. She's up to no good. Mo Yushi said anxiously. Who? Yin Chuan hugged Mo Yushi tightly. His eyes flashed with emotion. You can't come. You can't come. Mo Yushi was still panicking. After being hugged in Yin Chuan's arms, Mo Yushi, but she was still panicking. Yin Chuan's right hand stroked Mo Yushi's back. I know what Wu Jiong is thinking, but it's been too long. You and your mother have been wrong for too long. I had to settle the matters at hand and come immediately. But I didn't expect Mother Empress to have such power in the immortal realm. I didn't expect it either. But you, Mo Yushi was still worried. Since I'm here, I've considered everything. I even know that I might have to fight against the entire Great Zhou dynasty, Wu Jiong, and the entire Great Zhou heavenly court. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. You know, what? Become enemies with Mother Empress? Mo Yushi exclaimed again. Stroking Mo Yushi's back, Yin Chuan said softly, Don't worry. I didn't waste these few thousand years. I'm not the same as I was 5,000 years ago. Back then, I was weak and couldn't fight with Wu Jiong. Now, Wu Jiong might not be able to do anything to me. It's just that I've made you and your son wait for too long these 5,000 years. Not long, not long. If Dongan knows, he'll be very happy. I know that you've come to see us before. Because of Mother Empress, you can't show your face. I understand, I know. I'll tell Dongan. He'll be very happy. Mo Yushi said with tears in her eyes. Dongan? Yin Chuan suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Mo Yushi asked, slightly surprised. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan told her about Yin Dongan. Nether King? How did my son get into such trouble? We're about to be reunited with our family. Why? Mo Yushi started to feel sad again. Hugging Mo Yushi, Yin Chuan comforted her. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. Mo Yushi bit her lip and forced herself not to cry. She didn't want to burden Yin Chuan. But how could Yin Chuan not understand Mo Yushi's thoughts? Which mother wouldn't be sad if she knew that her son was being held captive? Don't worry. Mind control is only the third mystique. I'll undo it. Besides, this might not be a bad thing for Dongan. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Mo Yushi looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. As a transcender, the Lotus God has embarrassed me several times in the sealed realm. Therefore, he wants his father and son to fight. So, you don't have to worry about Dongan's safety. Besides, although Dongan has experienced many battles, he hasn't encountered many obstacles. This time, it'll be a trial for him. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Mo Yushi nodded. Besides, he's my son. The sons of Yin Chuan, are all extraordinary. None of them are flowers in a greenhouse. Yin Chuan comforted her gently. All of them? You have sons? Why haven't I heard of them? Mou, she asked in surprise. They're not from this world. Yin Chuan smiled. Ah, then how many do you have? Mou, she asked curiously. Seeing that Mou, she had recovered from her sadness, Yin Chuan heaved a sigh of relief. Dong and should be the third prince of Great Zhun. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Third prince? Doesn't that mean you have 2 sons? You have 2 sons? Why don't I know about it? No, I've been collecting information about the East. You mean no one in the world knows about it? Mou, she said in surprise. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes, they say no more. Mou, she suddenly covered Yin Chuan's mouth with her small hand. Yin Chuan looked at her in confusion. I know you're hiding it from the world. You must have your own plans. Don't say anything. I'm afraid I'll spill the beans and affect your plan. Mou, she said gently. He looked at Mou, she and was touched. Lowering his head, Yin Chuan kissed her gently. Perhaps it was a reunion after a long time, or perhaps it was a change in mood, but Mou, she quickly went up to him. She wrapped her arms around Yin Chuan's neck and kissed him too. She fell into Yin Chuan's arms and kept twisting. Beside the bed, clothes fell down one by one. The husband and wife were reliving their 5,000 years of old love. 10 days later, Wu Tian Territory, Great Zhou Palace. Princess's Palace. All the maids had been dismissed. Only Yin Chuan and his wife, as well as Yin Chuan's subordinates, remained. Yin Chuan sat beside a stone table. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian stood beside him. Mou, she sat on the other side of the stone table. Suddenly, a large number of glowing runes appeared on the stone table. The runes shone, and suddenly, the space above the stone table distorted. Meow. An extremely excited meow sounded. Who? The runes and glowing runes disappeared. A cat wearing a small, felt hat suddenly appeared on the stone table. It was Meow. The moment Meow appeared, she immediately pounced on Yin Chuan. Big baddie, you said you would let me come soon. Why did it take so long? Meow jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder. Her little claws kept grabbing onto Yin Chuan's clothes, pulling out threads to vent her dissatisfaction. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and slapped. He laughed and scolded. You're not coming? What are you shouting for? With a slap, Meow was sent flying and fell into Mou, she's arms. Meow, Meow angrily cried out and got up. Suddenly, she saw Mou, she smile. Meow? Sister Yushi. Meow. Meow suddenly cried out excitedly. You still remember me? Mou, she laughed. Meow. How can I not remember? I'm not that big baddie. Meow spoke ill of Yin Chuan. Mou, she was in a very good mood. She stretched out her hand and took out a glowing red ball. She stuffed it into Meow's arms. Meow. Meow's eyes immediately widened. Her face revealed a blissful, silly expression. Meow, Sister Yushi is so nice. Meow. Meow cried out excitedly. Her little claws held onto the ball with all her might, not letting it slip. Immortal stone mine core? Yushi, you spoil her too much. Yin Chuan laughed. Meow, Meow, big baddie, it's not for you. Meow immediately bared her teeth at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and let it go. Mou, she, who was watching Meow scolding Yin Chuan, was in a very good mood. Yin Hentian and Bai Qi smiled and did not say anything. After all, Yin Chuan and Meow had a very good relationship. There was no need to talk about respect. Sage King, we have received news that besides the Great Zhou Heavenly Court, the remaining 20 territories in the western outer continent have all sent people to listen to the sage's preaching. Yin Hentian said, apart from the saint's disciples, the other Dominion lords must also be feeling threatened. Yin Chuan smiled. Yes, and most of the people who have come this time are territory lords. Yin Hentian explained. Territory lords? Oh, the sage is preaching? This excuse is too fake. Yin Chuan revealed a mocking smile. Indeed, the sage's preaching might just be a pretense. His goal is to target the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. Now is the time to decide success or failure. Yin Hentian explained. Where's the Great Zhou Heavenly Court's army now? Yin Chuan asked. Sage King, although the terracotta army set off before us, their speed cannot be compared to the dragon carriage. At this moment, they are probably at the border of the western outer continent. Inhention said solemnly. That's good. Bai Qi, you are in charge of receiving them. Do not make any mistakes. Yin Chuan said. Yes, Bai Qi replied. Turning his head, Yin Chuan looked at Mo Yushi and asked, Did Wu Jiong give you anything else? Mo Yushi nodded and took out a scroll. The Great Zhou Imperial Decree? Yin Chuan asked, puzzled. Mo Yushi opened it gently. It was indeed an imperial decree. It was even stamped with the Great Zhou Imperial Seal. A blank imperial decree? Inhention said in surprise. Yes, when Mother Empress gave me the blank imperial decree, I was also puzzled. Mother Empress told me to improvise and fill in a decree that does not affect the entire territory. Fill it in myself? I did not understand, but now I should have guessed it. MOU, she said bitterly. This blank imperial decree was prepared for me. Yin Chuan said with a cold smile. MOU, she revealed a trace of worry. It's all right. Just treat it as cutting off the karma between you and the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. This time, I'm bringing you back because there are some things that must be settled. I do not wish for anyone to use this as an excuse to disrupt our reunion. Yin Chuan said coldly. MOU, she nodded. Chapter 1233. On a vast ocean in the western outer continent. On an island. At this moment, there were 100,000 soldiers standing on the island. All of them looked solemn and murderous. Standing at the front was great accomplishment, Meng, Yi, and Bai Qi. Lord Bai, has the Sage King arrived? Meng Yi asked. Yes. Let the terracotta soldiers rest for a while. There will be a tough battle ahead. Bai Qi said. Meng Yi nodded. Everyone rest. Meng Yi shouted. Roar. The 100,000 soldiers replied. Only Meng Yi accompanied by Qi. The Sage King is already in Wu Tian territory. This time, the terracotta soldiers came from the eastern outer continent. No one knows about it, so we need to catch them off guard. The terracotta soldiers are the strongest army of the Sage King. They don't have many people, but they are skilled. We can't make any mistakes. According to the Sage King's request, I will lead the terracotta soldiers with you. Bai Qi said. All right, I will give you 50,000. Meng Yi replied. All right, I can use the next period of time to practice. Bai Qi nodded. Wu Tian territory. On an island outside Wu Tian territory, one could vaguely see the heads of some soldiers moving about. On the beach, Dirinja led a few great Zhou generals and looked at Wu Tian territory in the distance. Lord, why did the Sky Emperor ask you to lead the 100,000 ox guards here? This is Wu Tian territory. Although the 1,000 ox guards are strong, they can't do anything to Wu Tian territory. A general frowned. Dirinja shook his head and said, You don't need to guess what the Sky Emperor is thinking. Our orders are to cooperate with Yin Chuan when the time is right. Yes, Wu Tian territory. Yin Chuan and his wife had not seen each other for many years and were stuck together. They told each other everything and played around. In a large hall in Wu Tian territory, the Feng clan's second prince had a gloomy expression. A few subordinates stood in front of him. Second prince, MOU, she has been accompanying Yin Chuan for the past few days. She doesn't seem to care about the world. A subordinate said. That's right, second crown prince. You're so noble. Why do you want to marry MOU? That's right, second crown prince. It's not worth it for you. His subordinates kept complaining, bitch. A cold glint flashed across the second prince's eyes. Second crown prince, there are too many people in the Phoenix clan who admire you. Why must you hang yourself on MOU? My younger sister also admires the second prince greatly. Second prince, my sister also admires second prince very much. His subordinates tried to persuade him. The second prince shook his head and said, This was arranged by Imperial Father. Phoenix Emperor? Phoenix Emperor's arrangement? Immediately, the subordinates did not dare to say anything. However, second crown prince, Heavenly Sage Wu is your grandfather, and this is your home ground. Why should you allow Yin Chuan to do as he pleases? Why don't you just take him down? One of his subordinates suggested. Grandfather's lecture is about to begin. This is not the time to be meddlesome. Furthermore, Not only do I want Imo Yushi's body, but I also want her heart. Once I have her heart, I will humiliate her and avenge today's humiliation. Just you wait. Soon, I will make Yin Chuan lose all his face. The second prince said coldly. Yes, Heavenly Wu territory by a small lake. Yin Chuan held Imo Yushi's hand and strolled by the lake. It should be the second crown prince of the Phoenix clan who is monitoring us. Imo Yushi said. Yin Chuan smiled and said, monitoring? He won't be able to monitor us for much longer. You are really in the mood to let Hention recruit talents at this time? Imo Yushi smiled. There is still half a year before the Heavenly Sage's lecture. If we don't recruit talents now, we won't have the chance in the future. After all, buying you out a great Zhou is not cheap. Yin Chuan teased. You are the one buying me out. Imo Yushi pinched Yin Chuan's waist. Second crown prince of the Phoenix clan? In front of me, he is just a clown. No need to worry. Yin Chuan smiled. Then what do you plan to do with Dong Fangzheng's sect and Renshu? Imo Yushi curiously asked. Them? Since they are looking for trouble, they must have a plan. After half a year, if there is no result, I will save them. Yin Chuan said. Imo Yushi nodded. Meow. Suddenly, Meow jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder. Yin Chuan, are you going to fight with Heavenly Sage Wu? Meow excitedly asked. Who did you hear that from? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Is there a need to ask? You are causing trouble everywhere you go. Meow said with a look of disdain. Imo Yushi, who was standing aside, burst into laughter. Little guy, don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by causing trouble everywhere I go? Yin Chuan rolled his eyes. Meow, go ahead. It's okay. I will help you. I am very powerful now. Meow said excitedly. Yin Chuan. Heavenly Wu Weave. In a prison of Sage Wu Weave. Do you know what you are doing? I am a righteous scholar, an ancient sage. How dare you treat me so rudely? You are tarnishing the righteousness of the world. You are a group of ignorant people. You are a disciple of a sage. When the saints feel my virtue, they will definitely punish you severely. In the prison, a fat man was scolding the prison guards. The two prison guards looked at each other, and their faces twitched slightly. Shut up. If you don't shut up, I will seal your mouth. One of the prison guards shouted. You can seal my mouth, but you can't seal justice. You black sheep, come on, come on. The fat man said stubbornly. Clang, clang, clang. The two prison guards opened the door. When the fat man saw that they were serious, he immediately yawned. Sigh, I am so sleepy. With that, the fat man immediately went to a corner, lay on the ground, and fell asleep. The two prison guards grabbed the chains and walked into the cell. When they saw the shameless fat man, their faces froze. This fat man was too shameless. There was a skinny man standing at the side. The skinny man looked at the fat man strangely. Seeing that the fat man had fallen asleep, the two prison guards snorted and walked out. However, just as they walked out, the fat man woke up and jumped up. Little prison guards, do you really think that you are sages? Even the eldest disciple of a sage did not dare to do anything to me. You are more powerful than him? My cultivation is sealed, but I will not allow you to be so presumptuous. Who am I? I'm Justice. The fatty continued to blabber on and on. The two prison guards had a headache again. Damn it. Where did this weirdo come from? He is so annoying. One of the prison guards could not stand it anymore. Second brother, I have the urge to hit him too. The two prison guards looked at the fat man and said in a deep voice. The skinny man who was locked up with the fat man immediately said, You too, you can't hit him. This person is really a great scholar. He is useful to the sage, so he was locked up. He just wants to vent his dissatisfaction. Now that his cultivation is sealed, if you break his arms or legs, you will not be able to answer to the sage. The two prison guards were speechless. Rat run, don't try to persuade them. If they want to hit him, let them. I don't believe that evil can win against good. The fat man shouted at the skinny man. Second brother, let's hit him. If we don't hit him, I will feel uncomfortable. One of the prison guards rolled up his sleeves and shouted. The other prison guard was extremely calm and said, The two of them were sent here by the sage's eldest disciple. They must be extremely important. Don't be reckless. Then what should we do? He keeps shouting here. I am about to collapse. Ratrin said again. Actually, we are involved in a serious case of the sage's eldest disciple. If you really don't want to listen to my big brother's words, you can lock us up in a more remote place. It will not make things difficult for the two of you. When the two prison guards heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. What? I think this place is good. I am not leaving. The fat man shouted. However, the two prison guards were already tired of hearing this. How could they be willing to let the fat man stay? The two of them quickly escorted the fat man and Ratrin to the depths of the prison. The deeper they went, the more checkpoints there were. After making many twists and turns, they finally arrived at a huge prison cell in the depths of the underground. Bang! The two of them were kicked in by the prison guards. This is the most secure prison in Wu Tianweave. There are 3,000 vicious and evil people inside. You can make a ruckus here. Ha ha ha. One of the prison guards laughed excitedly. Bang! The prison door slammed shut. At this time, Ratrin looked at the fat man and said, This time I am really convinced. Dongfang Junpai, you peeked at a sow bathing. How can you speak so righteously? You are too shameless. Bah! How would I know that the sage's eldest disciple has such a weird taste? His concubine is actually a pig demon. Also, didn't you see it too? Dongfang Junpai immediately said, I was tricked by you. Moreover, I vomited at that time. Ratrin said, You are too weak. Dongfang Junpai shook his head and said, Ratrin nodded and said, Who asked you to be my big brother? While the two of them were complaining, suddenly, a hearty laugh came from the dark prison. Ha ha! Interesting. An ancient immortal actually called a puny earth immortal big brother. Ha ha ha! Very interesting. What do you know? Ratrin and Dongfang Junpai cursed at the same time. In the distance, the person who was laughing suddenly froze. At the same time, the two of them quickly took out a jade pendant. On the jade pendant, the head of a horse slowly appeared. Found another one, noon of the 12 earthly branches. It is a horse? Sure enough, we guessed right. It is here. The two of them were excited. They looked around the huge prison. Finally, their eyes turned to the place where the two of them were cursing. A horse-faced man was chained to the wall on his back by 2 chains. The horse-faced man was being scolded by the two of them. At this time, his face was extremely ugly. Io, Brother Ma, you are indeed as powerful as the legends say. Your wisdom is extraordinary. I have been waiting outside for a long time and have admired you for a long time. Dongfang Junpai immediately walked over with a smile on his face. Just now, you said that I know nothing? The horse-faced man seemed to be holding a grudge. This is the dialect of our hometown. It means that you are too wise. Dongfang Junpai said shamelessly. The horse-faced man. Chapter 1234. Half a year later, inside Wu Tianweave's prison. At this moment, in front of Dongfang Junpai, there are 8 cultivators with their cultivation sealed and their shoulder blades locked. Senior Tiger, Senior Peacock, Senior Sangu, hurry up, there's still many people waiting. Aren't you wasting everyone's time? Dongfang Junpai says. The 8 cultivators' faces twitch. Why aren't your cultivations sealed? How did you do it? A man with a tiger head says. Alas, we weren't originally locked up here. Naturally, we don't have as many seals as you. Rat has already begun to dig a hole. If you all want to escape from this prison together, then hurry up. By the way, Senior Tiger, I heard that you have been locked up for nearly 10,000 years. Wow. If you don't leave with us this time, it might be even longer. Another 10,000 years? No, 100,000 years? Dongfang Junpai says. Everyone is silent. 3,000 extremely vicious criminals. Before they were captured, they were all bandit leaders imprisoned by saints. They had long had enough of the dark days. Now, Rinshu and Dongfang Bubi can bring everyone out who wouldn't be willing. However, Dongfang Junpai also has a request. After they leave, they must join the Great Zhun Holy Court. The bandit leaders naturally agree. It doesn't matter if they join or not. As long as they can get out, even if they go back on their words, it doesn't matter, as long as they can escape. However, everyone underestimated Dong Fong Zhongpai and Rin Shu's shamelessness. Come, Senior Tiger, take off your clothes first. I have a shadow recording stone here. I will give you a few images. Dong Fong Zhongpai says with a smile. Senior Tiger's face is filled with shame. You want to use my naked images to threaten me? Senior Tiger, what are you saying? Don't you believe in my Dong Fong Zhongpai's character? Who am I? With a chest full of righteousness. How could he do such a tasteless thing? In the future, we will be colleagues. I will return it to you. I won't have a chance to come again. Just take a picture as a souvenir. Dong Fong Zhongpai says shamelessly. I won't. Senior Tiger's face is filled with shame and anger. Senior Tiger, you're in the wrong here. I'm sincere to you, but you won't even give me this little bit of face. How can I trust you? You will definitely not be willing to join the Great Jun Holy Court. Dong Fong Zhongpai says. Senior Tiger, I'm a man of my words. I will definitely join the Great Jun Holy Court. I will, but this image, you are insulting me. Tiger says angrily. I'm a scholar. How could I do something that's disgraceful to a scholar? You misunderstood me again. Besides, there are only men here. What are you afraid of? I'll give it to you when we get out. There are still so many people waiting in line. You can't be thinking of staying here forever, right? Dong Fong Zhongpai said earnestly. You are a scholar? Big Tiger looked at Dong Fong Zhongpai with grief and indignation. I have to say, Senior Tiger, you are doubting my morals. Dong Fong Zhongpai's expression turned solemn. You have morals? Big Tiger's face twitched. Senior Tiger, don't block it with your hands. Yes, turn around. Let's leave a side view. Woo-woo territory. Countless experts from the 20 western dominions of the western outer continent gathered to listen to the first sage's preaching. Yin Chuan and his group also flew over. Flying in the air, from afar, endless merit points floated in the sky. Above the cloud of merit, there is a huge sage Dharma idol. Above the sage Dharma idol, there is a huge green cauldron. Around the cloud of merit, there seems to be a large amount of chi providence. The cauldron of creation. She points at the huge cauldron in the distance. This cauldron is worthy of being called the cauldron of creation. Yin Chuan sneered. Soon, the second prince of the Phoenix clan arrived in front of Yin Chuan. Moyushi's eyes were filled with disgust. The second prince blocked Yin Chuan's path, and his eyes flashed with arrogance. He did not say anything and just stared at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. Meow, what did you see? Meow, what two big nostrils? Meow said very cooperatively. A lot of laughter immediately came from all around. Audacious, Yin Chuan, you actually still dare to come to Wu Tian Palace's plaza? The second prince said in a solemn voice. My guts have never been small. Who are you? Yin Chuan said coolly. Humph, still don't know who I am until now. The second prince revealed a trace of a cold smile. Turning around, the second prince looked at Yushi and said, Princess Yushi, this is the person you fancy? He's my husband. Furthermore, my matters don't need second prince to trouble you. Yushi said coolly. Trouble you? Princess Yushi's words are wrong. You're the woman I fancy. I need to let you see some things clearly. The second prince said with a smile. At the side, Yin Chuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of cold light. I want you to see clearly what kind of a coward your so-called husband is. The second prince said in a low voice. Yushi revealed a trace of a mocking smile. Seeing Yushi smile, the second prince's face showed a trace of displeasure, and he turned to look at Yin Chuan again. Yin Chuan, Yushi already knows who I am. Don't tell me you still don't know who I am. The second prince said in a low voice. I have some impression. You should be the second brother of some dead person, right? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Some dead person? The second prince narrowed his eyes and said, Humph, you killed my third brother. Don't think you can escape this enmity. My Phoenix clan hasn't come looking for you yet, because we need to find my third brother's soul. Once he returns, my third brother will cut you into 1,000 pieces. We're really scared. Unfortunately, we're going to tell you. Yin Chuan revealed a trace of a cold smile and said, No one can save the people we kill. What do you mean? The second prince's expression suddenly changed. We're here to find the saints. We don't have time to play riddles with you. Scram, Yin Chuan said indifferently. What? Do you know where this place is? You dare tell me to scram? The second prince said coldly. The conflict between the two sides had already attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was looking over. The various weave lords and the disciples of the saints were all coldly looking at Yin Chuan's group. We don't want to kill anyone today. Don't provoke us. Now scram. Yin Chuan said coldly. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were at a loss. What is this person doing? That's the grandson of a saint. Does he dare to kill him? The surrounding cultivators looked over curiously. However, the second prince was even more fearless. Yin Chuan, I'll tell you one more time. Yushi is mine. You, a little upstart, want to compete with me? If not for grandfather's lecture, I would have captured you long ago and used torture to temporarily avenge my third brother's death. Now, scram from Skyless Hall's plaza. Say that again? Yin Chuan suddenly laughed. I said, scram from Skyless Hall's plaza immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The second prince said coldly. At the same time, he looked at Yushi from the corner of his eyes. It was as if he wanted to slap Yin Chuan's face to change Yushi's image at her heart. Many of the saint's disciples took a step forward, as if to boost the second prince's momentum. Countless cultivators pressured Yin Chuan with their auras. If it was someone else, they would have been unable to endure it. However, Yin Chuan's eyes flashed coldly. Are you courting death? With the support of countless seniors and juniors, the Skyless Hall's plaza was practically united against Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan actually dared to say such words? Courting death? You say I'm courting death? Why don't you take a look at where you are? So what if I'm courting death? Do you dare to kill me? This is my grandfather's teaching ground. Do you dare to touch a single hair on my head? The second prince laughed disdainfully. Yin Chuan's face turned gloomy. Come on, come and kill me, the second prince laughed proudly. I've never heard of such a request. As you wish. Yin Chuan's face suddenly turned cold. Boom! With extreme speed, Yin Chuan appeared in front of the second prince in an instant. Then he extended his right index finger and jabbed it at the second prince's forehead. Stop! The surrounding saint's disciples, who were watching the commotion, immediately exclaimed. However, it was already too late. Yin Chuan's right index finger suddenly pierced through the second prince's forehead. The huge force caused the back of the second prince's head to explode. Yin Chuan really killed the second prince? Countless cultivators watched this scene in shock. Suddenly, they realized that Yin Chuan's group did not seem to be here to listen to the Tao. They were here to cause trouble for the saints. How dare you? A loud, furious roar rang out in the air. Chapter 1235. Impudent. A furious roar resounded in the air. A vast aura descended from the sky like the might of the heavens. Boom! The huge aura was like a shockwave. Many cultivators were pushed back and fell to the ground. The shockwave rushed towards Yin Chuan's group. It was so huge that it seemed like it would crush them. Yin Chuan suddenly took a step forward. Yin Chuan's aura suddenly erupted and clashed with the aura, protecting everyone behind him. The two auras clashed, creating a storm in Skyless Palace's plaza. Boom! The storm raged, and one could clearly see a cross-section formed by the storm. The storm blew in all directions from that cross-section, and that cross-section was the place where the two forces collided. Due to the difference in cultivation, Yin Chuan's aura was slightly weaker. However, Yin Chuan's aura contained an unsurpassable ruthlessness. It was a peerless ruthlessness that made up for the lack of aura. Whoosh! A group of white-robed men suddenly appeared in front of Yin Chuan. The leader's face was shrouded in white mist, making it impossible to see his face. He leaned forward slightly, and a huge aura came from this person. Then, he charged straight at Yin Chuan. The white-robed men behind him quickly hugged the Phoenix race's second prince, whose head had exploded. Greetings, sage! The surrounding cultivators immediately greeted respectfully. The leader who clashed with Yin Chuan's aura was the sage here, the first sage, Wu Tian. Master, the second prince is dead. The person hugging the second prince said with an unsightly expression. Only then did Wu Tian turn his head and look at the second prince, who was enraged by Yin Chuan's aura. Let me take a look, Wu Tian said. Everyone quickly handed the second prince to Wu Tian, a trace of hope flashing in their eyes. There was a small hole in the second prince's forehead. Yin Chuan's finger had pierced it. There was a huge hole in the back of his head. The entire back of his head had exploded. Wu Tian checked and found that the second prince was dead. He waved his hand. Boom! The entire square of the skyless palace was suddenly covered by dark clouds, and a cold wind blew. Rumble! It was as if heavenly Tao had appeared all around him. The ground beneath his feet suddenly became slightly transparent. He could vaguely make out a patch of darkness beneath his feet. Within the darkness, there were a few ghosts flying about. Underworld? The sage communicated with the yin and yang realms. Are they looking for the second prince's soul? The sage's methods are shocking. With a sage making a move, it's hard to die even if you want to. For a time, countless cultivators in the plaza revealed expressions of extreme reverence. Not far away, Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile and said, "There's no need to search. No one can save the people I kill." The moment Yin Chuan finished speaking, the entire plaza was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared blankly at Yin Chuan. Was the person in front of him really not afraid of death? Killing his grandson in front of the saint? And now, he was saying that no one could save him? No matter what, everyone understood one thing. The Yin Chuan in front of them was not here to listen to the sage's preaching. He was here to cause a scene. The cultivators came to this conclusion. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Was this a joke? The person in front of them was here to cause a scene? He killed the saint's grandson and spoke rudely? The various factions in the plaza were not suspicious of each other. Although they were here to listen to the sage's preaching, they were actually here to ask the sage to step in and deal with the Great Zhou dynasty's wanton invasion. It could be said that everyone supported the sage. Was Yin Chuan in front of them making an enemy of everyone? The disciples of the sage immediately glared at Yin Chuan angrily. Not far away, the various territory lords were also looking at Yin Chuan with gloomy expressions. The sage searched for a while, but in the end, he could not find the second prince's soul. He finally knew that his grandson's soul had been destroyed. Turning his head, the sage glared angrily at Yin Chuan. Suddenly, a pair of eyes vaguely appeared on his blurry face. The sage's eyes. The moment the sage's eyes appeared, a terrifying feeling instantly struck everyone's hearts. It was a pair of eyes that seemed to contain heavenly might. With one look, almost everyone's hearts trembled. Plop, plop. In an instant, a large number of cultivators in the plaza suddenly knelt down. They could not help but pay their respects. It was a kind of worship that could not be resisted. Mo Yushi's expression changed. Yin Chuan instantly blocked Mo Yushi. The people behind him trembled. Yin Chuan saw that his subordinates could not hold on any longer. He waved his hand behind him. Whoosh! It seemed to form a large fog that covered all his subordinates. Yin Chuan's eyes were fixed on the sage's eyes. There was anger in the sage's eyes. At the same time, there was a hint of surprise. The sage knew how much of an impact his eyes had on one's mind. However, not only was Yin Chuan unaffected, he could even look straight at him. Sage Wu Tian, is this how you treat your guests? Yin Chuan said coldly. Treat guests? Are you still a guest? Countless cultivators in the surroundings looked at him strangely. Before the sage could speak, a person behind him suddenly shouted, Treat guests? Humph, you killed the sage's grandson in the sage's training ground. Are you still a guest? A man in white shouted. Yin Chuan looked at him coldly and ignored him. Yin Hentian suddenly stood out and said, You are the sage's eldest disciple, right? Are you deaf? Just now, everyone heard that he was courting death. He was the one who said, Come and kill me. We were just fulfilling his wish out of kindness. The sage's eldest disciple. All the experts in the plaza, although they did not want to admit it, The second prince had indeed said such despicable words before he died. Everyone knew that it was to ridicule Yin Chuan. However, who would have thought that Yin Chuan would take it seriously? "Who are you?" The sage's eldest disciple shouted coldly. "I'm Enrich," Enrich said in a low voice. "A descendant of the Yin family? It was your Yin family that caused the collapse of the heavenly Tao. You are indeed jackals of the same tribe." The sage's eldest disciple said coldly. Enrich looked at the sage and sneered. "All the sages in the world know that my Yin family has been wronged. You still want to twist the truth? Forget it. I did not expect you to clear my name. Skyless Palace? You don't even respect the heavens. How can you be fair for the world? How dare you?" The sage shouted angrily. Boom! The territorial lords would still be like feudal lords without much influence. Now, Wu Jiong had issued a challenge to everyone. "Everyone's watching you. Sage, will you accept it or not? If you accept it, the will of the people will be impregnable. If you don't, after today, the hearts of these people will scatter." Yin Chuan smiled coldly. Chapter 1236. Everyone is looking at you. "Sage, are you going to accept or not? If you accept, we'll be united. If you don't, they'll all be disunited after today." Yin Chuan sneered. Everyone suddenly looked at the sage. Indeed, all of the Weave Lords had come here today, so that the sage could take the lead and lead everyone to uproot the dangerous Great Zhou Imperial Court. It was just a discussion, but in the blink of an eye, it had become an official battle. Today, the experts of nearly 20 domains of the Western Outer Continent had gathered. It was too difficult for them to handle such a situation. For a moment, Yin Chuan's killing of the Phoenix clan's second crown prince was no longer the focus of attention. The focus was on the sage's attitude and whether he was willing to lead them to destroy Great Zhou. Wu Jiong's challenge was already in his face. If the sage backed down now, no one would be willing to support him anymore. Sage Wu Tian was also staring at Yin Chuan. Although he did not fear Wu Jiong, he did not want to clash with Wu Jiong from the bottom of his heart. He had only wanted to negotiate and draw a clear boundary between the domains. He did not expect Wu Jiong's challenge to be so direct. Fight or talk? No, there was nothing to talk about now. Wu Jiong wanted to fight with him to decide the fate of the entire Western Outer Continent. Wu Tian did not want to fight because he felt that the Great Zhou Heavenly Court was extremely strange. It was as if there was something hidden in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court that he could not see. It was extremely dangerous. However, if he did not fight, the heroes around him would no longer support him. As Yin Chuan said, the hearts of the people would be disunited. The first sage would no longer have the power to rally supporters. In comparison, the matter of the second crown prince was nothing. After all, the sage had many grandchildren and descendants. "Sage, let's fight. Sage, we'll all support you. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court has gone too far. Today, we're united. If we don't accept the challenge today, Wu Jiong will pressure us step by step in the future. Sage, Wu Jiong is extremely ambitious. Today, we're united. In the future, Wu Jiong will defeat us one by one. Sage." All of the Weave Lords asked for permission. They wanted to destroy the Great Zhou Heavenly Court in one fell swoop. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court's momentum was too strong, and it was extremely invasive. He had to pull out as soon as possible. Could it be that an alliance of 20 territories in the Western Outer Continent could not defeat a single Wu Jiong? There was even the first sage here. Countless Weave Lords felt their hearts surge. The saint looked at the people around him. For a moment, determination flashed through his heart. "All right," the sage shouted. Everyone suddenly fell silent. "Since Wu Jiong wants to die, then you can't blame me. Domain Lords, why don't you follow me to Luoyang to meet Wu Jiong?" The saint said solemnly. "We wouldn't dare to disobey," the Weave Lords said excitedly. She looked at Yin Chuan with a tinge of worry in her eyes. Yin Chuan looked at the sage and smirked. Everything had just begun. "Sage, this is the letter of challenge. Take it." Yin Chuan tossed out Wu Jiong's imperial edict. "Pa!" The saint reached out and took it. Then, the saint's eyes, which were as mighty as the heavens, stared at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan was still fearless, as if he was already prepared to fight the saint. When two armies fight, envoys are not to be killed. However, envoys like you are too despicable. I really can't tolerate you. Stay here and wait for me to destroy Luoyang before I deal with you, Sage Wu Jiong said. As he spoke, he reached out and pointed to the sky. He controlled the huge cauldron of creation above the virtuous cloud sea. Boom! The cauldron of creation suddenly emitted a dazzling green light. For a moment, countless virtuous virtues descended from the cauldron of creation, forming huge pillars that quickly surrounded Yin Chuan, forming a cage-like area. Boom! The void around the cage suddenly trembled. Then it instantly distorted. Mo Yushi's expression suddenly changed. She looked around anxiously and said, "This is a new space? We've been locked up?" In the outside world, the saint said in a deep voice, "That's right. This is a space that I created. Although it looks like you're right in front of me, you've already entered a new space. Here, you can't use any heavenly power. Unless you have your own great Tao, you'll never be able to come out." Yin Chuan said with a ferocious expression, "Are you going to fight to the death, saint? Fight to the death? You're not worthy." The saint sneered. Yin Chuan's smile became even more ferocious. "All disciples of the sacred land, stay here. Ancestral immortals of the various territories, follow me." The saint shouted. "All right." Immediately, the group of experts shouted. Boom! The saint led 100 figures and quickly soared into the sky, heading towards the northeast. The saint led 100 ancestral immortals straight to Luoyang. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the group of people disappeared. Behind Yin Chuan, the group of people who had just been summoned changed their expressions drastically. Was it over? Was it really over? The saint's target? And they were trapped here? They were doomed? Immediately, most of their expressions changed drastically. However, those who had been summoned by Enrich were not all brainless people. Suddenly, someone realized that Yin Chuan and Enrich were not worried at all. "Meow. Yin Chuan, what are you going to do now?" Meow was not in a hurry. She jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder and asked. Mo Yushi also looked at Yin Chuan worriedly. "Wu Jiong, what if we can't stop Saint Wu Tian? Moreover, there are 100 ancestral immortals. Those are ancestral immortals. If you don't have the ambition to fight the world, you're not worthy of being the celestial emperor." Yin Chuan laughed. "Then what do we do now?" Mo Yushi asked in a low voice. "Everything has just begun. Let's wait and see," Yin Chuan said coldly. Mo Yushi nodded. This wait lasted for 3 days. On the third day, outside the West Continent, Great Zhou's heavenly court, Luoyang. Above Luoyang, countless rays of providence surged. Below Great Zhou's Taiji Palace. In front of Taiji Palace, Wu Jiong stood in the square of Taiji Palace in his dragon robe. Behind Wu Jiong were a group of Great Zhou's officials and experts. Ancestral Dragon, Princess Taiping, and countless other elites of Great Zhou were all gathered. A large number of troops were on standby. The entire Luoyang was on full alert. Boom! Outside Luoyang, a powerful aura spread out. Under a ray of white light, a heavenly might pressed down on the entire Luoyang. "Where do you think you're going?" Immediately, 3 ancestral immortals pounced on Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan sneered and said, "You're not worthy of my attack." Whoosh! With a wave of his sleeve, Yin Chuan led everyone into the sky and flew out. In the blink of an eye, they flew out of the saint's sex array. They stood outside the array and looked down at the battle below. Countless thousand bull guards attacked the array in a frenzy. There were about 10 million disciples around Skyless Palace, but not all of them were peerless experts. Although there were only 100,000 bull guards, their combat strength was shocking. There are 10 ancestral immortals. Mo Yushi looked at the heavenly Daos in the drill ground solemnly. Di Renjia was currently dealing with 2 ancestral immortals, while the exploding beast was also dealing with 5 ancestral immortals. After all, the exploding beast was too dangerous. It would self-detonate and fly to a place with many people. Once it self-detonated, it would kill countless people. The remaining 3 ancestral immortals were currently suppressing the 1,000 bull guards. However, the 1,000 bull guards were also veterans. Although there were casualties, they were still at ease. 10 ancestral immortals? Like I said, this is only the beginning. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Destroying the Saints' sect is breaking the foundation of the Saints. We in Saint Wu Tian will be irreconcilable. MOU, she said worriedly. Don't worry, it's just a saint. Didn't Wu Jiong want me to attract the hatred of the Saints? It doesn't matter. For you, even if I kill Saint Wu Tian, so what? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. MOU, she nodded sweetly. But, do you need help? If we destroy the Saints' sect, Saint Wu Tian will soon sense it. He will definitely come back. MOU, she said worriedly. Don't be too fast. I want to wait for the Saints to come back slowly. Wu Jiong can't kill Saint Wu Tian. When Saint Wu Tian comes back, let me do it. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. You can fight a saint? MOU, she said in surprise. Yin Chuan smiled. Meow, I can help you. Meow is even more excited now. Don't worry. Since I'm here today, I have thought of everything. Saint a battle? Hee, this is only the beginning. Yin Chuan said with narrowed eyes. MOU, she grabbed Yin Chuan's arm, her eyes full of tenderness. Below, the 1,000 bull guards were charging at the Saint sect. However, the Saint sect was not just for show. For a time, neither side could do anything to the other. Flames of war soared into the sky. Outside the Saints' teaching ground, the battle was extremely intense. Countless corpses flew into the sky. Even 1,000 bull guards lost more than half of their numbers. Suddenly, only 30,000 of them were left. The exploding beasts exploded many times, killing an ancestral immortal. However, there were still many ancestral immortals, and the exploding beasts were having a hard time. In the distance, Di Renja also had a hard time saying, Yin Di, please help. Yin Chuan waved his hand. Fire! Fire! 2 loud shouts came from the forest in the distance. Whoosh! 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 100,000 arrows rained down on the Saints' training ground from 2 mountain forests. Like 100,000 meteor shower, they instantly rushed into the crowd. For a time, there were countless casualties. Everyone, listen up. There are still 9 ancestral immortals. You have many ancient immortals. Kill the ancestral immortals and become ancestral immortals with your own abilities. Meng, he shouted. Roar! The terracotta soldiers were excited. Yin Chuan's strongest army was displayed in front of everyone. At this moment, Bai Qi narrowed his eyes and stared at the exploding beasts. In Hentian was holding a life token in his hand. Pa! The life token shattered. Sage King, this might not be good. According to the news from Phoenix Emperor's territory, Phoenix Emperor suddenly left his territory. It is very likely that he is coming for us. Sage King, you will not only be facing Sage King, but also Phoenix Emperor. In Hentian said worriedly. Fighting Sage King and Phoenix Emperor at the same time? Isn't that? MOU, she looked anxious again. It's fine. I have already considered it. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. The 2 of them stopped talking. They were guessing what other trump cards Yin Chuan had. At this moment, in a valley far away from the Sage sect, Gong Yangxian looked at the scene in astonishment. How dare he? Does Yin Chuan want to die? Gong Yangxian said in shock. Old ancestor, this Yin Chuan is courting death. Courting death? We can't do anything. Sage, I have already convinced Sage Shiman. Quick, inform Sage Shiman and let him kill Yin Chuan. Gong Yangxian said excitedly. Yes. Chapter 1237. At Skyless Halls Plaza, the various mountain ranges around the sages' training ground were filled with the disciples and grand disciples of the sages. After the 1,000 bull guards fought, many of the sages' disciples and grand disciples had fallen. Of course, there were not many 1,000 bull guards left. The battle was extremely intense. At this moment, the strongest army of the great Zhen dynasty appeared, making the battle even more intense. Bastard! My great-grandfather is a sage. How dare you kill me? Arg! How can this be? How can there be so many ancient immortals? Our miserable screams rang out as the terracotta soldiers showed their ferocious side. Smoke rose in the surroundings. Strong winds blew, and sand and rocks flew. For a time, the battlefield was shrouded in fog. More and more disciples and grand disciples of the sages gathered in the distance. However, the terracotta soldiers were too ferocious. When the cultivators who charged into the battlefield saw the bloodthirsty terracotta soldiers, their first thought was to turn around and run. However, Meng Yi and Bai Qi ordered them to kill all of them. How could they let these people escape? The massacre continued, and it was extremely cruel. Many of them were not even disciples of the sages. However, since they were here, they did not intend to let them go. High in the sky, a strong wind blew from the battlefield, causing Yin Chuan's robes to flutter. Yin Chuan stood at the very front. Mo Yushi and Yin Hentian stood beside him. Miao jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder. Behind the three were dozens of Western Outer Continent experts and wise men who had just been recruited. Originally, they wanted to join the Great Jin Dynasty. However, not long ago, Yin Chuan suddenly went crazy and went against the sages. That made the dozens of experts cry out in grief. That was a sage, a peerless expert who represented more than half of the Western Outer Continent. Yin Chuan was going to fight against it by himself. When the sages used their contributions to trap them in the cage, all of them were on the verge of despair. However, several days had already passed. Everyone suddenly felt like they were dreaming. The Sage King did not go crazy, but had planned this all along. Everything was within the Sage King's plan. A person who dared to go against a sage outside his home ground? What kind of emperor are we following? Everyone was at a loss, but more than that, they were excited. The Western Outer Continent, the capital of the Great Zhou Imperial Court, Luoyang. Rumble. The sky above Luoyang turned dark as the void trembled. On the ground, there was a massive earth trench that stretched for 500,000 kilometers. 100 ancestral immortals. Such an enormous number was more than enough to kill saints. But now 100 ancestral immortals were fighting alongside the first sage against the entire Luoyang city. Countless arrays protected Luoyang city. Outside Luoyang city, the void shattered. In the four directions of the shattered void, there was a huge Tai Chi Yin Yang fish pattern revolving around. The Tai Chi Yin Yang fish circled around as if sealing off the void. In a dim environment, Wu Jiong's expression was ferocious. Behind him, a giant golden heavenly Tao soared into the sky. No, this did not seem to be the heavenly Tao, because there were two animal carvings on the golden heavenly Tao. A dragon and a phoenix danced around the heavenly Tao. This was Wu Jiong's great Tao. Under the great Tao, Wu Jiong's power was like the might of the heavens, fiercely crashing towards Saint Wu Tian. Behind Wu Tian, a total of 300 heavenly Taos soared into the sky. The heavenly Taos circled around Wu Tian, and terrifying surges of power were mobilized by him. Wherever the heavenly Taos passed, the void seemed to distort. Saint, you're mobilizing the power of heaven and earth? Too bad this world isn't complete. That's all a saint like you can do. Wu Jiong's eyes were cold. Boom. Their palms collided. Great Tao? You created your own great Tao? No wonder you dare to talk back to me. Oomph. The sacred ruler was not to be outdone. Just as the two were about to fight, the saint's pupils suddenly contracted. Wait, something happened to my teaching grounds? Someone is destroying my skyless hall? The saint said grimly. You only know now? Too late. You're a malignant tumor of the Western Outer Continent. I've given you many chances, but you've been stubborn. This time, I have no choice but to take action. Since I've taken action, you must get out of the Western Outer Continent. Naturally, your foundation will be completely destroyed. Wu Jiong said coldly. What a vicious heart. Wu Jiong, I won't let you have your way. The saint said coldly. You have no choice. This world no longer belongs to the saints. How dare you be so arrogant? Skyless Hall? Looking down on the heavens? Without the protection of the heavens, you saints are just livestock for us to slaughter. Wu Jiong said coldly. Bastard, The saint was enraged. Rumble. The battle between the two peerless experts became even more ferocious. Wu Tian weave. Deep underground. Ninth, Rat was digging a hole in the ground. Behind him was Dongfang Zhengpai and 3,000 vicious bandits. At this moment, they were no longer as fierce as they were in the past. Or rather, everyone had learned that there was something that could restrain arrogance, and that was shamelessness. Although they were not peerless heroes, they were once the overlords of a region. To be able to be taken care of by the saints, no matter how bad they were still people of status. However, the crowd had seen countless people, but they had never seen such shameless people. It could be said that they were the epitome of shamelessness. No one knew what kind of shameless ideas they would have in the next moment. Therefore, the bandits were all in awe of the two. Everyone, no matter what, were in the same boat. You don't have to look like your mother has died, Dongfang Zhengpai said with a smile. Everyone. After a moment of silence, one of the horse-faced men said in a deep voice, "Two division heads. Senior Horse King, you're the person that the Saint King is looking for. What do you want? Just say it," Dongfang Zhengpai said with a smile. "That's Zhen. It's the holy dynasty of the Zhen," Dongfang Zhengpai corrected. "Yes, is the Saint King of the holy dynasty of the Zhen similar to you?" Horse King asked worriedly. When Horse King said that, everyone's expression changed. They all looked at Dongfang Zhengpai. Yes, Dongfang Zhengpai was already shameless enough to make everyone feel like dying. If the Saint King of the Zhen was the same, everyone could not imagine how dark their future would be. Some even want to go back to prison. Similar? How is that possible? How can he be as righteous as me? Chapter 1238. Dongfang Zhengpai and Ren Shu stood on the mountain with 3,000 bandits, watching Yin Chuan commanding the army to destroy the sage's sect. Ren Shu had a complicated look in his eyes. When Ren Shu joined Zhen, he was cheated by Dongfang Zhengpai. He did not have a strong sense of belonging to Zhen because he did not think highly of Zhen. But how long had it been? Yin Chuan had become so arrogant? This was the base of the first sage. In the distance, Yin Chuan was watching the battlefield. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned around. "Wait here, I'll be right back," Yin Chuan said to Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi and the others nodded. "Meow, I want to go too," Meow suddenly shouted. Yin Chuan took a step and instantly arrived at the mountain where Dongfang Zhengpai was. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew past, and the group of bandits looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. "Sage King, you've gone too far this time. What if the sage comes back?" Dongfang Zhengpai said excitedly. "Yeah, the first sage is not simple," Ren Shu said worriedly. Before Yin Chuan could say anything, Meow, who was on his shoulder, interrupted. "Meow, what's so great about the sage? We're waiting for him here," Meow said proudly. Ren Shu was stunned. "Meow, Sage Wu Tian doesn't know his limits. This time, we're going to teach him a lesson," Meow said again. The bandits were speechless. Doesn't know his limits? The bandits seemed to have heard from the sage that the sage had scolded them. Now, the sage was being scolded by someone else. "By the way, Sage King, this is the Horse King, a horse." Dongfang Zhengpai suddenly pulled out a horse-faced man from the crowd. "Horse." Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt, but he immediately reacted. "Horse. A horse with ancestral bloodline?" This time, Yin Chuan didn't look at the Horse King. Instead, he looked at Dongfang Zhengpai and Ninth Rat. This wasn't the first time. Had the two of them found these special bloodlines in the sea of people? "Greetings, Sage King," the Horse King said respectfully to Yin Chuan. "Oh." Yin Chuan looked at the Horse King in confusion. Sage King, these are the friends I made in prison. They have all agreed to join the Great Zhen Holy Court," Dongfang Zhengpai said. "Join Great Zhen?" Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly as he looked at the 3,000 people. These people all had ferocious looks on their faces, and their arrogance soared to the heavens. However, it was as if their cultivation bases had been sealed. "Greetings, Holy King," the bandit said respectfully. Yin Chuan looked at everyone, his eyes flashing with an emotional sigh as he said, For everyone to be able to enter my great Jun, Yin Chuan is endlessly grateful. Although we were very worried in prison, we have already seen the Sage King's might. We have no more complaints. We are willing to serve the great Jun. One of the bandits said. We are willing to serve the great Jun. The bandits said respectfully. Good. Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at Dongfang Zhengpai and Ninth Rat and said, The two of you did well. The great Jun will remember this merit. Ha ha. Well said. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. Ninth Rat also felt excited. After saying that, Yin Chuan looked at the 3,000 bandits and waved his hand. Boom! Suddenly, a sea of blood enveloped everyone. The bandits' expressions changed, thinking that Yin Chuan was going to deal with them. However, in the next moment, as the sea of blood surrounded them, cracking sounds came from their bodies. Bam! 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 One person's seals after another were broken by the sea of blood. Rumble! The 3,000 bandits released a horrifying aura. Ha ha! I finally recovered. My cultivation has also recovered. Great! Everyone's cultivation recovered, and they looked at Yin Chuan. Thank you, Sage King, the bandits said gratefully. The other three were not any better and were heavily injured. The exploding beast self-destructed again. After the explosion, the fragments of the exploding beast quickly gathered together in the shattered void. It was about to recover. Bai Qi narrowed his eyes and rushed forward. He stretched out his hand, and a bronze coffin flew out from his sleeve. Sky-burying coffin. Whoosh! The sky-burying coffin suddenly released a suction force and sucked the recovered exploding beast into it. Quong! The lid of the coffin closed. Self-destruct. The exploding beast self-destructed again in shock. However, the interior of the coffin was like a starry sky. The explosion would at most destroy a few stars, and it would recover in an instant. I'm trapped. The exploding beast's terrifying eyes showed a trace of anxiety. As for Bai Qi, he waved his hand. Swish! The sky-burying coffin shot toward Yin Chuan and arrived in front of Yin Chuan in an instant. Quong! Yin Chuan grabbed the sky-burying coffin with the exploding beast in his hand. Dongfang Zhengpai, Ren Shu, Ma Wang, your mission is to bring this coffin back to the Zhenlong domain. Set off immediately. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. When the exploding beast was trapped in the chaotic battlefield, the three of them did not see clearly that the exploding beast was trapped. They only saw a coffin flying toward them amidst the flying sand and rocks. Bring it back. Dongfang Zhengpai was surprised. That's right. Set off immediately. The faster the better. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. All right. Dongfang Zhengpai nodded with a strange expression. The three of them carried the sky-burying coffin and quickly headed toward the east. Yin Chuan watched the three of them leave and returned to Mo Yushi's side. Meow? Yin Chuan, why did you ask that fatty to bring it back? The three of them don't seem to be very strong. Even that Ma Wang is only a peak ancient immortal. Meow asked curiously. Indeed, the three of them are not even as strong as Yin Hentian. But I suddenly realized that Dongfang Zhengpai and Ren Shu have something that many people don't have. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh, Mo Yushi asked curiously. Fortune. The two of them have great fortune. In such a vast sea of people, they can still find the bloodline descendants of the 12 earthly branches. This fortune will allow them to safely return to the Zhen. Yin Chuan said with certainty. Meow, fortune? Meow asked in a strange voice. You took the exploding beast. You also schemed against Wu Jiong? Mo Yushi asked in a strange voice. She can't be the only one who schemed against me. The exploding beast died in the battle. It has nothing to do with me. Hee hee. Yin Chuan laughed. Mo Yushi smiled and didn't say anything in the end. The battle below was still a mess. Killing was everywhere. Sand and stones were flying. There were too many battles. Even the disappearance of the exploding beast did not cause much of a commotion. Great Zhou Heavenly Court, Luoyang. Outside Luoyang, the entire void seemed to be shattered. The battle was getting more and more intense. Especially the battle between Wu Jiong and Wu Tian. The two of them rushed into the starry sky. As they fought, many stars were shattered. The battle between the two of them bloomed with billions of rays of light. Wu Tian's robe was in tatters at this moment. Wu Jiong's battle was getting fiercer and fiercer. Sage uses the power of heaven and earth. Haha, the further you go, the greater the burden on your body. Sage, that's all there is to it. Wu Jiong roared. With a palm strike, a golden light shot towards Wu Tian. Boom! Wu Jiong's right arm, which used the power of heaven and earth, was suddenly distorted. Wu Tian's hairbun was also instantly scattered. He was in a sorry state. No, Wu Tian said in disbelief. Stubborn. This is the result of disobeying me. Wu Jiong attacked wildly again. After another day of fighting, Wu Tian was in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in wounds. Roar! Wu Tian roared, and the 300 heavenly Daos around him exploded. The heavenly Daos exploded, and a huge impact forced Wu Jiong back more than 100 feet. Wu Tian did not dare to continue fighting. With injuries all over his body, he flew towards his dojo in the southwest direction. Whoosh! Wu Tian fled. Wu Jiong looked coldly at Wu Tian's departure. She did not chase after him. Instead, she looked around. Great Zhou's experts were fighting a group of ancestral immortals. Oomph! You dare to come here to die? None of you can leave. Wu Jiong snorted. Wu Tian fled in panic. His hair was disheveled in the sky. Many of his bones were shattered. Crack, 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 crack. Heaven Sage Wu continued to repair his bones. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Tian coughed out a mouthful of blood. Wu Jiong? What a strange Wu Jiong. She didn't even mobilize Great Zhou's power. Cough, cough. Wu Tian said with a hint of fear. Whoosh! Wu Tian's body continued to repair itself as he sped up. As he flew, Wu Tian clenched his fists. Who is it? Who destroyed my dojo? My dojo's merit is getting weaker and weaker. Who is it? What happened to my territory? Heaven Sage Wu was getting more and more anxious, and his speed increased again. Outside the plaza of Wu Tian Hall, the battle was nearing its end. There were still hundreds of Saints' disciples struggling bitterly. You demons, you'll be punished by the heavens. The Saints' disciples roared. Demons? When you wanted to kill me, you weren't demons anymore. Wu Tian isn't a demon anymore. Yinchuan said coldly. Kill! Bai Qi roared. Tens of thousands of energy sabers slashed down. The 100 Saints' disciples could not stop them. Boom! Along with the skyless palace, everything was instantly shattered. Rumble! The ocean of virtuous clouds in the sky crumbled and dissipated. Although Wu Tian was not dead, all the disciples in the dojo were killed. The dojo was destroyed as well. At this moment, an angry roar came from the sea at the edge of Wu Tian's domain. Roar! Wu Tian turned into a stream of light and rushed into Wu Tian's domain with a furious roar. Wherever he passed, a storm rolled in the void. Soon, Wu Tian arrived at the square of Wu Tian Hall, which was covered in debris. He suddenly stopped. Boom! A strong gust of wind swept across the entire training ground. Countless pieces of debris and corpses were blown into the air. The ground was instantly flattened. The terracotta soldiers, Di-Renjie, and the remaining 1,000 ox guards stood behind Yinchuan. Yinchuan stood at the front and stared coldly at Wu Tian, who seemed to be in a sorry state. His disciples and grand-disciples are all dead? Wu Tian's heart was filled with monstrous anger. They're all dead. If you want to save them, go to the netherworld and find their souls. Yinchuan sneered. Yinchuan! Wu Tian suddenly roared, and a fierce aura rushed toward Yinchuan. Oomph! Yinchuan snorted coldly with a ferocious expression. With a cold snort, Yinchuan's aura erupted as well. Just like before, Yinchuan and the sage's aura collided once again. However, this time around, both of their auras were even more ferocious. Boom! Chapter 1239. Yinchuan's and Wu Tian's ferocious auras clashed. Boom! Dark clouds suddenly gathered behind Wu Tian, darkening the entire sky. From the dark clouds, one could vaguely see heavenly Tao standing between heaven and earth. There were more than 2,000 heavenly Tao. These were the heavenly Tao of the entire world. Unfortunately, these heavenly Tao were too dim. It was just a trigger, not a control. Only 300 of them were extremely clear. The 300 heavenly Tao stirred up gusts of wind around them, stirring up all the heavenly Tao power in the world. A sage could mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Terrifying power spread out, distorting the void behind Wu Tian, causing a large number of void cracks to appear. The cracks flickered like countless giant snakes dancing wildly. This was the domain of sage. Yin Chuan was also prepared. His eyes turned red, and his blood-red hair fluttered. The ground below was a vast sea of blood. Yin Chuan's sea of blood domain. Boom! The sage domain and sea of blood domain clashed once again. Yin Chuan's sea of blood seemed to be suppressed. However, Yin Chuan's aura did not decrease. In Wu Tian's eyes, Yin Chuan's aura was becoming more ferocious. Yin Chuan, I underestimated you. Sea of blood divine power. A third firmament ancestral immortal can actually unleash the power of a seventh firmament ancestral immortal. What a great sea of blood divine power. Unfortunately, you are too arrogant. Destroying my sect? None of you can think of leaving here. Heaven Sage, Wu said coldly. Yin Chuan revealed a sinister smile. Unfortunately, I don't have the qualifications to establish a heavenly court now. Otherwise, it would be a good choice to slaughter you and establish a heavenly court. Oof. Wu Tian snorted. Are you seriously injured? You can still unleash half of your strength now. Yin Chuan smiled sinisterly. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand, and a huge coffin appeared in his palm. It was the sky-burying coffin. Yin Chuan's eyes were ferocious, without any fear, just as the two were about to fight. Suddenly, another powerful aura rushed over from the east. Yin Chuan and Wu Tian both paused for a moment as the vast aura swept over them. Boom! In the distance, it was as if a huge fire was coming. The fire covered the sky and covered the earth, instantly occupying a part of the void. The sea of fire, the sea of blood, and the saint's domain each occupied an area, contending against each other. There were a total of 11 figures in the sea of fire. The one leading the group was dressed in red robes. He had a ferocious look on his face, and he wore a golden crown on his head. An incredible aura was being emanated from him. The 10 people behind him were all extraordinary individuals. Their auras were emanating from them, as if they possessed the chi of ancestor immortals. As soon as the 11 of them arrived, they glared at Yin Chuan. Not good. Is it the Phoenix Emperor? Mo Yushi's expression changed. The sage looked over. Phoenix Emperor? You also came? Heaven Sage Wu said in a deep voice. The Phoenix Tharch looked at Yin Chuan and then looked around. He frowned and said, I am here for my son. Wu Tian, you can't even protect my son? The second prince of the Phoenix clan? When he thought of the second prince of the Phoenix clan, the saint was furious. It was because of him that he had been careless and ended up in such a sorry state. The saints did not answer, but the Phoenix Emperor scanned the surroundings. Your training ground was completely destroyed? The Phoenix Emperor narrowed his eyes. As he spoke, the Phoenix Emperor suddenly looked behind Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's army? Yin Chuan? The Phoenix Emperor's eyes turned cold. Your son was killed by Yin Chuan. Wu Tian said in a deep voice. It's you again. The Phoenix Emperor's eyes were cold. Both of his sons had died at the hands of Yin Chuan. How could the Phoenix Emperor not hate him? Phoenix Emperor? It seems that I have overestimated you. 8th Firmament Ancestor Immortal? Yin Chuan sneered. The Phoenix Emperor's eyes turned cold. However, Wu Tian was suddenly shocked. You're not nervous at all. You're only at the 3rd Firmament of Ancestor Immortal Realm, and you want to fight the two of us together? Wu Tian said with a hint of shock. Come, those who have nothing to do with this, step aside. Yin Chuan waved his hand and said. Bai Qi and the rest were anxious, but they still answered, yes. The Phoenix Emperor's face darkened. Looking at Bai Qi and the rest, as well as Mo Yushi, The Phoenix Emperor sensed the aura of an ancestor immortal from them. Yin Chuan's meaning was obvious. His subordinates should step aside and let Yin Chuan fight the two of them alone. A look of astonishment flashed across the eyes of the Phoenix Empress. However, she did not reject the offer. She already knew about the news of the battle in the Shattered Sun Palace. If not for the intervention of the Western Gate Sage, Yin Chuan would have been able to kill 5 ancestral immortals by himself. Yin Chuan's strength was naturally not to be underestimated. However, Yin Chuan was courting death. Watch him, Yu Shi, and arrest. The Phoenix Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes, the 10 subordinates answered. Boom! Behind the Phoenix Emperor, in the world of fire, 100 heavenly Daos suddenly shot into the sky. The 100 heavenly Daos slowly revolved around a heavenly Dao in the center. The heavenly Dao in the center was a fiery, red heavenly Dao. However, this heavenly Dao was different. There seemed to be a phoenix dancing in it. No wonder. So you have comprehended your own great Dao. However, your great Dao is only in its embryonic form. Yin Chuan said coldly. You know about great Daos too? The Phoenix Emperor said coldly. Comprehending a great Dao means that I no longer have to rely on heaven and earth. Because of my own great Dao, I form my own heaven and earth. Although my cultivation is not as good as the sages, I have the potential to be comparable to the sages. No wonder. Yin Chuan said coldly. You're courting death. The sage scolded angrily. The sage was the first to attack. He stretched out his hand and formed a huge white palm print. The palm print was so big that it covered the sky and earth. After the palm print, it even connected to all the heavenly Daos and attacked Yin Chuan with the might of heaven. Wherever the palm print passed, the void collapsed. The terrifying power made Mo Yu Shi, who was in the distance, panic. She was afraid that something bad would happen to Yin Chuan. At this moment, Yin Chuan revealed a ferocious look. He waved the sky-burying coffin in his hand and was about to attack. Meow, Meow, who was on Yin Chuan's shoulder, suddenly shouted angrily. Meow's fur stood on end. Her eyes were filled with anger as she roared angrily at the huge palm print. With a meow, hundreds of heavenly Daos suddenly appeared in front of Meow. The heavenly Daos rushed towards the huge palm print. Boom! The void shook violently. The palm print collapsed, and the heavenly Daos also collapsed. The sage's palm print was blocked. Meow! Mo Yu Shi, who was in the distance, screamed in shock. Mo Yu Shi had experienced how terrifying the sage's palm print was. It was a power that suppressed the soul. How could Meow block it? The harmless Meow was actually so terrifying? Yin Chuan looked at his shoulder and was slightly stunned. Phoenix the Arch and Wu Tian stared at Meow, who was on Yin Chuan's shoulder. They were just thinking that Yin Chuan was too arrogant to bring a pet to a battle. But now, both of their mouths were wide open. This was unrealistic. Meow, Yin Chuan, did you see my power? I'll help you suppress this sage. Meow said excitedly. There's no need. Yin Chuan was slightly stunned. But before he could finish, Meow had already jumped out. Whoosh! Meow suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind the sage. Spatial superpower? Teleportation? Wu Tian's expression changed. Meow. 499 heavenly Daos appeared behind Meow. In an instant, Meow's aura exploded. Meow's aura was so strong that it could force the sage to a standstill. Impossible. There are only 4 sages in this world. Why do you have the aura of a sage on you? The sage said in disbelief. He reached out and hit Meow with his palm. Meow's figure flashed and disappeared again. She reappeared to the south of the sage. Boom! The sage's palm hit empty air. The sage snorted. He waved his hand, and the surrounding void distorted again. In an instant, the void in the sage's territory changed shape continuously. A terrifying pressure pressed toward Meow. Under the sage's control, more than 2,000 heavenly Daos released endless power to target Meow. Meow, Meow, Meow. After a series of meows, Meow's figure kept changing, leaving afterimages of Meow in the surrounding space. Gradually, It seemed like there were hundreds of meows surrounding the sage. Using the power of the heavenly Daos? Meow, I can do it too. Meow suddenly shouted. Rumble! More than 2,000 heavenly Daos suddenly appeared outside of the 2,000 heavenly Daos. However, this was the power of the force of heaven and earth that was activated by Meow. In addition, the sage could only fully control 300 heavenly Daos, but Meow could control 499 heavenly Daos. Meow! Boom! The terrifying force of heaven and earth suppressed the sage. Impossible! How can you be a sage? How can there be a fifth sage? Wu Tian shouted in shock. In the distance, Yin Chuan looked at the battle between the sage and Meow. Meow? She has too little combat experience. She can't do anything to Wu Tian. That's good. Wu Tian was injured by Wu Jiong and only has half of his strength. Meow might not be able to hurt Wu Tian, but she won't be in too much danger, Yin Chuan said with a strange tone. Then, Yin Chuan looked at the Phoenix Tharch. Phoenix Tharch? Let me see how powerful your great Tao is. Yin Chuan sneered, and the sky burying coffin in his hand suddenly enlarged 10,000 times. Under Yin Chuan's control, it descended from the sky and suppressed the Phoenix Tharka's fire sea world. The Phoenix Tharka's eyes turned cold. She stretched out her hand, and a fiery red chain rushed towards the sky burying coffin. Boom! The chain and the coffin collided, and a huge hole appeared in the void where they collided. Yin Chuan didn't retreat. Instead, he rushed towards the Phoenix Tharch. Countless stars revolved around his palms. Universe in the palm. Inferno! The Phoenix Tharch roared, and millions of fiery red chains flew out and rushed towards Yin Chuan. Boom! Yin Chuan and the Phoenix Tharch started their battle. Wu Tian weave in a mountainous area near the sea. Gong Yangxian led close to 100 experts from the Gong family and stood on a mountain. A man in white stood in front of him. It was the sage Shimin. Shimin sage, I'll have to trouble you this time. Yin Chuan is lucky and had no choice but to do this. This person might be the calamity of the Gong family. Wherever he goes, the Gong family can only retreat. This time, I'll have to trouble you. The family head has already agreed. As long as Yin Chuan dies, he will agree to your request. Gong Yangxian said solemnly. Shimin Sage turned to look at the Wu Tian weave in the distance. The sky was dark in the distance. Although he couldn't see what was going on, he could roughly tell that a huge battle had occurred. As long as Yin Chuan dies? Shimin Sage asked in a low voice. Yes. Gong Yangxian's eyes flashed coldly. Good. Just you wait. Shimin Sage nodded. As he spoke, Shimin Sage shot towards the Wu Tian weave and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After Shimin Sage left, the Gong family disciples heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1240. After Shimin Sage left, the disciples of the Gong Yang family heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a ray of light shot over from afar. Gong Yang Ben Lei, how is it? Gong Yang Xian smiled. Gong Yang Ben Lei said excitedly, it's over. Yin Chuan is dead for sure. Oh. The disciples of the Gong Yang family looked at Gong Yang Ben Lei excitedly. As long as they heard bad news about Yin Chuan, it would be good news for them. What's wrong? Gong Yang Xian asked. Old ancestor, did you know? Yin Chuan is extremely daring. He brought an army and destroyed the entire sage sect. Not a single person was left alive. The foundation of the sage was destroyed. His disciples and descendants were all killed. Gong Yang Ben Lei sighed. He is too lawless, Gong Yang Xian said, but his eyes were filled with laughter. That's right. When I was on my way back, I saw Sage Wu Tian coming back in exasperation. Gong Yang Ben Lei said excitedly. What a huge grudge. Sage Wu Tian will definitely fight to the death with him. Someone shouted, Ha! Didn't we see Phoenix Emperor rushing over aggressively not long ago? That's right. Yin Chuan killed 2 crown princes of the Phoenix clan. Furthermore, Phoenix Emperor also promised us. Yin Chuan is going to fight against Sage Wu Tian and Phoenix Emperor. Gong Yang Xian's eyes lit up. No, old ancestor, did you forget about Shimin Sage who promised us? Another person said, Phoenix Emperor is someone who has comprehended the great Tao. His strength is not far from that of a sage. Is this equivalent to Yin Chuan fighting against 3 sages? Gong Yang Xian's breathing quickened. If he doesn't die, then it's too unreasonable. Gong Yang Ben Lei said with a smile. Ha ha! Everyone laughed excitedly. No matter what, we still need to be careful. Logically speaking, if Yin Chuan is our karmic calamity, he can restrain us. If we specifically target him, it will be like throwing an egg at a rock. We will also be devoured by Yin Chuan. Gong Yang Xian said with a solemn expression. Old ancestor, you worry too much. We are different. We are all borrowing someone else's knife to kill. We did not do it ourselves. Our strength is equivalent to 3 saints. How can it be like striking a stone with an egg? Relax. Yin Chuan is dead for sure. Gong Yang Ben Lei said excitedly. And let's hope so. Be careful. Since you want to stay out of this, then stay out of it completely. Don't get involved in anything that happens in Wu Tian Weave. We don't want to get involved again. Gong Yang Xian said solemnly. Old ancestor, you're very considerate. Indeed, we need to stay out of this. Everyone nodded, just as everyone was coming to a consensus. Gong Yang Xian suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, Someone's coming. Oh, everyone's expression changed. Gong Yang Xian stretched out his hand and took out 108 small flags. He then tossed them in all directions. Boom! The surroundings quickly formed a large formation. Under the formation, the mountain that everyone was on disappeared. Everyone disappeared as well. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small lake. This was clearly an illusion formation. It allowed people outside to see an illusion and cover their tracks. Everyone waited for a while. Then, 3 figures flew over from the distance. Dongfang Zhengpai, Ren Shu, and Ma Wang. Among the 3, Ma Wang was carrying a coffin. Not far away, within the illusion formation, Gong Yang Ben Lei's expression changed. Heaven-burying coffin? It can't be Yin Chuan's, right? Everyone's expression sank. Don't move. Gong Yang Xian shook his head and told everyone not to move. Not far away, the 3 gradually flew over. Ma Wang, open it and see what's in it? Dongfang Zhengpai said. This isn't too good, right? What if the saints find out? Ma Wang said worriedly. It's fine. He didn't say that we can't see it. Furthermore, I am the head of the External Affairs Department. Yin Chuan said that he won't care about me. Don't worry, Dongfang Zhengpai said. That's right. Old Ma, Big Brother said so. What are you afraid of? Just take a look, and after that, immediately close it again. 9th, Rat instigated from the side. Old Ma was still worried. My position is the highest. Listen to me. Just take a look. Who's buried in the coffin? Dongfang Zhengpai immediately shouted. All right. Old Ma sighed. I wanted to see it for a long time. Ren Shu said excitedly. Hee, me too. Dongfang Zhengpai rubbed his hands and laughed. Bang! The heaven-burying coffin was placed on the ground. Within the illusion formation, the group of Gong Yang family disciples were filled with curiosity. Indeed, it's Yin Chuan's heaven-burying coffin. Gong Yang Ben Lei said. Don't move. Let's take a closer look. Gong Yang Xian said. Okay. Everyone quietly flew closer to him. Because of the illusion formation, Dongfang Zhengpai and the others did not notice Gong Yang Xian and the others. Close to 100 people slowly surrounded the heaven-burying coffin. Dongfang Zhengpai, Ren Shu, and Ma Wang were all focused on the heaven-burying coffin. With excitement, Dongfang Zhengpai gently opened the coffin lid. The moment the coffin lid was opened, everyone saw an extremely disgusting monster. The inside of the coffin was like a huge void. When a monster saw the exit from the depths of the void, it immediately shot out excitedly. Ha ha ha! No matter who it is, if you dare to lock me up, you're courting death. An angry roar sounded from within the coffin. Whoosh! The exploding beast instantly flew out. Not good, the exploding beast. Gong Yangxian's face changed. However, this instant was too fast and too close. The exploding beast was filled with boundless anger. The moment it came out, it immediately chose to take revenge. Self-destruct. Boom! The surrounding void exploded. The ground, mountains, and rivers were shattered into countless pieces. The self-destruction of the exploding beast was extremely powerful. In front of the explosion, the illusion formation was simply nothing. The Gongyang family disciples who were close to the explosion were instantly annihilated. No! The Gongyang family disciples shouted in fear. Instantly, almost all of them were annihilated. Under the huge explosion and being so close, they were completely unprepared. Instantly, flesh and blood flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, almost all of them were annihilated. The instant the exploding beast exploded, the burying heaven copper coffin seemed to have sensed something and instantly covered Dong Fang Zhengpai, Rin Shu, and Ma Wan. The three of them were covered by the burying heaven copper coffin and were fine. In the dark burying heaven copper coffin, a voice suddenly sounded. Dong Fang Zhengpai, Rin Shu, Ma Wang, this coffin cannot be opened easily. Sage King's voice. Rin Shu quivered. Ah, ha, careless. Dong Fang Zhengpai immediately acted dumb. In the dark environment, Yin Chuan's voice could no longer be heard. Instead, a huge force spat the three of them out again. Whoosh! When the three of them flew out of the burying heaven copper coffin, the surrounding wind blew and the void shook. The exploding beast exploded into pieces. After taking revenge, it slowly gathered back into a ball and returned to its original form. Huff! The burying heaven copper coffin took advantage of this gap and instantly covered the exploding beast again. Quang! The coffin lid closed. No. The exploding beast's furious roar came from the coffin. However, it was too late. After entering the dark void again, even if it exploded, it would be useless. Quang! The burying heaven copper coffin once again landed in front of Dong Fang Zhengpai and the others. The three of them did not know that there were people around just now and thought that it was just the three of them. I told you not to open it. Ma Wang grumbled. So what if I open it? Ma Wang, carry it on your back. We will continue on our way. Dong Fang Zhengpai acted as if nothing had happened just now. Ma Wang could only carry the burying heaven copper coffin and continue east with the other two. Around them was a pile of ruins. At the edge of a pile of ruins, ancestor Immortal Gong Yangxian had one arm and one leg blown off. Beside him was another person who was still alive. It was Gong Yangben Lei. Gong Yangben Lei was in an even worse state. Both of his legs were blown off. Both of their injuries were extremely tragic. They were extremely weak. Old ancestor, we are still alive. The others are all dead. Gong Yangben Lei said bitterly. Gong Yangxian's mind was also in a mess. Calamity, it really is calamity. The group of Gong Yangxian had already hidden far away. However, they were still unable to escape. This calamity was too terrifying. Why was the Gong Yangxian so unlucky? Gong Yangxian's hand trembled. He grabbed a broken leg on the ground and used his magic power to reconnect it. Old ancestor, that leg is mine. Yours is gone. Gong Yangben Lei wanted to cry, but had no tears. The two of them were extremely weak. They supported each other and sat up. They looked around. Originally, there was a group of experts following them. In front of them, there were only the two of them. Old ancestor, aren't we too pitiful? Gong Yangben Lei said bitterly. Yin Chuan and Phoenix Thearch's battlefield. Yin Chuan's battle was fierce and domineering. However, in terms of strength, he was still lacking compared to Phoenix Thearch. The sea of blood and the sea of fire collided. The sky-burying coffin's suppressive power was huge, and Phoenix Thearch's endless chains were also extremely fierce. His strength was not as strong as Phoenix Thearch. After every collision, Yin Chuan was pushed back more than 100 feet. Phoenix Thearch fought bravely, but Yin Chuan fought more fiercely. It was as if he was fighting with all his might. Rumble. The void shattered. This battlefield was already extremely chaotic. However, for a time, no one could do anything to each other. Only Yin Chuan was suppressed. The more Phoenix Thearch fought, the more anxious he became. On the other side, Miao was fighting Wu Tian. Although Miao was strong, her combat skills were lacking. For a time, She could only stall Sage. After fighting for a while, Sage Wu Tian found the trick. He turned to look at Phoenix the Arch and Yin Chuan in the distance. Yin Chuan? He is too strong. He must die. Wu Tian's face was gloomy. Despicable cat, take this. Sage Wu Tian shouted. In the distance, Miao was on standby. Immediately, 499 heavenly Dao appeared. Sage Wu Tian's palm struck, but it suddenly changed direction in midair. It was heading toward Yin Chuan's sea of blood. Phoenix the Arch, suppress him. I want to shatter this sea of blood as well. Wu Tian shouted. Meow. Meow screamed. She knew she had been tricked. She furiously clawed at Wu Tian with the power of heaven and earth. However, Wu Tian only stared at the sea of blood. Above the sea of blood, Phoenix Thearcha's palm was suppressing Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan relied on the power of the sea of blood to hold on bitterly. At this moment, Sage Wu Tian shouted. Phoenix Thearcha's face lit up. No! Mo, she screamed in the distance. However, Sage Wu Tian's palm was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it struck the sea of blood with the power of heaven and earth. Die! Phoenix the Arch was also excited. Hong! Sage Wu Tian and Phoenix the Arch activated their strongest attack at the same time. Yin Chuan's palm print shattered. His entire body was thrown into the sea of blood. The sea of blood exploded. The terrifying power caused everyone to tremble in fear. Boom! Miao's claw landed on Sage Wu Tian's body. Puffed! Sage Wu Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, Sage Wu Tian was more concerned about the sea of blood. Under the terrifying power, was Yin Chuan completely dead? Miao panicked. Phoenix the Arch, Mo Shi, Bai Qi, Yin Hen Tian, and Di Renjia all stared at the sea of blood. Under the palm, the void shattered. More than half of the sea of blood evaporated. The sea of blood that was originally bright red had now turned dark red. On the ground, there was only a pool of blood left. He was flattened? Di Renjia raised his eyebrows. Dead? Phoenix the Arch was also looking forward to it. Yin Chuan, Mo, she cried out. Sage Wu Tian stared at the sea of blood. The entire battlefield fell silent. Yin Chuan was dead? Was he dead? That was an attack from Sage Wu Tian and Phoenix the Arch. He attacked the sea of blood with all his might. Everyone was looking forward to it. Suddenly, the pool of blood trembled. Boom! The pool of blood let out a series of muffled sounds. A powerful aura was emitted from the pool of blood. He's not dead. Phoenix Thearcha's expression changed. At this moment, the pool of blood suddenly exploded in all directions. Boom! As though there was a huge explosion in the void, the sea of blood that had disappeared reappeared. At this moment, the sea of blood seemed to have doubled in size. In the center of the sea of blood, a blood region suddenly rose. As it rose, it lifted up a man in a blood-red robe. The man's long hair danced in the wind. He revealed an excited and sinister smile. Like a peerless demon, he stood arrogantly at the peak of the sea of blood. Yin Chuan, he's really not dead? Phoenix Thearcha's face was filled with shock. Meow. Meow revealed an excited expression. In the distance, Mo Yushi stopped crying. She smiled happily. Long live the Sage King. Long live the Sage King. Yin Hentian and the rest shouted excitedly. Sage Wu Tian was the only one who seemed to be frozen in midair. He vomited blood after being hit by Meow. His hand, that was wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, suddenly froze. Fourth Heaven Ancestor Immortal? Sage Wu Tian suddenly exclaimed. He was still at the Third Heaven Ancestor Immortal realm just now. Not only is he not injured, he even broke through? Fourth Heaven Ancestor Immortal realm? Sage Wu Tian pointed at Yin Chuan and shouted in disbelief. What? Phoenix the Arch was shocked. He's stronger. Yin Chuan is stronger. Sage Wu Tian exclaimed. He thought that he could easily kill Yin Chuan. However, not only did he fail to kill Yin Chuan with the help of Phoenix the Arch, he even broke through? The miraculous use of the Sea of Blood was the fourth form of the super mystique, absorbing the power of the attack. The full-powered attack of Sage Wu-Tian and Phoenix, the arch earlier, was extremely powerful. Yin Chuan naturally used it to break through. However, it might not be enough for him to break through again. After all, he had already reached his limit. With a sinister expression, Yin Chuan laughed and charged at Phoenix the arch again. Chapter 1241. The fourth stage, Ancestral Immortal, Yin Chuan charged straight at the Phoenix Emperor. Meow. You scoundrel sage. How dare you lie to me? My claws. Meow was instantly enraged. Boom, boom. Two cat claws carrying the power of heaven and earth tore through the void towards Sage Wu-Tian. Wu-Tian was already injured. In order to get rid of Yin Chuan, he even took a claw from Meow. The power of that claw made Wu-Tian even more injured. Meow was even more furious at this moment, and her attacks were even more powerful. Wu-Tian felt miserable. Damn cat, scram. Boom. The sage and Meow fought again. The original battle resumed. Yin Chuan's strength had increased tremendously. At this moment, in terms of strength, he was not much weaker than the Phoenix Emperor. However, the Phoenix Emperor had the Great Tao, and the power of the Great Tao still had the upper hand. At this moment, however, Yin Chuan was no longer suppressed. Rumble. The battle between the four experts shook the void, and strong winds blew. For a moment, the battle was evenly matched, and Mo Yushi, In Hentian, Meng Yi, Bai Qi, and the others all looked worried. The 10 experts of the Phoenix clan also looked anxious. At this moment, some experts gradually appeared in the surroundings. The experts in the surroundings watched from afar, and their eyes were filled with shock. A battle between sages? And the Phoenix Emperor and Yin Chuan? Countless cultivators looked at the battlefield in shock. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky above the battlefield. The Shaman Sage. The Shaman Sage stood extremely high in the sky. Unless one looked carefully, the cultivators below would not notice him at all. The Shaman Sage had been here for a while. He was invited by Gong Yangxian to kill Yin Chuan. He stood in the void and watched the battle between Sage Wu-Tian and Meow. What a strange cat. Wu-Tian is the strongest among the four of us. This cat can also mobilize the power of heaven and earth? The Shaman Sage said in a deep voice. Why can it? Yin Chuan's pet? I think it's called Meow. The Shaman Sage analyzed. You actually know spatial divine ability? Spatial divine ability? It had been a long time since someone had used it. It's been a long, long time. Last time, that's not right. The Western Gate Sage was shocked. A pair of saint's eyes were suddenly exposed. A look of shock flashed across the Shaman Sage's eyes. Freely manipulating the power of heaven and earth. Other than the saints, there's another person. That person is heaven. That dead heaven? The Western Gate Saint clenched his fists tightly as shock flashed across his eyes. Heaven is mysterious. Isn't heaven dead? The mysteries of the heavens? It seemed like she was most proficient in spatial divine arts. Mystical? Meow? Meow meow? Hiss! The Shaman Sage suddenly sucked in a cold breath. The Shaman Sage suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken uncontrollably. There was a great shock growing in his heart. Meow? Was he the mysterious reincarnation of the heavens? Impossible. Shuan Meow had already died back then. I was there when he was placed in the heaven-burying copper coffin. But in the end, his corpse disappeared. Disappeared? The heaven-burying copper coffin? The Shaman Sage was even more shocked. For a moment, the Shaman Sage was silent. After being shocked for a while, he seemed to be trying to muster up his courage. It doesn't matter if he is the reincarnation of heaven or not. No, even if he is, so what? Shuan Meow can only be considered as an expert of the fourth epoch, the weakest epoch. So what if he is heaven? The most important thing is still my own strength. Only with Yin Chuan's death would I be able to obtain the item from the Gonyang clan. I have to take another step forward. Only by becoming stronger would I be able to become the next firmament. The Shaman Sage's expression turned heavy. Heaven is already dead. Even if Meow is the reincarnation of Shuan Meow, she is no longer heaven. As long as Yin Chuan dies, The Shaman Sage clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, Heaven Wu Sage and Emperor Phoenix attacked Yin Chuan at the same time. Boom! Even though they were far away in the void, they could still feel the vastness of that attack. Yin Chuan is dead? The Shaman Sage was surprised. Dead? You actually made Emperor Phoenix and Heaven Wu Sage attack at the same time. You didn't die in vain. No, you didn't die. The Shaman Sage was shocked. His cultivation actually broke through a level. How can this be? How can Yin Chuan be so monstrous? The Shaman Sage was shocked. The Shaman Sage looked at Meow and then at Yin Chuan. He was shocked. The scene in front of him had already exceeded his expectations. Join the battle? Or not? Looking at Yin Chuan, the Shaman Sage was bewildered. Should he help Emperor Phoenix? If he went down, Yin Chuan would definitely die, right? As he thought about it, a trace of killing intent appeared in the Shaman Sage's eyes. Suddenly, the Shaman Sage's hair stood on end. The feeling of being stared at by death instantly spread throughout his body. It was as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The Shaman Sage narrowed his eyes. This was not an illusion. At his current level, there was no such thing as an illusion. Someone is lying in ambush. The Shaman Sage quickly looked around. However, he was high up in the sky. There was nothing around him. How could anyone hide? The Shaman Sage suddenly raised his head and looked up. He looked up into the starry sky. The starry sky was not a flat surface. It occupied a large three-dimensional space. The closest to the ground was the shallow star layer. The stars here were very small. They were also very weak. Sometimes, there would be meteorites falling from the shallow star layer. Deeper in, there were some large stars, such as Crepe Myrtle, Big Dipper, and so on. In a shallow star layer, not far away from the Shaman Sage. At this moment, a figure was standing on a star that wasn't too big. The figure stood on the round star and was extremely hidden. At this moment, he was staring coldly at the Shaman Sage. His eyes were filled with a domineering threat. Yin Chuan? The Shaman Sage exclaimed. The figure that was giving him a threatening look was actually Yin Chuan. He was wearing a black dragon robe and had a cold expression. He was standing calmly on the star. The Shaman Sage could not help but look down. Below, there was another Yin Chuan. He was fighting against Emperor Feng with the Blood Sea. Two Yin Chuan? One above and one below? No, the Yin Chuan below was fighting and breaking through, while the Yin Chuan above was hiding in the dark in case something unexpected happened. At the same time, he could sneak up on all the experts. Zombie Yin Chuan from the Netherworld? The Shaman Sage suddenly remembered. The Shaman Sage had paid attention to the news from the Netherworld. He knew that there was another Yin Chuan in the Netherworld. Yin Chuan's avatar? For some reason, the Shaman Sage felt that the zombie Yin Chuan was more threatening to him. However, everything was not over yet. The Shaman Sage soon saw a black-robed figure on another star. No, it was the zombie Yin Chuan. There were thousands of small stars around him. On each star, there was a black-robed figure. They were all wearing loose black robes. The battle below caused the space to tremble a little, causing a slight breeze to blow past. The clothes of the thousands of black-robed experts swayed slightly. Their faces were covered by black robes, making it impossible to see them clearly. However, the thousands of calm figures gave the Shaman Sage even more pressure. The zombie Yin Chuan was standing in the sky with thousands of black-robed experts. The Shaman Sage was sure that if he had sneak attacked the Yin Chuan below, the zombie Yin Chuan and the group of black-robed experts would have sneak attacked him from behind. Looking at the zombie Yin Chuan, the Shaman Sage could see that he was only at the second heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. However, this cultivation level made it difficult for the Shaman Sage to take a step forward. Mysterious? Yin Chuan? Zombie Yin Chuan? Thousands of black-robed experts? The determination in the Shaman Sage's eyes gradually disappeared. What others did not know was that the Shaman Sage actually revealed a bitter smile. On the star, the zombie Yin Chuan said coldly, "Shaman Sage, this is not something you can get involved in. Go back to where you came from. Don't provoke me." If it was in the past, the Shaman Sage would definitely think that the zombie Yin Chuan was arrogant. However, The Yin Chuan below had already shown his ferocious side. There was an even more unfathomable Yin Chuan in front of him. The Shaman Sage said in a deep voice, "Yin Di, what a good plan." The Shaman Sage became polite. "It's best that you don't interfere. Also, leave immediately." The zombie Yin Chuan said in a deep voice, "Clear the area?" The Shaman Sage's eyes suddenly flashed with anger. He had already hinted that he would not participate. Why was the zombie still forcing him? "Leave Wu Tian Weave immediately. Otherwise, your life will be in danger if I'm willing to wait." The zombie Yin Chuan said in a deep voice, "What? Are you threatening me?" The Shaman Sage said coldly, "Your life is not in danger from me." The zombie Yin Chuan said in a deep voice again, "Not in danger from the zombie Yin Chuan?" The Shaman Sage's pupils suddenly shrank. Suddenly, the Shaman Sage felt that this muddy water was really too muddy. It was so murky that he couldn't see it clearly even though he was in it. There was still danger? The Shaman Sage stared at the zombie Yin Chuan. He saw a sense of indifference in the zombie Yin Chuan's eyes. He then looked at the thousands of black-robed guests around him. The Shaman Sage took a deep breath and finally nodded. The Shaman Sage turned around and stepped back, instantly disappearing without a trace. The zombie Yin Chuan watched the Shaman Sage leave. After a while, he once again looked at the battlefield below. The Shaman Sage returned the way he came, his heart filled with unwillingness. However, he had to give up on this muddy water. He had to go back and give the Ganyang family an explanation. Soon, the Shaman Sage returned to the place where he had talked with Ganyang Xian not long ago. "Why is it in ruins?" The Shaman Sage's expression suddenly changed. He looked around and found many corpse fragments in the blink of an eye. Ganyang Xian and the others were also killed. The Shaman Sage was more and more shocked. The trace of unwillingness he felt earlier immediately dissipated. The water in Wu Tian Weave was indeed muddy to a terrifying extent. Ganyang Xian and the others were hiding so far away, but they were still killed? Whoosh! With a hint of nervousness, the Shaman Sage quickly flew out of Wu Tian Weave. He flew above the sea and stood on an island before stopping. He looked at the Wu Tian Weave with a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. Although he could not participate, the Shaman Sage still wanted to see the final result. Chapter 1242. Screech. Phoenix Thorch transformed into a 50,000 feet tall phoenix. As she spread her wings, a sea of fire covered the sky. In the sea of fire, countless small phoenixes formed from fire energy flew around. The small phoenix charged at the blood god. The fire wanted to evaporate the sea of blood, but the sea of blood was endless. Behind Phoenix Thorch, 100 heavenly Tao continuously transmitted power to the fiery red Great Tao. For a moment, the Great Path shot out millions of fiery red chains, sweeping towards Yin Chuan. Clang! The sky-burying coffin knocked back the chains again and again. The two experts were locked in a fierce battle. Yin Chuan's strength had increased exponentially. At that moment, Phoenix the Arch had used all her strength, but she still couldn't do anything to Yin Chuan. Her eyes became more and more anxious. "Sage, help me one more time." The Phoenix Emperor cried out. In the distance, Sage was seriously injured, but Miao was becoming more and more skilled at fighting. Sage was also in a sorry state. "If I wasn't seriously injured by Wu Jiong, you wouldn't be able to do anything to me." Sage roared. Miao. Miao ignored him. Her cat claws seemed to have gone crazy as she quickly sent out claw strikes with the power of heaven and earth. Sage hesitated when he heard Phoenix Thearka's voice. "Sage, we'll decide the winner in one go. The heavenly Tao I can use is limited. If you inject the power of heaven and earth into my great Tao can instantly crush the sea of blood." Phoenix Thorch shouted as she fought. Sage hesitated for a moment before saying firmly, "All right." Whoosh! Sage's figure quickly shot towards Phoenix Thorch. "Where do you think you're going?" Meow. Meow instantly teleported closer. "Power of heaven and earth, follow my command." Sage waved his hand, and more than 2,000 heavenly Tao power surged into Phoenix Thearka's great Tao. Suddenly, a huge white roulette appeared on his back. The wheel spun and blocked Meow. Wu Tian's intrinsic treasure, the skyless wheel. Di Renjia raised his brows. Meow. Rumble. Meow's powerful strength collided with the skyless wheel. Uffed. The sage spat out another mouthful of blood as his body trembled violently. Cracks even appeared on the heavenless wheel. However, the sage would rather be injured than let go of the opportunity to kill Yin Chuan. Roar! As the sage roared, endless power of heaven and earth surged into the Phoenix Emperor's great Tao. The great path of the Phoenix Emperor instantly turned red. The entire world was dyed red by the light of the great path. It was as if the world had turned into a giant furnace. Boom! The great path instantly shot out billions of chains. There were so many chains that they covered the sky and the earth. In an instant, they surrounded the Blood Sea and bound the entire Blood Sea. Yin Chuan, who was in the center, was instantly entangled. Everything in the Blood Sea was wrapped up. For a moment, Yin Chuan was unable to move. In the blink of an eye, he was about to be strangled to death by the endless chains. Stop! In the distance, Mo Yushi and the others revealed extremely anxious expressions. The Phoenix Emperor even brought the great Tao closer to the bound Yin Chuan. Haha, Yin Chuan, you are really difficult to kill. However, you still fell into my hands. Die. Inferno chains. The Phoenix Emperor sneered. You don't have to do it. I will do it myself. Yin Chuan was bound and could not move. However, he sneered. The Phoenix Emperor raised his eyebrows. In the distance, the sage's expression suddenly changed. Meow. Meow saw that Yin Chuan was in danger and attacked the skyless wheel even more violently. Self-destruct. Yin Chuan stared. Self-destruct? The Phoenix Emperor did not react in time. However, at this moment, Yin Chuan's body suddenly expanded. Along with the entire Blood Sea, it suddenly expanded. Yin Chuan self-destructed along with the Blood Sea. At the moment of the explosion, the Phoenix Emperor's eyes widened. He roared, "No! How can you be so unyielding?" The Phoenix Emperor thought of many possibilities, but he did not expect Yin Chuan to self-destruct. This, even if he did not want to live, he cannot do this. If he was killed, he could reincarnate. However, the self-destruct in front of him was self-destructing along with his godly soul. Was it completely blown up? Why did he choose to self-destruct? In the sky, Meow pounced with its claws and destroyed the skyless wheel. Puffed. The sage staggered. His face was pale as he vomited blood again. However, Meow and the sage stopped fighting. Instead, they looked at the center of the explosion in shock. Yin Chuan self-destructed? Meow. Meow roared in horror. The sage continued to vomit blood, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Why did Yin Chuan, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, choose such a heroic method? Self-destruct? Yin Chuan. In the distance, Mo Yushi cried and wanted to pounce over. Sage King, In Hentian, Bai Qi, and Meng each shouted in horror. Only Di Renjia was shocked. How could this be? Self-destruct? Why did Yin Chuan self-destruct? Yin Chuan self-destructed along with the Blood Sea. The power was extremely powerful and terrifying. The countless chains that surrounded the Blood Sea broke into millions of pieces. The Phoenix Thearch, who was closest to the explosion, was the first to bear the brunt. The Phoenix Thearch screamed in agony. Countless phoenix feathers exploded all over his body. The Phoenix Thearch was severely injured and flew backward. The Phoenix Thearka's great Tao shook violently. Then, it turned into a ray of golden light and entered the Phoenix Thearka's body. A huge black hole appeared in the void. In the black hole, countless energies were destroyed. Also, there were billions of pieces of Yin Chuan. Bam! The Phoenix Thearch fell to the ground. His body was char-black. He was also vomiting blood from the explosion. Puffed. Puffed. Yin Chuan self-destructed? Bastard. That's good. Although I am injured and cannot move, Yin Chuan is still dead. This demon, If he was still alive, would it be a disaster for the Phoenix race? He is still dead. Ha ha ha. The Phoenix Tharch said excitedly as he vomited blood. However, while everyone was exclaiming, Yin Chuan's pieces in the black hole did not disappear. Instead, they started moving. They quickly gathered in one place and gradually became one. What? The Phoenix Tharch said in shock as he vomited blood. The sage was also vomiting blood at this moment. His eyes were wide open. He saw that Yin Chuan's pieces of flesh were emitting white halos. The halos flashed, and the pieces of flesh fused into one. Gradually, a human figure was formed. Whoosh! The pieces of flesh returned to their original state and returned to Yin Chuan's appearance. The black hole gradually shrank until it disappeared. At that place, Yin Chuan twisted his neck as if he was stretching his muscles. Yin Chuan, the sage shouted in shock. Yin Chuan returned to his original state? Did he self-destruct and return to his original state? No! Phoenix Emperor roared, his eyes filled with despair. Meow! Meow shouted excitedly. Whoosh! Mou, she rushed forward. You are fine. You are fine. Mou, she hugged Yin Chuan and cried. Long live the Sage King. The great Zhou dynasty's officials cheered. Di Renjia opened his mouth in shock. After a while, he reacted. This is the explosive beast's ability? Unlimited self-destruction and unlimited restoration? Yin Chuan actually refined the explosive beast's ability? The explosive beast's ability can be refined? Di Renjia exclaimed. In the distance, the surrounding cultivators who were secretly watching were already stunned. How could he be fine after self-destruction? This Yin Chuan was too monstrous. Go! The severely injured Phoenix, the arch roared. The 10 Phoenix Thearchs quickly escaped. Try to leave? Yin Chuan sneered. He let go of Mou Shi and stepped forward. Instantly, he appeared in front of the severely injured Phoenix Thearch. Boom! His palm landed on the Phoenix Thearch's head. In the sky, the sage vomited blood and panicked. Yin Chuan's hidden means were too terrifying. The sage was sure that if he stayed, he would definitely die. Roar! The sage reached out his hand. Boom! The surrounding Yin Qi suddenly surged. Where are you going? Meow shouted angrily. The sage instantly rushed towards the ground. The ground became transparent again. Boom! The sage hurriedly entered the underworld. Meow trying to escape? Meow rushed over anxiously. Meow! Yin Chuan shouted from afar. Meow paused. Don't chase, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Meow was slightly stunned. With a hint of unwillingness, he snorted. Oomph. Meow turned and flew towards Yin Chuan. Meow, why aren't you chasing? Meow was puzzled. The Western continent is a netherworld separated by yin and yang. The Western continent is also a heavenly court and is even more powerful than the Great Zhou dynasty. If you go, you might be in danger, Yin Chuan said. However, he was more concerned about the Phoenix Tharch. The rolling sea of blood wrapped around the Phoenix Tharch. It immediately restrained the severely injured Phoenix Tharch. Yin Chuan, what are you trying to do? The Phoenix Tharch asked anxiously. Yin Chuan snorted. Yin Di Renjia suddenly shouted from afar. He instantly appeared in front of Yin Di. Yin Di, please hand the Phoenix Tharch over to the Great Zhou dynasty. The Heavenly Emperor will train the Phoenix Tharch and take charge of the Phoenix clan. Then, Princess Yushi's karma with the Great Zhou dynasty will be completely cut off by you. She will no longer be related to the Great Zhou dynasty. Di Renjia said excitedly. What? Wu Jiong plotted against me? Just to enslave me? To control the Phoenix clan? The Phoenix Tharch exclaimed. Di Renjia looked on coldly. The 10 phoenixes in the distance wanted to come over. However, the Phoenix Tharch immediately shouted, Quickly go back and inform the Phoenix clan that I will pass the title of Crown Prince to them. Phoenix Tharch, the Phoenix clan members exclaimed. Quickly, the Phoenix Tharch roared. Thank you, Yin Di Renjia said excitedly. However, Yin Chuan said coldly. Help? Who said I'm helping you? Hand the Phoenix Tharch over to you? Are you joking? Huh? Di Renjia was stunned. The Phoenix Emperor wants to kill me. I will not rest until he is dead. I want him dead. Yin Chuan's eyes were filled with malevolence. Yindi, you can't. Di Renjia exclaimed. Huh? Yin Chuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. No one can save the person I want to kill. Do you want to be my enemy? Yin Chuan said coldly. Di Renjia suddenly realized something. At this moment, Bai Qi, Ming Yi, and the other terracotta soldiers were all looking at Di Renjia and the small number of 1,000 bull guards with cold expressions. As long as Yin Chuan gave the order, they would all be killed. No, Yin Chuan, you can't kill me. The Phoenix Arch exclaimed. You have a reason to die. Yin Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, he reached out and stabbed the huge Phoenix Thearcha's back. Boom! A huge claw tore through the Phoenix Thearcha's body and grabbed the Phoenix Thearcha's spine. He exerted force. Boom! The Phoenix Thearcha's spine was suddenly pulled out. It was a fiery red spine. On the spine, there seemed to be a reflection of a phoenix. Great Tao. The Phoenix Thearcha's great Tao. Miao widened her eyes. Yin Chuan waved his hand. The sky-burying coffin suddenly flew over. He opened the coffin and placed the huge spine inside. At the same time, in the distant starry sky, zombie Yin Chuan also took out a sky-burying coffin and took out the Phoenix Thearcha's spine. The black-robed men looked over. Zombie Yin Chuan ignored them and stared at the Phoenix Thearcha's spine. A great Tao that has just taken shape? Hee, it is indeed the best tonic for me. Zombie Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan suddenly opened his mouth and revealed 2 blood-red fangs. He opened his mouth and swallowed the Phoenix Thearcha's spine in an instant. Boom! A sea of fire suddenly appeared around zombie Yin Chuan. The sea of fire was so intense that it instantly melted the planet under his feet. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan roared. Boom! As he roared, zombie Yin Chuan's body suddenly trembled. He waved his hand, and the surrounding flames were instantly extinguished. The fangs disappeared and slowly returned to normal. Third firmament, ancestral immortal. This great Tao is barely passable. Zombie Yin Chuan said indifferently. He continued looking down. Below, the Phoenix Thearcha's spine was extracted. Her entire body immediately went limp. No, the Phoenix Thearch roared. Phoenix Thearch! The 10 Phoenix experts in the distance exclaimed. Quick, let's go back and let the crown prince ascend the throne. Quick! This is an order. The Phoenix Thearch roared in grief. Before coming, how could the Phoenix Thearch have imagined that she would have such a tragic day? The great Tao that she had painstakingly comprehended was taken away? Yes. The 10 Phoenix experts in the distance fled in panic. Quick, don't let them escape. Di Renjia exclaimed. Miao. Miao was still angry and wanted to give chase. Yin Chuan looked into the distance and sneered. There's no need to chase. Di Renjia's expression froze, and he could only reveal a hint of bitterness. Wu Jiong schemed against Yin Chuan, and Yin Chuan was also scheming against Wu Jiong. Letting these 10 Phoenix experts go would be causing trouble for the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. He looked at the Phoenix Thearch below him. Yin Chuan reached out and grabbed, and the sea of blood enveloped her. Boom! The sea of blood squeezed and crushed her in the blink of an eye. Bam! The sea of blood dispersed, and the Phoenix Thearcha's flesh instantly scattered on the ground. However, the Phoenix Thearch did not have Yin Chuan's ability to recover. Mighty Emperor Yin, Di Renjia had no choice but to lower his head in praise. As for Yin Chuan, he looked at the teary-eyed Mou, and gently wiped her tears. It's all right now. Yin Chuan smiled gently. And Mou nodded. While Yin Chuan was comforting Mou, far away in the north, endless golden light shone over. From afar, one could feel a huge aura surging over, as if a magnificent army was sweeping over. Celestial Thearch? The Celestial Thearch is here. Di Renjia's eyes suddenly lit up. The group of 1,000 bull guards also said excitedly, It's the Great Zhou army. It's the Celestial Thearch. Di Renjia did not hesitate, and quickly led the group of 1,000 bull guards to welcome him. Yin Chuan's eyes focused as he looked to the north. Wu Jiong? Heh, he came at the right time. Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile. Miao jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder and looked into the distance warily. Chapter 1243. At the Wuqian Hall, a large number of soldiers lined up. They were clearly divided into two sides. One side was led by Yin Chuan, and behind him were 100,000 terracotta soldiers. Mo Yushi, Yin Hentian, Bai Qi, and Meng each stood at the side. Miao jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder and looked at the army opposite them with Yin Chuan. Above the clouds, the leader was dressed in a golden dragon robe. His face was majestic and his eyes were cold. He was the great Zhou Heavenly Emperor, Wu Jiong. Behind Wu Jiong stood Di Renjia, Shangguan Princess Taiping, and other important officials of the Great Zhou dynasty. There were also 300,000 soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty. Yin Chuan and Wu Jiong looked at each other coldly. Both sides were on their guard. In an instant, the scene became extremely silent. In the distance, the experts who had witnessed Yin Chuan's power held their breaths again. Two emperors fighting? Wu Jiong looked at Yin Chuan and took a deep breath. In the past, I have heard of the first emperor's name. He swept across the world and united the warring states, period. It is a pity that I could not be like him. Oh, it is a pity. Wu family of the Great Zhou dynasty. As a woman, you have turned the world around. You are not bad, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Wu Jiong smiled faintly and turned to look at Mo Yushi, who was beside Yin Chuan. Yushi, why are you not bowing to me? Wu Jiong said faintly. Mo Yushi's pupils constricted. On the opposite side, Princess Taiping revealed a cold smile. Mo Yushi's eyes changed, and she finally made up her mind. The Empress of the Great Zhou dynasty, Mo Yushi, greets the Great Zhou Heavenly Emperor. Mo Yushi said calmly. How dare you? Princess Taiping glared. Mo Yushi, you are the mother of the Empress. She has raised you for many years. You want to cut off your past? Dream on. Princess Taiping sneered. Wu Jiong did not say anything and just watched quietly. Yin Chuan also looked on coldly. Mo Yushi looked at Princess Taiping and sneered. Princess Taiping, there's nothing in the Great Zhou dynasty that's worth my stay. My husband has already rewarded me generously enough. The West Outer Continent is bright, and the Phoenix race is weakened. From today onwards, I am no longer the princess of the Great Zhou dynasty. There is no Princess Yushi in this world. I am only the empress of the Great Zhou dynasty. Impudent. Princess Taiping glared. Mo Yushi smiled coldly and said, Princess Taiping, I am already free. What about you? Perhaps it will never be possible. You. Princess Taiping's eyes flashed with anger. Taiping. Wu Jiong suddenly waved his sleeve and stopped Princess Taiping from continuing to speak. Wu Jiong looked at Mo Yushi, a trace of seriousness flashing across his eyes. On the other hand, Mo Yushi's eyes were filled with determination. Since birth, Mo Yushi was not favored by Wu Jiong. Until now, Wu Jiong had even used her as a political tool. Mo Yushi did not have any feelings for Wu Jiong. It was only because of their bloodline that Mo Yushi felt a little guilty. However, Yin Chuan had already sacrificed too much for this, and that trace of guilt was completely gone. Yushi, your wings have hardened, Wu Jiong said indifferently. Then, without waiting for Mo Yushi to reply, he looked at Yin Chuan. Suddenly, a trace of fighting spirit shot out from Wu Jiong's eyes. Emperor Yin, between emperors, there is no need to talk about fighting. Shall we test each other's intentions? Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. As you wish. Then, Wu Jiong and Yin Chuan each took a step forward. The two emperors looked at each other. Boom! As the two of them stood in the center, the void suddenly shook violently. Both of them had a ferocious look on their faces as two peerless, ferocious intents shot out. A clash of consciousnesses? The impact of entering the spiritual world? In Hentian raised his eyebrows. Spiritual world? Bai Qi sneered. He had absolute confidence in Yin Chuan's willpower. How could Wu Jiong compare to the foundation of his previous life? Rumble. The clash of consciousnesses between the two emperors immediately messed up the space. Gusts of wind blew in all directions. In the distance, the spectating cultivators were stunned. What are they doing? The two of them are just standing there, and they're causing the space to shake? What do you know? This is a clash of consciousnesses. The two emperors are using their strong emperor willpower to create a pure spiritual world in their center. The two emperors are fighting fiercely in the spiritual world. Gasps could be heard everywhere. The two armies were on full alert. However, without the two emperors' orders, no one dared to interfere. 2 hours later, Yin Chuan's face became more and more ferocious. Wu Jiong's face was the same. However, Wu Jiong frowned slightly, as if he had encountered something bad. Buzz! At this moment, a golden ball of light suddenly appeared in Wu Jiong's hand. The golden ball of light suddenly enveloped Wu Jiong. Boom! The space between the two martial emperors exploded with a loud bang, causing the space to rumble violently. The two emperors instantly stopped the clash of consciousnesses. Yin Di, you are indeed the first emperor. Wu Jiong narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan looked at the golden ball in Wu Jiong's hand, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Wu Jiong flipped his hand and hid the golden ball. The aura of Earth? That golden ball can also connect to Earth? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Earth? Wu Jiong was puzzled. It's where you came from. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said. Looking at Wu Jiong, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice, in the vast thousand realms, as long as the crickets are not destroyed, Hong Jun will not die. The crickets in the vast thousand realms are all dead. It seems that there are still crickets on Earth. Haha, Hong Jun, you have indeed deceived the whole world. There is still a treasure that connects to Earth. Perhaps even he has not discovered it. Wu Jiong narrowed his eyes and said telepathically, You know my master? Yin Chuan smiled and did not say anything else. Return to the court. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Bai Qi waved his hand. Roar, roar, roar. In the distance, Yin Chuan's dragon carriage flew quickly. During this period of time, the 4 dragons had witnessed Yin Chuan's absolute ferocity. At this moment, they were even more respectful of Yin Chuan. There was also an absolute sense of worship in their eyes. Emperor Phoenix Slayer, Sage Retreat, and he was still carefree in front of the celestial arch. Yin Chuan stepped onto the dragon carriage. Oh no, Yin Chuan is about to escape. Mother Empress, Princess Taiping said anxiously. Shut up, Wu Jiong said. Yes. Princess Taiping said with a stiff expression. Wu Jiong stood at the very front. As she looked at the distant Yin Chuan, her eyes remained grave. In the distance, on the dragon carriage, Yin Chuan looked at Wu Jiong and said, Wu Jiong, send my greetings to Hong Jun. We will fight again in the future. Let's go, Bai Qi shouted. The 4 dragons roared and flew to the east. The army followed closely behind. Although many of the great Zhou dynasty soldiers were eager to fight, Wu Jiong stood quietly in the air. With a flip of her hand, the small golden ball appeared in her palm again. As she looked at the small ball, disgust flashed in her eyes. Then, she put away the small ball and looked up at the starry heavens. Above the starry heavens, Zombie Yin Chuan led the group of black-robed men and looked down. Zombie Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile. Then, Zombie Yin Chuan turned around and led all the black-robed men east. Yin Chuan's group headed east in a grandiose manner. Soon, they disappeared without a trace. Wu Jiong watched as Yin Chuan's group left, her expression sullen. Heavenly Emperor, is Yin Chuan's mental world strong? Shangguan Wanner asked through voice projection. Before I could figure out Yin Chuan's strength, Master interrupted me, Wu Jiong said sullenly. Oh, Shangguan Wanner did not dare to ask further. Chapter 1244. Netherworld, West Outer Continent. In a vast inland sea. Boom! Endless seawater soared into the sky, and millions of ghosts roamed the world. Countless ghost generals and ghost kings flew around, and the chains of dark prison shot straight into the sea. Above the sea, countless experts were fighting. The entire sea had been blasted dry. Roar! No! Heaven Sage Wu Tian's roar came from the depths of the dried sea. His voice was filled with unwillingness. The dried sea was surrounded by the heavenly Tao, but at this moment, the sage could not borrow its power. The army of thousands of men and horses trapped him within. At the very center, thin chains pierced through every part of Heaven Sage Wu's body, piercing through his flesh and bones. In the blink of an eye, Heaven Sage Wu Tian could not move except for his head. His hair was disheveled, and Heaven Sage Wu Tian was in a much worse state than when he was in the Yang realm. The first sage? At this moment, the first sage was just a prisoner, chained and chained. It was a tragic sight. The army and countless ghost kings looked at the sage coldly. There was no respect for the sage, only a soaring battle intent. The sage was imprisoned in front of the sage. At this moment, a man in a black and red dragon robe stood quietly in the void. The man wore a flat imperial crown, and his face was thin. His eyes were filled with boundless arrogance. The most special thing about him was that there was a gap between his eyebrows. It would occasionally open, revealing an extremely demonic third eye. Behind the man stood a group of officials, looking at the man with great respect. Heaven Sage Wu Tian looked at the emperor with grief and indignation. Heavenly Empress Xing, Ming Tianhan. Heaven Sage Wu Tian roared with grief and indignation. West Outer Continent, Heavenly Empress Xing, Ming Tianhan. Take Heaven Sage Wu Tian to the heavenly prison. Ming Tianhan said calmly. Yes. The ghost generals answered loudly. No. Heaven Sage Wu Tian roared in grief. However, the army of the Xing was too fierce. Heaven Sage Wu Tian could not resist at all. In the blink of an eye, Heaven Sage Wu Tian became a prisoner of the Heavenly Emperor Xing. Yang Realm, West Outer Continent. Yin Chuan had left, and Wu Jiong had also returned. The Western Gate Sage also found out everything that had happened in the Wu Tian Weave from Cultivator. Great Jun, another force has risen in this world. Shimin Sheng said solemnly. Ice Demon Dominion. Yin Chuan brought Mou Shi to the battlefield where their son had left. Looking in front of her, Mou Shi's eyes started to tear up again. Yin Chuan gently wiped Mou Shi's face. Don't worry, my son will definitely come back. Yin Chuan said softly. Yes. In Yin Chuan's arms, Mou Shi cried for a while before finally calming down. Meng Yi, Terracotta Army, quickly returned to Xianying and guard the city. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Meng Yi replied. Also, all of you have just entered Great Jun. Follow Meng Yi back to Xianying. Yin Chuan said to the group of people who had just been summoned. Yes. The group of cultivators responded. The army quickly left. In the blink of an eye, only Yin Chuan and Mou Shi remained on the dragon chariot. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian stood beside them. Yin Chuan led Mou Shi to a forest. Zombie Yin Chuan was waiting in the forest. When Mou Shi saw zombie Yin Chuan, her expression changed slightly. Although she already knew, she was still shocked. To Yin Chuan, follow my other body back. My main body still has some matters to attend to. Yin Chuan said softly. Looking at Yin Chuan and zombie Yin Chuan, Mou Shi finally nodded. Yes, be careful. Don't worry. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Let's go. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yes. Mou Shi nodded. The two of them suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the east. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and flew back to the dragon chariot. Sage King, Bai Qi asked doubtfully. Let's go. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Yes. Bai Qi replied and drove the dragon chariot north. Netherworld, Outer East Continent. Revered Heaven Territory. Revered Heaven Palace. Sage Hua Zhuantian's descendants and disciples stood in front of him. Old Ancestor, the Zhua family's arrogance has spread throughout the entire Outer East Continent. They say that you are about to destroy Great Jun. Hua Bing said with an ugly expression. Zhuochun Xiao. Hua Zhuantian's voice was filled with anger. At this moment, a voice came from outside the palace. Old Ancestor, Zhuahong of the Zhua family requests an audience. Again, he is the one who spread the news. Hua Bing said with an ugly expression. Let him in, Hua Zuntian said in a deep voice. Yes. Soon, a red-robed Zhuahong stepped into the palace again. Zhuahong, are you the one who spread the news that I am going to destroy Great Jin Holy Court? Hua Zuntian said in a deep voice. Didn't Sage agree? Sage, please kill Yin Hentian and Yin Chuan quickly. Zhuahong laughed. Impudent. Hua Zuntian shouted coldly. Zhuahong's expression changed suddenly, and panic flashed in her eyes. However, she quickly recovered. All right, Sage, a few days ago, the family head who was in seclusion sent me a letter and asked me to give it to you. Zhuahong said in a deep voice. As she spoke, Zhuahong handed over a letter. The sage looked at Zhuahong angrily. He reached out and took it. He tore open the envelope and opened the letter. There was only one line of words on the letter. If it is not the Lotus God who colluded with the Yin family, then who is it? Hua Zuntian, I think you know better than anyone else. Bang! Sage could not help but pinch the letter, and it instantly turned into powder. With a flick of his sleeve, the powder scattered. Everyone in the hall was shocked, and Sage's hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were clenched into fists. Sage, the family head said that this letter can make you agree, Zhuahong said with a little fear. Sage turned his head and looked at Zhuahong. In the end, he took a deep breath and said, All right, I understand. I will go. Tell Zhuchu and Xiao that this is the last time. This is the only time. Yes. Myriad Ghost Weave, a weave close to the east. In a majestic hall, there was a throne. There was a throne in the middle of the hall, and a huge human-shaped skeleton was sitting on it. The skeleton was 30 meters tall and wore a black robe. It was coldly looking at a figure at the bottom of the stairs. At the bottom of the stairs was another skeleton. However, this skeleton was extremely weak. King Gaio, I heard that you once established a celestial empire in Myriad Ghost Weave, the huge skeleton said in a deep voice. Yes, Skull Hierarch. Back then, I did establish a celestial empire in Myriad Ghost Weave. I even entered the Seal World. Unfortunately, all my efforts were in vain. It was Yin Chuan who harmed me and even stole my sky-burying coffin. The little skeleton, King Gaio, said solemnly. Oh, why are you looking for me? The Skull Hierarch asked in a deep voice. Skull Hierarch, you don't have to hide anything. Almost all of the Weave Lords in the outer eastern continent are eyeing the road to the Yellow Springs. The sage is about to make a move on Dijon. The road to the Yellow Springs will soon be ownerless. King Gaio said in a deep voice. Oh, I'm here to give you a heads up. This time, under the sage's attack, 2 Weave Lords have already mobilized their troops and are preparing to occupy Myriad Ghost Weave. They have already arranged their troops. With the road to the Yellow Springs nourishment, the ghosts will grow stronger by leaps and bounds. King Gaio said in a deep voice. What? Who? The Skull Hierarch was shocked. Who else could it be? The 2 Weave Lords nearby. King Gaio smiled. Goei Jianshou. 3. Yin Hierarch? Oomph. The Skull Hierarch snorted coldly. When I receive this news, I hope that the Skull Hierarch can seize the initiative. At the same time, I hope that the Skull Hierarch can bestow Yin Chuan Sky burying coffin to me. King Gaio said solemnly. The Skull Hierarch stared at King Gaio for a long while before finally saying in a deep voice, It depends on the situation. Huh. 3 months later, in another weave, King Gaio met with a black-faced man again. 3 Yin Hierarch, it's true. The Skull Hierarch and the others can't wait any longer. This time, with the sage, they will invade Myriad Ghost Weave and seize the road to the Yellow Springs. King Gaio tried to persuade everyone. In the outer eastern continent, more and more experts gathered at the Great Qin City. Most of them came to watch the battle. At the same time, there were also spies from the various major factions. After all, the outer realm had been quiet for too long. Suddenly, something big happened, and many people were sensitive. On a pitch-black sea, on an island in the sea, King Gaio looked at the myriad ghost weave in the distance. He took a deep breath and said, Yindi, this time, I've helped you bewitch a group of weave lords. In this matter, If anyone dares to make a move, you'll have righteousness and can send your troops to kill them. While King Gaio was sighing, a person suddenly appeared behind him. Zhang Yi smiled and said, King Gaio, the sage hierarch is not here. I thank you on behalf of the sage hierarch. King Gaio looked at Zhang Yi and shook his head. My life was saved by Yendi. There's no need to thank him. It's my duty. The outer realm is quiet like stagnant water, without anyone stirring it. It's not suitable to expand at all. Zhang Yi smiled. Congratulations to all of you then. King of Gai nodded. The sage hierarch asked me to bring you some things. He hopes that you can become stronger as soon as possible. Zhang Yi said solemnly. As he spoke, Zhang Yi took out 5 huge boxes and placed them in front of King Gaio. King Gaio reached out to open them. Wait for me to leave before you look at them. Goodbye. Zhang Yi smiled. As he spoke, Zhang Yi walked away. After watching Zhang Yi leave, King Gaio gently opened the boxes. As soon as the boxes were opened, a surge of aura suddenly spread out. Ancestral divine artifacts. Ancestral divine pills? What extravagance! King of Gai suddenly cried out in shock. In his previous life, King Gaio had never come into contact with ancestral divine artifacts. But now he had only done Yin Chuan a small favor, and he had actually given him 5 ancestral divine artifacts. Moreover, King Gaio also realized that these items were most suitable for him. King Gaio let out a bitter laugh. Yin Chuan, looks like the favor I owe you is getting bigger and bigger. King Gaio did not know whether to be happy or sad. Clang! He closed the boxes. King Gaio waved his sleeves and kept the 5 treasures. He looked at the myriad ghost weave in the west and then headed east. Chapter 1245. Netherworld, Great Sheen City. The sky outside the city was gloomy, and the murderous aura caused the ghosts to stop wandering. Inside the Great Sheen City, in Yin Chuan's study, after settling Mo Yushi down, Yin Chuan immediately summoned some important officials for a meeting. Yifeng, Hua Qiliang, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and the other trusted officials were present. Reporting to the Holy King, the Barbarian Dragon Weave, Purplish-Green Weave, and Heavenly Blade Weave have all been taken over by Great Jun. Minister Liu will handle the follow-up work. Yifeng said solemnly. Yin Chuan nodded. The troops have been deployed in all 4 corners of the Netherworld. After this battle, the generals can go on an expedition again. Yifeng said. Meng Tian and Wang Jian rubbed their palms together. Very good. However, why isn't Li Si here? Yin Chuan asked in confusion. Li Si? Yifeng raised his eyebrows. Holy King, Li Si hasn't shown up for a long time. I have secretly instructed Liu Gang to send people from the eastern faction to search for him. Yifeng said. Oh, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Holy King, Li Si is a man of character. He would never betray Great Jun. We believe that he might have met with misfortune. Yifeng said with a worried expression. Of course, I believe in Li Si's character. Misfortune? There was no news at all? Yin Chuan's expression turned unsightly. The study fell into silence. Li Si's life token is still here. He must be alive. Send more people to continue the search. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Yifeng answered. Hua Qiliang opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. However, when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he suddenly held them back, revealing a bitter expression. After all, the outer eastern continent was abuzz with the news that his ancestor was going to destroy Great Jun. However, he was caught in the middle, and it was difficult for him to deal with it. All right, all of you can leave, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, the ministers replied. He slowly retreated. After everyone left, Yin Chuan was the only one left in the study. His brows were tightly knitted as he tapped his fingers on the desk. Come in, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Swish! A black figure suddenly entered the study. He wore a black robe and knelt down on one knee. Heaven Mending Pavilion's 3-sword range. Guard A364 Kowtows in salute to the Saint King. The black-robed figure respectfully said. Li Si is an extremely careful person. It's impossible for him to be kidnapped for no reason. It's impossible for an ordinary person to do it so quietly. It's very likely that it's someone very close to him. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. The black-robed figure waited quietly. I trust my ministers very much. However, we cannot rule out the possibility of an enemy pretending to be one of my ministers and deceivingly see. Heaven Mending Pavilion. Recall all the people of the outer eastern continent from the Three Sword Range and focus on monitoring the Great Zenith Empire. I want to know what all the officials of rank 3 and above were doing when Li Si disappeared. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, the black-robed figure respectfully replied. Go, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Swish, the black-robed figure flashed and disappeared from the study. Yin Chuan sat in the study, deep in thought. Suddenly, a powerful aura pressed down on the Great Qin City. Boom! The powerful aura pressed down, and the entire Great Qin City's formation automatically activated to protect the city. You're here. Yin Chuan revealed a trace of a cold smile. With a wave of his dragon robe, Yin Chuan stood up and slowly walked towards the door. At this moment, the countless ghost cultivators in the Great Qin City paused. The aura was like the might of the heavens, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Outside the city, countless experts hiding in all directions were instantly energized. In the south of the Great Qin City, a pure white pillar of light descended from the sky. Within the pillar of light, the sage waved his sleeves and stood in midair with extreme arrogance. Huazun Tian Sage. Behind the sage, a group of disciples and descendants followed. The sage's soldiers were at the city gates. Yin Chuan, where are you? The sage shouted softly. With a soft shout, his voice instantly penetrated the entire Great Qin City. In the Great Qin City, in front of the central palace, hundreds of officials gathered. Yin Chuan, dressed in a dragon robe, slowly stepped out. Moyu, she also walked out from the side hall. She came to Yin Chuan's side. With Yin Chuan in the lead, he coldly looked at the other side. With a wave of his dragon robe, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice, Huazun Tian. Huazun Tian stared at Yin Chuan for a while. Yin Chuan, on this sovereign's birthday, you've disrupted this sovereign's birthday, injured this sovereign's descendants, and even kidnapped this sovereign's descendants and guests. Do you know your crimes? Huazun Tian said coldly. You barged into my Great Qin City. What crime do you deserve? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Huazun Tian snorted coldly. Then, Huazun Tian looked at Hua Qiliang. Qiliang, come to this sovereign's side. Huazun Tian said in a deep voice. Hua Qiliang's face turned ugly. At this moment, in front of the central palace, all the officials were staring at Hua Qiliang. No, old ancestor, why? Why do you want to cause trouble for Greijun? Hua Qiliang said with a pained expression. Old ancestor, the Sage King did not disrupt your birthday. The one who disrupted your birthday was Dugapatian. Lord Hua Tian brought this upon himself. Now, the Sage King did not kill him and gave him a chance to turn over a new leaf. Old ancestor, how can you reverse black and white? Hua Qiliang cried out anxiously. Bastard, Hua Qiliang, is the old ancestor someone you can criticize? Hua Bing shouted coldly. Qiliang, come here. Huazun Tian said again. No, Hua Qiliang suddenly shouted. And Huazun Tian said in a deep voice. Old ancestor, you've changed. Saints, on behalf of the heavens, hunt the common people. They must be impartial to the common people. Only then can they obtain the righteousness of heaven and earth. However, old ancestor, you've deviated a little. Once you deviate, it will be extremely dangerous. Old ancestor, what's wrong with you? Hua Qiliang said anxiously. Impudent. Huazun Tian shouted angrily. Then Huazun Tian looked at Yin Chuan and said, what a good Yin Chuan to actually bewitch this sovereign's descendant, to be so crazy. Yin Chuan smiled coldly and said, bewitch? What a joke. Saint, tell me what you want. You and Tian, Huazun Tian said in a deep voice. So you're here for Tian. Ha ha ha. Looks like this wolf family forced you. Unfortunately, Tian is already a subject of Greijun. If I can't even protect a subject, how can I rule Great Jun? Yin Chuan shouted coldly. All the subjects of Great Jun clenched their fists at this moment. Yin Chuan's words seemed to have encouraged everyone. Some of the officials who joined Great Jun later suddenly felt that joining Great Jun was the most correct decision. If you want to die, then it's not up to this sovereign. Great Jun Holy Court? Huh? Huazun Tian said coldly. Yin Chuan sneered and said, with just you? You're not qualified. This sovereign knows that the four sides and the territory lords are already waiting for an opportunity to move. Come out together, don't hide the head, and show the tail. Yin Chuan suddenly looked at the four sides. The saint was stunned. He was a saint, and a saint coming to destroy Great Jun was a disaster. Yin Chuan actually had the mood to look for an enemy. Not only the saint, but the countless hidden cultivators were also at a loss at this moment. Was Yin Chuan crazy? Ha! Myriad Ghost Territory Lord, you're really brave. A loud laugh sounded. Suddenly, 10 figures flew over. The 10 skeletons were all wrapped in black robes, and some of their skulls could be vaguely seen. The person in the lead was wearing a black robe with some golden edges. Skeleton C Territory, Skeleton C Hierarch, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Skeleton C Hierarch looked at the saint and said, Saint, Skeleton C came uninvited. I hope you can forgive us. However, Skeleton C and Saint have the same goal. Today, we're also here to challenge Great Jun. Oh, the Saint's voice revealed a trace of understanding. Challenge letter? Same goal? Skeleton C Hierarch is obviously here to borrow my power. He had killed Yin Chuan, but the Skeleton C cult leader wanted to seize the great attainment under the heavens? Ha, Skeleton C Hierarch, you're too impatient. As he spoke, another force flew over. It was a black-faced man. His face was gloomy, and his eyes revealed a trace of evil. 3 Een Territory, 3 Een Sect Hierarch? Yin Chuan sneered. You're also here to challenge Great Jin? The saint asked in a deep voice. Yes. Saint, please forgive us. The 3 Een Sect Hierarch said respectfully. Before he could finish, another force flew over. Saint, I'm also here to challenge you. Please forgive me. A bald man said. Ghost Torture Territory, Gui Jianshou? Yin Chuan sneered again. In the blink of an eye, the saint and the 3 territory lords looked at Yin Chuan in front of the central hall. The saint looked at the 3 forces, then at Yin Chuan, and said, Yin Chuan, it seems like there are many people who want to hit you when you're down. Hit me when I'm down? I don't think so. They're like moths to a flame, seeking their own destruction. Yin Chuan said coldly. The Skeleton C Hierarch, 3 Een Sect Hierarch, and Gui Jianshou snorted coldly at the same time. Seeking our own destruction? Yin Chuan, where's Een Hentian? The saint shouted again. Een Hentian? What's the use of telling you? Yin Chuan said indifferently. Since that's the case, I'll take you down first. The saint shouted. As he spoke, the saint waved his hand, and heavenly Tao suddenly rushed into the sky. Wait! Above the void, an explosive shout suddenly sounded. Boom! The voice instantly penetrated the entire world, and the expressions of all the cultivators changed. Hua Zuntian's figure stopped. The expressions of the experts hiding in the surroundings changed even more. Boom! Another beam of light descended from the sky. The huge aura did not weaken Hua Zuntian at all. Saint? Another saint? Immediately, someone cried out in surprise. Beside Hua Zuntian, there was suddenly another white-robed figure. The white-robed figure's face was like Hua Zuntian, as if it was covered in a layer of mist. Shimen? Hua Zuntian said solemnly. The person who came was Saint Shimen. Saint Shimen looked at Hua Zuntian, then looked at Yin Chuan in the distance. Yindi, how have you been? Saint Shimen said politely to Yin Chuan. Saint Shimen is also a good person. Wherever I go, there are traces of you. Yin Chuan said with a faint smile. Yindi is too polite. I just happened to meet you at the right time. Saint Shimen nodded. Turning around, Shimen looked at Hua Zuntian. Shimen, what are you doing here? Do you have a relationship with Yin Chuan? Hua Zuntian said solemnly. No. Saint Shimen shook his head. Then why did you stop me? Hua Zhuantian said solemnly. Hua Zhuantian, there are only a few saints in the world. I'm here to help you. Shimen said solemnly. Help me. Hua Zhuantian said in surprise. Believe my words and return home immediately. Otherwise, you will have the pain of losing your reputation. Saint Shimen said solemnly. Chapter 1246. Outside the great Qin city. In a valley, a group of black-robed figures stood. The leader had a handsome face and a thin line between his eyebrows. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the sage outside the great Qin city. Celestial Emperor, that's the Shimen sage. What's he doing here? A subordinate behind him asked. Shimen's sage? He came at a bad time indeed. The Celestial Emperor said. He won't disrupt the great Qing Heavenly Court's plan, right? The subordinate asked worriedly. He won't. Zhu Chunxiu is here too. He won't sit back and watch us fail. The great Qing Heavenly Emperor said. The great Qing Heavenly Emperor, Ming Tianhan, was in the western outer continent of the Netherworld. Not long ago, he had captured the first sage, Wu Tian. Now, he had brought a group of subordinates to the eastern outer continent. Celestial Emperor, how strong is this Yin Chuan? A subordinate asked curiously. I'm not sure. However, since he dares to challenge the sage, he must have something to rely on. Moreover, he seems to be related to Yin Zizai of the northern outer continent of the Netherworld. Let's wait a little longer. Ming Tianhan said. Yes, outside the great Qin city. Trust me and go home right now. Otherwise, you will suffer the pain of losing your reputation. The Shimen sage said solemnly. Hua Zhuantian, Skull Sea Hierarch, 3 Insect Hierarch, Gui Jianshou, all the spectating experts. The Shimen sage's words came out of nowhere, and everyone was confused. Lose his reputation? A sage, the person with the highest position in the world, would lose his reputation to a small saint court that had been established for less than 100 years? What kind of joke was this? The Skull Sea Hierarch, 3 Insect Hierarch, and Gui Jianshou were all speechless. The sage was persuading the sage to leave? If the sage left, would they have to face Yin Chuan? Shimen sage, this is between Sage Zhuantian and Yin Chuan. Why are you helping Yin Chuan? The Skull Sea Hierarch asked. Hua Zhuantian also looked at Shimen sage and asked with a trace of doubt. Shimen, what do you mean by this? I'm doing this for your own good. Yin Dia shone brightly in the west outer continent of the Yang realm. It won't be long before news of this will spread all over the world. Shimen Shang said in a deep voice. Oh, Yin Chuan has exterminated Wu Tian's entire family. The Western Gate sage said solemnly. What? The expressions of the surrounding cultivators suddenly changed. The first sage? The Skull Sea cult leader was shocked. Although Wu Tian escaped in the end, Yin Chuan also killed the Phoenix Emperor by himself. The Western Gate sage said again. Kill the Phoenix Emperor? Phoenix Emperor? The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. In this world, there were only a few races that were united. The Phoenix clan was one of the major races. Rumor had it that the Phoenix Emperor's strength was close to that of a sage. However, the Phoenix Emperor was killed by Yin Chuan. Countless cultivators looked at Yin Chuan in shock. This was the first time the people and officials of Dijon heard this news. When they looked at Yin Chuan, their eyes flashed with surprise. However, Hua Zhuantian said in a deep voice, No, you said that sage Wu Tian escaped in the end? What do you mean? Wu Tian was injured by Wu Jiao. After that, he escaped. He wanted to participate in the battle between Yin Chuan and the Phoenix Emperor. However, he was stopped by another person. After Yin Chuan killed the Phoenix Emperor, Wu Tian could only escape back to the Netherworld. The Western Gate sage explained. Another person? Who? Hua Zhuantian said in a deep voice. When he thought of Miao, the Western Gate sage suddenly hesitated. You will know the other person in the future. Hua Zhuantian, you can't do anything to Yin Chuan. The Western Gate sage advised again. The overlord of the world, Yin Chuan also looked at Zhuo Chuanxiu from afar. Double pupils? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. What's wrong with double pupils? Mo Yushi asked in puzzlement. Double pupils, extremely precious fate. Rumor has it that there will never be a nemesis in life. The only person who can restrain the double pupils is himself. Furthermore, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Furthermore what? This Zhuo Chuanxiu is not simple. His strength should still be Phoenix Emperor. No, his strength should still be above the sage. Yin Chuan said with certainty. Mo Yushi said in surprise. Hua Zuntian, you promised me. Let's begin. I only want Tian to die. Zhuo Chuanxiu said in a deep voice. Hua Zuntian still stared at Zhuo Chuanxiu and said in a deep voice. Why are you pressing so hard? You don't need to know too much. Don't worry, I guarantee that this is the last time. Furthermore, I'm still behind you. I'll ensure your safety. Zhuo Chuanxiu said in a deep voice. Hua Zuntian was silent for a while. The Western Gate sage said in puzzlement, Hua Zuntian, do you have something on Zhuo Chuanxiu? Do you know that you're risking your position as a sage? This time, even if you win against Yin Chuan, you've lost the virtue of being a sage. Hua Zuntian looked at Shimin and took a deep breath. Shimin, thank you for reminding me again and again. However, there are some things that I have no choice but to do. Shimin turned to look at Zhuo Chuanxiu and said, Zhuo Chuanxiu, you're also someone who has cultivated the great Tao. Why are you forcing Hua Zuntian? Zhuo Chuanxiu looked at the Western Gate sage and sneered slightly. There are some things that you don't need to know. The scene immediately became solemn. Yin Chuan, hand over Tian. Hua Zuntian took a step forward and shouted again. If you can kill me, Tian will naturally come out. If you can't kill me, I'll definitely destroy your sect in the future. Yin Chuan glared and said coldly. The two powerhouses were already prepared for a decisive battle. The Western Gate sage did not say anything else. Zhuo Chuanxiu stood coldly at the peak of a mountain. The surrounding powerhouses were also waiting quietly. The Skeleton Sea cult leader, 3 Yin cult leader, and Gue Jianshou heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. At the same time, they made up their minds to kill Yin Chuan. Otherwise, they would be in deep trouble. Heavenly Tao, Hua Zuntian shouted. Rumble. Suddenly, more than 2,000 heavenly Daos appeared behind Hua Zuntian. The moment the heavenly Daos appeared, a terrifying aura spread out. Hua Zuntian stretched out his palm. From the sage domain, he gathered the endless power of heaven and earth and pressed down on the great Qin city. The vast palm covered the sky and earth. Before the palm arrived, the void was already shaking violently. A storm rose and fell from the sky. It was as if the palm was going to pierce through the great Qin city. In front of the central palace, Yin Chuan's face was cold and fierce. Above the sea of providence, the statue of Yin Chuan suddenly turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon of providence. Roar! The golden dragon of providence roared ferociously at the sage domain. Zombie Yin Chuan stepped out. In the world of the living, Yin Chuan was in his human form. Tian, the great Qin city, the sage domain, and the Zhuo family are all here. You have to go back, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Meow, another battle? I want to go. Meow immediately cried out excitedly. Tian frowned and said, Sage King, has Zhuo family's Zhuo Chuanxiu arrived? That's right. Yin Chuan nodded. Sage King, can you let me see what Zhuo Chuanxiu looks like? Tian said with a trace of hatred. Yin Chuan nodded and waved his hand. He used a spell to condense Zhuo Chuanxiu's appearance. It was as if Zhuo Chuanxiu was standing in front of Tian. Looking at Zhuo Chuanxiu, Tian felt as if he was struck by lightning. Tian suddenly held his head and cried out in extreme pain. Meow. Meow looked at Tian in a daze. Yin Chuan waved his hand, and the image of Zhuo Chuanxiu disappeared. Tian, what's wrong with you? Yin Chuan asked in surprise. Tian was holding his head in pain, and his whole body was twitching. Yin Chuan looked again and saw Tian's face contorted because of the headache. This was not the key. The key was Enrichen's pupils. Polychoria? Yin Chuan was shocked. Enrichen's pupils had also become polychoria? How could this be? Chapter 1247. Enrich, Polychoria? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Meow, meow, little Yin's eyes have turned into monsters. Meow cried out excitedly. Bai Qi was also looking on in astonishment. Boom! Yin Chuan placed his palm on Enrichen's back as if he was trying to relieve Enrichen's pain. However, Enrich continued to hug his head as if it was useless. Yin Chuan gently released his hand. He frowned. Holy King, what's wrong with Lord En? Bai Qi asked curiously. Inherited memories from his bloodline. Enrichen's ancestor must have been an incredible figure. He could even seal some ancient memories in his bloodline and pass them on to Enrich. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Sealed memories in his bloodline? Bai Qi frowned. Normally, one would only inherit their ancestors' abilities through their bloodline. However, Bai Qi had encountered too few people who had inherited memories through their bloodline. This was done intentionally by Enrichen's ancestor. Perhaps his ancestor knew that this piece of history would be lost in the river of time. However, his ancestor probably felt that this piece of memory was extremely important even after so many years. Therefore, he did not want it to disappear and sealed it in his bloodline. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Then what about Lord En? Bai Qi asked. This is an impact from the memories. Don't worry, just wait for a while. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Underworld Great Qin City. The saint turned into a celestial, and his palm contained the power of the heavens and earth as he slammed towards the Great Qin City. It was as if he wanted to destroy the Great Qin City with a single palm. Wherever the giant palm passed, the void collapsed. Zombie Yin Chuan took a step forward. Yin Chuan shouted, All citizens of the world, I need the world's help to defend against foreign enemies. All citizens of the underworld, raise your right hands. I need boundless strength. Roar. The 18 claws, fate golden dragon, suddenly let out a heaven-shaking roar. The sound instantly pierced through the void and reached the ears of all citizens of the 10,000 ghost domain. Countless citizens looked up at the sky. The Holy King needs strength? Are we going to fight against the saints? Can a sage ruler really fight against a sage? Raise your right hand and do your best. Amidst the doubtful voices of countless citizens, they quickly raised their right hands. Stretching out his right hand, a suction force immediately sucked away all of the strength in their bodies, causing them to fall weakly to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the myriad ghost domain, countless forces were rapidly converging. Roar. The golden dragon of 18 claws of providence roared and absorbed endless power. However, the sage's palm was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of him. The 18 claws luck golden dragon and zombie Yin Chuan had no time to combine. Countless cultivators in the surroundings watched gravely. Before they could merge, zombie Yin Chuan soared into the sky and charged toward the saint's energy palm. Zombie Yin Chuan stretched out his hands and faced the sky with his palms. What? Yin Chuan used his flesh body to resist the saint's palm strike that contained the power of heaven and earth? The Skull Sea Hierarch exclaimed. Pure flesh body? Yin Chuan didn't use any magic treasures at all? Flesh body? Is he seeking death? Countless cultivators in the surroundings looked over suspiciously. Before the saint's palm strike, Yin Chuan was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Furthermore, Yin Chuan did not use any magic energy at all. It was like he only used his physical body. The great Xing Heavenly Emperor and Ming Tianhan narrowed their eyes. The Zhou clan head, Zhuochuan Xiu, also raised his eyebrows. The Shiman sage sucked in a breath of cold air and said, I knew that this zombie body was even more ferocious than the other one. However, there's no need to seek death like this. Flesh body? Only the rock race would dare to use their flesh body as a powerful weapon, right? Before countless doubtful gazes, Yin Chuan's palms finally clashed with the saint's energy palm in the sky. Boom! A loud sound rang out. A large part of the void suddenly shattered. The strong impact immediately kicked up a torrential storm in the surroundings. Under the huge palm, an ant-like figure was resisting it. Humph! Hua Zhuantian snorted coldly. This was because Hua Zhuantian could sense that Yin Chuan could not block his energy palm strike at all. Although the energy palm strike had slowed down, its momentum toward the great Qin city did not change at all. It was still pressing down. Yin Chuan could not block it. Yin Chuan, who was blocking the saint's energy palm strike, suddenly revealed a ferocious expression and roared. Roar! With a loud roar, Yin Chuan's body was suddenly surrounded by black qi. His eyes turned red, and his long hair fluttered. Two blood-colored fangs slowly emerged from his mouth. Boom! The clothes on Yin Chuan's back were also torn apart. A pair of huge dragon bone wings suddenly appeared on Yin Chuan's back. The huge dragon bone wings spread open, and the dark wings seemed to be covered with fine black dragon scales. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan roared again, and the power in his hands skyrocketed again. Boom! 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 The saint's energy palm strike paused, as if it was blocked. It was getting slower and slower. This! Gasps could be heard all around. He blocked it. He really blocked it. Yin Chuan blocked the saint's palm strike? No, that's his flesh body. He blocked the saint's palm strike with his flesh body? This is impossible. Screams could be heard everywhere. Even Hua Zhuantian was inexplicably shocked at this moment. How could zombie Yin Chuan's strength be so terrifying? Roar! The 18-claws Destiny Golden Dragon swung its tail and charged toward zombie Yin Chuan. Boom! The 18-claws Destiny Golden Dragon rushed into Yin Chuan's body. Endless golden light quickly gathered around Yin Chuan's body. This was the power of the entire myriad Ghost Domain's people. As the terrifying power surged in, Yin Chuan's strength skyrocketed again. Rumble! A halo of power surged around Yin Chuan's body. Yin Chuan's strength had reached its maximum. Although his transformation had caused the saint's energy palm strike to pause, he was still at a disadvantage. Now, he was no longer at a disadvantage. This was because the saint's energy palm strike had been stopped above the great Qin city, unable to move forward at all. The body of a general? In the distance, the great Qing Heavenly Emperor narrowed his eyes and recognized it. Heavenly Emperor, what is the body of a general? A subject asked curiously. It's an ancient technique. It's too ancient. I've only seen it in a secret realm's records. Ming Tianhan said with a frown. Ming Tianhan frowned. The countless cultivators in the surroundings were even more shocked. Some even held their breaths. Everyone stared at the scene above the great Qin city. Yin Chuan had used his flesh body to block the saint's palm strike that contained the power of heaven and earth. That scene froze in the void, shocking countless people. Long live the great Qin city. In the great Qin city, the people were pleasantly surprised. Shock flashed in the Shimin sage's eyes. Yin Chuan? Third firmament, ancestral immortal? Could it be that the world is about to change again? Hua Zhuantian was bewildered. Even he would be severely injured if he faced that terrifying energy palm. However, Yin Chuan had actually withstood it. Boom! The space around the energy palm shattered. Zombie Yin Chuan stubbornly withstood the energy palm strike. The Skeleton C-Sex Sect Master, the three Insects Sect Master, and Gue Jianshou all had extremely ugly expressions. First Legion, Soaring Sky Division. Follow me to capture the Skeleton C-Sex Sect Master. Meng Tian shouted. Yes, sir. Third Legion, Eastern Imperial Division. Follow me to capture the three Insects Sect Master. Jin Dayu shouted. Yes, sir. Sixth Legion, God Slaughter Division. Follow me to capture Gue Jianshou. Wang Jian shouted. Yes, sir. A large number of Great Perfection experts soared into the sky. The three Great Perfection war gods immediately charged towards the three Weave Lords. Their faces were ferocious, and their killing intent soared into the sky. Boom! In an instant, the four sides clashed. Great Perfection's ferocity was immediately displayed before everyone's eyes. Heavenly Emperor Deshing said in a deep voice, "What ferocious generals!" Rumble. At a low altitude, the 3 Legion commanders fiercely faced off against their enemies. High in the sky, zombie Yin Chuan used the power of great perfection to resist the sage's power of heaven and earth. The 2 forces were in a fierce stalemate. Hua Zentian's face could not be seen clearly, and his expression turned ugly. Boom, boom, boom. Bit by bit, the sage's energy palm strike was actually slowly pushed upwards by Yin Chuan's power. In the central palace square, Hua Zentian was extremely anxious. The group of descendants that Hua Zentian brought also revealed anxious expressions at this moment. Not good. That Yin Chuan is too strange. Let's go help the ancestor. A Hua family disciple said anxiously. No. Hua Bing suddenly stopped everyone. Ancestor? The ancestor has instructed us not to participate. Absolutely not. Hua Bing shook her head. She turned to look at Zhuo Chuanxiu, who was not far away. Zhuo family head, please lend a hand and destroy great perfection together. Hua Bing called out to Zhuo Chuanxiu in the distance. Zhuo Chuanxiu's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Yin Chuan, who was blocking the sage's energy palm strike. For a moment, his face turned gloomy. Humph! While snorting angrily, Zhuo Chuanxiu suddenly took a step and rushed into the sky, heading straight for Yin Chuan. Zhuo Chuanxiu made a move. All around, practically everyone's expression roused. In the distance, Yin Chuan, who was pushing the sage's energy palm strike, also suddenly narrowed both eyes. But right at this instant, a white figure suddenly blocked in front of Zhuo Chuanxiu. Boom! The void shook for a while, and Zhuo Chuanxiu stopped. There was an uproar all around. Shimin Sage, you want to stop me? Aren't you unrelated to great perfection? Zhuo Chuanxiu suddenly said in a cold voice. The one blocking in front of Zhuo Chuanxiu was precisely Shimin Sage. All around, countless cultivators revealed blank looks. Shimin Sage also wanted to interfere. Like you said to me previously, some things you don't need to know. Shimin Sage suddenly said in a cold voice. Wow. Countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately burst into an uproar. Why was Shimin Sage doing this? Yin Chuan also looked at Shimin Sage in puzzlement. Shimin Sage seemed to understand Yin Chuan and said in puzzlement, Yin Di, there were many misunderstandings in the past. This time, I'll help you block Zhuo Chuanxiu for a period of time. I hope that we can let bygones be bygones. What was Shimin Sage doing? Currying favor with Yin Chuan? Countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately revealed looks of surprise. How could this be? Although they did not want to admit it, Shimin Sage's tone was there. In order to let bygones be bygones? Taking action to curry favor with Yin Chuan? Before countless cultivators came, they did not think highly of Yin Chuan at all. But now, the situation became more and more complicated. Many people felt like their worldview was collapsing. Others did not know, but Yin Chuan knew why. It was because of Miao. Shimin Sage seemed to have guessed Miao's identity and wanted to resolve the unhappiness with great perfection. Furthermore, Shimin Sage also understood that if Miao stepped forward, Zhuo Chuanxiu might not be able to get what he wanted. Therefore, he wanted to do great perfection a favor. Ha ha ha. All right, Shimin Sage, great perfection owes you a favor, Yin Chuan said with a bright laugh. Chapter 1248. Zhuo Chuanxiu paused and looked coldly at the Shimin Sage in front of him. How dare he interfere at such a crucial moment? Shimin, are you trying to stop me? Are you trying to make an enemy out of the Zhuo clan? Zhuo Chuanxiu said coldly. The Shimin Sage looked at Zhuo Chuanxiu and said, Clan head Zhuo, I have my reasons. Don't be stubborn. Zhuo Chuanxiu glared at the Shimin Sage. The Shimin Sage also looked at Zhuo Chuanxiu coldly, carefully guarding against his attack. However, Zhuo Chuanxiu was still rational and did not attack. It was not that Zhuo Chuanxiu was weak. After all, Zhuo Chuanxiu had cultivated the great Tao and was not afraid of a sage. However, if he fought now, he would definitely be exhausted. You'd rather offend the Zhua clan than support the holy hall of Great Jun? Zhuchuanxiu said coldly. I'm sorry, the Shiman sage said coldly. Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed confused expressions. No one knew why the Shiman sage interfered. However, the two of them looked at each other and did not fight at all. Everyone turned to look at Yin Chuan again. Yin Chuan kept going up against the sage's astral palm. How can he be so strong? Hua Zuntian was shocked. The world was incomplete. Although he was slightly weaker than the ancient sages, this was still the power of the world. How could Yin Chuan keep going up? Roar! Yin Chuan roared, and the sage's astral palm shattered. The sage also gave up on this attack. After all, he could not suppress Yin Chuan at all. Rumble! The sage's astral palm shattered, and he was about to attack Yin Chuan again. Whoosh! Yin Chuan's figure disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the sage. The two of them were less than a foot apart. Hua Zuntian could even feel the ferocious aura coming from Yin Chuan's mouth. Space divine ability? Someone in the distance exclaimed. Yin Chuan instantly appeared in front of the sage. No one saw how he did it. It could only be space diversion. Space? It's not a space divine ability. Heavenly Emperor Xing suddenly narrowed his eyes. What? Speed. That is absolute speed. What incredible speed. Ming Tianhan, the Heavenly Emperor of Great Punishment, said in a low voice. Ah! The officials exclaimed in surprise. High up in the sky, Yin Chuan appeared in front of Hua Zuntian. Immediately, he extended his palms and struck toward Hua Zuntian's chest. Boom! It was a real punch to the flesh. Zombie Yin Chuan's terrifying physical strength slammed into Hua Zuntian's chest. Boom! The void where the two of them were shook violently, and the sage was instantly sent flying into the sky like a shooting star. The saint was sent flying? Countless cultivators said in shock. Zhuchuanxiu's face also fell as he said, What fast speed! Hua Zuntian, who was sent flying by Yin Chuan, already had his chest caved in while flying. He let out a cry of unwillingness and said, I was careless. Boom! Hua Zuntian instantly stabilized himself. Whoosh! Zombie Yin Chuan appeared in front of him again at a terrifying speed. How dare you? Heavenly Tao! Hua Zuntian said furiously. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan fought with Hua Zuntian once more. Boom! 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 The current Yin Chuan strength seemed to already be on par with Hua Zuntian's. When the two people fought, each of them immediately displayed the might of splitting the heavens. Each collision, the void would shatter. With a flap of Yin Chuan's wings, his speed would skyrocket. This speed, even the sage would feel a chill in his heart. Yin Chuan? Where did you pop out from? Roar! Hua Zuntian cried out with extreme resentment. All around, Heavenly Tao revolved. Black holes kept appearing. For a moment, above the sky, it was utter chaos. The battle of the two ferocious people caused the battle of the Skeleton Sea cult leader and Meng Tian below to pale in comparison. High up in the sky, the two people's speed was extremely fast. Their strength was also tremendous. When many cultivators saw this, none of their faces did not twitch wildly. Just one move, and he can take my life. What a terrifying Yin Chuan, to actually fight with the sage to such an extent. What a powerful Dejun. For a moment, countless cultivators revealed a look of astonishment. Heavenly Emperor Xing and Ming Han Tian stared fixedly at the sky. Yin Chuan? Much stronger than I imagined. Indeed, he did not disappoint me. Hua Zuntian's descendants were extremely anxious for a moment. The most anxious one was Desolation Hua in front of the central hall. At this moment, his face revealed bitterness, not knowing what to say. Mou, she led the ministers of Dejun and still looked at the sky with some worry. The battle of the two powerhouses had gone on for 2 hours in a blink of an eye. Venerable Heavenly Finger, Hua Zuntian shouted loudly. His hand suddenly raised. A finger light that shattered the void charged straight at Yin Chuan. Hua Zuntian's other hand even grabbed a long sword, ready to chop down with his sword after Yin Chuan dodged. But at this moment, it seemed to have exceeded the sage's expectations. Yin Chuan did not dodge at all, but used his chest to block the venerable heavenly finger. What? Hua Zuntian's face changed. Boom! The venerable heavenly finger suddenly tapped on Yin Chuan's chest, and a large hole was pierced through Yin Chuan's chest. But at this moment, Yin Chuan closed the distance between them, injuring himself. His left palm suddenly pierced into the sage's chest. Boom! Although the sage was strong, how could his flesh body be compared to the body of a general? Bang! Hua Zuntian's left chest was broken, and Yin Chuan's right hand grabbed onto Hua Zuntian's shoulder. Ah, bastard! Heavenly energy possession. Hua Zuntian roared in shock. Rumble! Heaven and earth energy surged into the sage's body, strengthening his body to prevent Yin Chuan from tearing it apart. Roar! Yin Chuan did not tear apart the sage's body. Instead, two blood-colored fangs pierced into Hua Zuntian's neck. Zombie sucking blood? In all directions, countless cultivators thought of a scene. The little zombie bit the neck of Immortal and sucked his blood essence dry. However, these two people were not a little zombie and Immortal, but a zombie king and a sage. Yin Chuan was going to suck the blood of a sage? There were many zombie cultivators in all directions. When they saw this scene, they all revealed absolute worship. What was the point of sucking the blood of Immortal? This zombie king actually sucked the blood of sage. No matter what the other cultivators thought, at this moment, the zombie cultivators in all directions were all subdued by Yin Chuan. High up in the sky, Hua Zuntian cried out in shock. Holy King, no. Desolation, Hua cried out in alarm. Ming Tianhan also revealed a look of astonishment. Zhuo Chuanqiu's expression changed. Even the Shimin sage was anxious at this moment. Shimin and Hua Zuntian still had some friendship. Otherwise, he would not have come to persuade Hua Zuntian in the beginning. Now, Yin Chuan wanted to extract Hua Zuntian's blood essence? Yindi, please wait. Shimin sage said anxiously. Zhuo Chuanqiu stepped into the sky. This time, Shimin sage did not stop him and also flew halfway. High up in the sky, Yin Chuan's fangs had already been pulled out from Hua Zuntian's neck. But at this moment, Hua Zuntian's head twitched. What is this? Yin Chuan, what did you do to me? Why is my body frozen? Hua Zuntian's voice suddenly said hoarsely. You were inflicted with our corpse poison. Yin Chuan said coolly. Corpse poison, poison my divine soul. Roar. Yin Chuan, ulu ulu. Hua Zuntian's words suddenly seemed to be stuttering. We know that you can get rid of the corpse poison, but this also needs some time. Now, let's be your puppet. Yin Chuan revealed a hint of arrogance and said, Boom! The two people's palms collided and separated with a loud bang. Power of heavenly Tao. Hua Zuntian suddenly roared again. Rumble! A large amount of heavenly Tao gathered once more. Hua Zuntian once again unleashed a palm, carrying the power of heaven and earth. A vast palm aura formed. Yin Chuan was also on standby. At this moment, Shimin Sage and Zhuo Chuanqiu also rushed up. Hua Zuntian, how are you? Zhuo Chuanqiu called out. Roar! Hua Zuntian's palm that carried the power of heaven and earth slammed down with a loud bang. But halfway through, it suddenly changed direction and turned to charge straight for Zhuo Chuanqiu. What? Zhuo Chuanqiu's expression changed. All around, countless cultivators also revealed looks of surprise. Why did Hua Zuntian make a move against Zhuo Chuanqiu? Hua Zuntian, are you crazy? Zhuo Chuanqiu cried out in shock. Boom! A great Tao alternating between black and white suddenly surged to the sky all around Zhuo Chuanqiu, his body merging with the great Tao. The moment the great Tao came out, 200 heavenly Tao suddenly revolved around all around. The surging power of yin and yang intertwining rumbled over towards Hua Zuntian's palm aura. On the other side, Yin Chuan also suddenly struck a palm towards Zhuo Chuanqiu. The sage's palm, Yin Chuan's palm collided onto Zhuo Chuanqiu's great Tao with a loud bang. Boom! The void where the three people were suddenly blasted into countless pieces. Zhuo Chuanqiu's great Tao swayed crazily. Yin Chuan and Hua Zuntian attacked Zhuo Chunxiu at the same time. All around, countless cultivators revealed looks of surprise. How did this battle become so unbearably chaotic? Inside the great Tao, Zhuo Chunxiu's face revealed a sinister look as he stared fixedly at Hua Zuntian. Hua Zuntian, are you crazy? You dare to attack me? You want to kill me? Zhuo Chunxiu roared furiously. The sage's head trembled slightly, as if resisting the control of the corpse poison. But the sage's face was mostly blurry, so one could not see his expression clearly at all. But Yin Chuan called out at the right time. Humph, Zhuo Chunxiu, as long as you die, that matter will completely become a secret. The corpse poison's control time was limited. Just what kind of weakness did Hua Zuntian have in Zhuo Chunxiu's hands? Yin Chuan was not clear, but did not stop Yin Chuan from tricking Zhuo Chunxiu. At this moment, suddenly suffering from Hua Zuntian's betrayal, Zhuo Chunxiu's mind was unable to calm down for a moment, and immediately thought that it was really as Yin Chuan said. Good. Hua Zuntian, you really schemed well. So you had long conspired with Yin Chuan and prepared to kill me? Zhuo Chunxiu roared angrily. On the other side, Shimin Sheng stood at the side in a daze. He had no idea how things had developed to this point. Hua Zuntian and Zhuo Chunxiu wanted to kill Yin Chuan, but halfway through, Hua Zuntian and Yin Chuan wanted to kill Zhuo Chunxiu. Shimin Sheng, like many others, watched in a daze. Hua Zuntian, don't listen to his nonsense. Kill me and you two saints. Kill Zhuo Chunxiu here immediately. Yin Chuan roared. Two saints? Before Shimin Sheng could react, Zhuo Chunxiu suddenly quivered. Right, there was also Shimin Sheng. Now he finally understood why Shimin Sheng would help Yin Chuan. So this was a trap targeted at him, in order to completely kill him. Thinking of this, Zhuo Chunxiu's expression changed drastically. He roared, Hua Zuntian, how dare you? You despicable thing. Back then, it was you who colluded with the Lotus God and caused Firmament to fall. Firmament made the Yin clan set up the Sky Lock Grand Array. What went wrong? It was you, the 360 peak experts. It should have been you, but you let the Lotus God take your position, causing almost everyone to fall, causing the Sky Lock Great Array to fail, causing the Sky Lock Great Array to fail, causing the Sky Lock Great Array to collapse, causing Firmament to die. You are the center of the entire world, and you still want to silence me? Hua! Countless cultivators in all directions were in an uproar. Even Shimin Sheng, who was not far away, suddenly quivered. Hua Zuntian? Hua Zuntian colluded with the Lotus God? Hua Zuntian, you still want to hide it? It can't be hidden. I have already sent people to place the evidence of you in all directions. If something happens to me, the evidence of your crime will be known to the world. Zhuo Chunxiu roared, where Hua Zuntian was. Wang. After Hua Zuntian's head trembled, a pair of saint eyes suddenly appeared. There was a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Boom! Hua Zuntian withdrew his attack, and Yin Chuan's figure also retreated. The battle suddenly came to a stop. Zhuo Chunxiu's expression flickered incessantly. Corpse poison, the higher the cultivation, the harder it is to control. In a blink of an eye, it's already useless, Yin Chuan said in a solemn voice. Ha. Hua Zuntian suddenly raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly. Amidst the laughter, his voice revealed boundless sorrow. Zhuo Chunxiu's eyes were bewildered, but the gazes of the people in all directions when looking at Hua Zuntian were different. How is this possible? The old ancestor colluded with the Lotus God? How could it be the old ancestor who colluded with the Lotus God during the ancient times? Hua Qiliang's expression changed wildly as he said. The descendants of the Hua family were all stunned at this moment. Hua Zuntian, you tell me, is this true or not? Shimin Sheng suddenly revealed indignation in his voice. Yin Chuan also stared at Hua Zuntian in puzzlement. The Yin family, suffering for 1,000,000 years, could it be that it was just a scapegoat for Hua Zuntian? Hua Zuntian's scapegoat? No, Hua Zuntian, what happened just now? Zhuo Chunxiu quickly reacted and discovered that something was wrong. Hua Zuntian raised his head to the sky and laughed sorrowfully. Amidst the sorrowful laughter, one could hear endless pain. Hua Zuntian, is what Zhuqianqiu said true? This is the handle that the Zhua family has on you? Yin Chuan shouted once more. Zhuqianqiu looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan did not know? Then where did the talk of silencing a witness come from? Sin deserves death. Sin deserves 10,000 deaths. Heaven, sinner Hua Zuntian. Sin deserves 10,000 deaths. Hua Zuntian suddenly raised his head to the sky and cried out bitterly. This matter was uncovered. Even if it was uncovered a little, it could not be concealed anymore. Hua Zuntian suddenly fell into deep self-reproach. It's really you? Shimin Sheng also suddenly cried out in shock. Below, in the plaza of the central hall, Hua Qiliang looked at the sky, a look of disbelief on his face. Impossible, impossible. How could it be the old ancestor? It shouldn't be the old ancestor. But why did the old ancestor say that sin deserves 10,000 deaths? Sin deserves death? I heard wrongly. I must have heard wrongly. But speaking halfway, Hua Qiliang suddenly thought of something. In the Zuntian territory, his villa was named Sin Death Villa by Hua Zuntian. The main hall was Sin Death Hall. The guard were Sin Death Guards. Sin deserves death? Sin deserves 10,000 deaths? Thinking up to here, Hua Qiliang suddenly slumped onto the ground and looked at the sky, his eyes filled with a look of despair. Chapter 1249. Roar. Stop. The Skull Cult leader roared anxiously. Let's go. The 3 cult leader shouted. Boom. The Skull Cult leader, 3 cult leader, and Gue Jianqiu fled in all directions despite being heavily injured by Wang Jian and the rest. The subordinates that they brought along were all killed by Wang Jian and the rest. The 3 ancestral immortals had no choice but to flee at this moment. The venerable Hua Tian, who was in charge, actually had such a shocking change. If they continued to stay, only death would await them. De Zhen's strength was too terrifying. A subject, the strength of a subject, was actually stronger than them. Don't chase, Meng Tian said in a deep voice. Both Wang Jian and Jin Dai stopped. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. In the sky, Zhuqianqiu's face was ugly. He had been hunting geese all day long, but today he was actually pecked by one. Yin Chuan stood at the side. Hua Zuntian fell into deep self-blame. Hua Zuntian, your self-blame came a little too late. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Hua Zuntian, is it true? Back then, were you the one who colluded with the Lotus God? The Shiman sage suddenly shouted in shock. Ha ha ha. Hua Zuntian, you deserve to die. Pooh. Hua Zuntian spat out a mouthful of blood. Countless cultivators stared at Hua Zuntian from all directions. Colluded with the Lotus God? For a moment, countless cultivators revealed deep suspicion. The sage who was revered by the common people was actually the one who colluded with the Lotus God, causing the death of the heavens, the collapse of the heavens, and the fall of the common people. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Hua Zuntian seemed to feel much better. This was a mouthful of regret that had been suppressed in his heart for more than 1,000,000 years. Hua Zuntian, I ask you, is it you? The Shiman sage berated again. Hua Zuntian turned to look at the Shiman sage. He said bitterly, Old friend, you misunderstood me. It was me. I was the one who caused the world to shatter. Why? How could it be you? Why? The Shiman sage roared. Hua Zuntian shook his head and sighed. I didn't expect it either. Back then, I made a good friend, Lotus. I didn't know that he was the Lotus God. When we conversed, we got along extremely well and were close friends. In addition, his knowledge, strength, everything was higher than mine. Back then, the Yin clan obtained the Blue Sky Medallion and set up a grand formation. That day, I was enlightened by Lotus and comprehended many things. That day, I benefited greatly and faintly felt like I had a great breakthrough. Lotus took the initiative to replace me. At that time, I didn't care. After all, Lotus is much stronger than me. With him around, he would definitely be stronger than me. Lotus replaced me, and I went into seclusion to cultivate. But when I came out, everything had changed. Hua Zuntian said sadly. It's really you. It's really you. It's you who ruined the Yin clan's reputation. You caused the world to suffer such a great disaster. The Shaman sage roared angrily. I've held it in for 1,000,000 years, afraid that others would find out. Every day, I blame myself. My heart is extremely bitter. Sometimes, I even want to say it out and let the world curse me. But in the end, I don't dare. Now that I've said it, my heart is relieved. Ha ha, you feel bitter? Do you know that there are many people who have suffered more than you? Not to mention the common people, the Yin clan is being hunted down endlessly. Don't you feel bitter? Hua Zuntian, you're selfish. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Hua Zuntian sighed and said, Since I've been exposed, then so be it. Curse me. Everyone can curse me. Shaking his head, Hua Zuntian looked at Zhuo Chuanxiu and said, Zhuo Chuanxiu, I don't know how you know about this, but I've been forced to do wrong many times by you. This time is the same. Zhuo Chuanxiu, you're very strong, but I want to tell you that if you do evil, you're doomed. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Zhuo Chuanxiu said coldly. Look at Yin Chuan, look at the Shaman sage, and look at Hua Zuntian. Zhuo Chuanxiu snorted. With a flick of his sleeves, he led the Zhuo clan disciples and flew towards the south. This trip was fruitless. Old ancestor, how could this be? A group of Hua clan disciples rushed forward and cried out. Hua Zuntian looked at his descendants and the disciples and said bitterly, I did something wrong back then. I'll let the future generations be shamed for eternity. Perhaps from now on, you won't be able to raise your heads again. I'll let you down. No, old ancestor, we understand. All these years, you've kept this matter in your heart for us. Everyone said sadly. It wasn't hard to imagine that after today, the world would no longer respect these disciples of the sages. Instead, everyone would despise them. Let's go back, Hua Zuntian said bitterly. Bringing his descendants, Hua Zuntian's figure suddenly became bleak. Hua Zuntian, Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Hua Zuntian turned to look at Yin Chuan. Indeed, I've offended you this time. Offended? A word of offense, a word of repentance is enough. I don't care what wrong you did back then. I only remember that you, Hua Zuntian, invaded my great Qin today. Wait in the Zuntian territory. In a few days, the great Zhen army will step into the Zuntian territory and destroy your sect. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. You. Hua Bing couldn't hold back his anger and shouted. Hua Zuntian reached out and stopped him. I'll wait in the Zuntian territory, Hua Zuntian said bitterly. As he spoke, he led his descendants towards the south. In the central palace square, Hua Zuntian sat on the ground miserably and muttered to himself, Old ancestor, before I came to Great Zhen, I guessed that you might have a great calamity on you. However, I didn't expect that your calamity would be so great. High up in the sky, Yin Chuan and Shaman Sage watched the desolate Hua Zuntian leave. In a valley below, Ming Tianhan, the heavenly emperor of great punishment, revealed a faint smile and said, Hua Zuntian, not only was he severely injured, but he's also exhausted. Heavenly Emperor, this is a great opportunity. A subordinate said, That's right. Let's go. Follow me and capture the second saint. Ming Tianhan said coldly. Yes, the subordinates replied. Whoosh. The group of people quickly chased after Hua Zuntian. Indeed, I feel very uncomfortable in my heart. I'll take my leave first. We'll meet again if fate allows. Shaman Sage said in a deep voice. Shaman Sage was also flustered at this moment. He was considered good friends with Hua Zuntian, but his good friend in front of him suddenly became someone he should hate? For a moment, Shaman Sage needed to calm down. Yin Chuan nodded and said, All right. This time, Shaman Sage came to help. Yin Chuan will remember it. Shaman Sage nodded and disappeared on spot. At this moment, Shaman Sage was not in the mood to be polite with Yin Chuan. He needed to leave early. Shaman Sage left. Yin Chuan stood high in the sky and looked at the officials. Skull Sea Sect Master, Triple Een Sect Master, and Gue Jianshou came with 3 major dominions to cause chaos in the Great Qin dynasty. They should be executed. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Meng Tian, Yin Chuan called out. Yes, sir. You are to clear Great Jun's first legion to attack Skull Sea Sect and capture Skull Sea Sect Master. Yes, sir. Jin Diyu, you are to clear Great Jun's third legion to attack Triple Een territory and capture Triple Een Sect Master. Yes, sir. Wang Jian, you are to clear Great Jun's sixth legion to attack Ghost Sea Sect and capture Gue Jianshou. Yes, sir. Yin Chuan looked at Hua Zhuantian in the central palace square and narrowed his eyes. He pondered for a moment. Hua Zhuantian, Yin Chuan shouted. Yes, sir. Hua Zhuantian stood up with pain. You are to lead Great Jun's 8th Legion to attack Reverend Heaven territory and destroy Reverend Heaven sect. Yin Chuan shouted. Ah! Hua Zhuantian suddenly raised his head and looked at Yin Chuan in shock. All around, countless officials listened to this order in confusion. Hua Zhuantian was the descendant of Reverend Heaven, asking him to lead Great Jun's army to destroy Reverend Heaven's sect, defying the ancestor with his grandson. All around, many people revealed a confused expression. Wasn't Yin Chuan worried that Hua Zhuantian would betray them? Yin Chuan stared at Hua Zhuantian, but Hua Zhuantian seemed to have guessed Yin Chuan's thoughts. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Reverend Heaven would lose his reputation. Reverend Heaven's sect would be like the Een clan in the past. They would be almost wiped out by the righteous people in the world. Yin Chuan was using righteousness to make the first move. Hua Zhuantian was the commander. Would he look on helplessly as all the descendants of the Hua clan were wiped out? Yes, sir. Hua Zhuantian shouted solemnly. Tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. Yin Chuan slowly flew down. Zhang Yi, Yin Chuan shouted. Yes, sir. Zhang Yi immediately stepped forward excitedly. After this battle, there will be countless spectators who have their hearts set on Great Jun. You are to immediately organize and recruit talents from all around as soon as possible, Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, sir. I have already arranged for some officials to mix in. Once I give the order, they will immediately organize and lobby. Zhang Yi immediately smiled. Yin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Then, Yin Chuan looked at Yifeng. Yifeng, Li Si has disappeared recently. You are to quickly carry out the Great Jun's imperial examination. Great Jun's territory will be expanded and countless talents will be needed to fill the opening positions. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, sir, Yifeng replied. No matter what Great Jun's arrangements were, after this battle, Yin Chuan's name would definitely spread throughout the world. Even Hua Zhuantian's name would be known throughout the world. Outside Reverend Heaven's territory, above a sea, Hua Zhuantian brought a group of descendants and flew towards Reverend Heaven's territory. Suddenly, Hua Zhuantian's figure stopped. Old ancestor, what's wrong? The descendants were puzzled. Hua Zhuantian slowly turned his head. In the distance, close to 100 black-robed figures were flying over quickly. I always had a bad feeling. So it's not from Great Jun. It's not, Hua Zhuantian said with an ugly expression. Old ancestor, Hua Bing, and all of you listen up. Hua Zhuantian suddenly shouted. What? If I encounter any mishap, Hua Zhuantian will become the head of the Hua clan. Everyone must listen to him. Hua Zhuantian said solemnly. What? Listen to Hua Zhuantian's orders? This despicable person who betrays his ancestors? A Hua clan descendant said in astonishment. Bastard, could it be that you want to defy me? Hua Zhuantian said anxiously. In the distance, the black-robed people got closer and closer. Yes, everyone said with unwilling faces. Old ancestor, you won't encounter any mishap. Hua Bing said anxiously. I don't know. The matters of the future, no one can say for sure. Hua Bing, I know that you all have always been jealous of Hua Zhuantian, saying that I spoil Hua Zhuantian too much. But some things you all don't understand. You just have to remember, for the Hua clan to be recognized by the world again, want to forgive my past sins, only Hua Zhuantian can do it. Because he is. Hua Zhuantian said one after another. Hua Zhuantian, what is he? Hua Bing asked curiously. Rumble. In the distance, 100 figures instantly arrived in front. A violent aura stirred up the surrounding sea, causing violent waves to rise in all directions. Hua Zentian reached his hand out and waved. All of his descendants were sent towards Reverend Heaven's territory. Don't come back. Don't care about me. Hua Zentian cried out. Everyone was sent extremely far away in a twinkle. Huh. The black-robed person in the lead laughed lightly. He did not stop them. Heavenly Emperor Xing, Ming, Tianhan. Hua Zentian frowned and looked at the black-robed person in the lead. Chapter 1250. Hua Empyrean's descendants and disciples were sent to the Empyrean heaven territory by Hua Empyrean using a grand spell. But the moment they entered the Empyrean heaven territory, everyone started quarreling. Old ancestor is in trouble. I want to go back. I want to go back too. For a moment, it was clamorous. Shut up. Hua Bing gave a cold snort. Grand ancestor? Everyone go back and quietly wait for old ancestor to return. No one is allowed to go. Hua Bing said in a solemn voice. Grand ancestor. Old ancestor is in trouble. Everyone was anxious, but Hua Bing's expression turned solemn as he said, This is old ancestor's intention. No one is allowed to go. Everyone was anxious. This wait was a day's time. Everyone was restless and uneasy. The sea in the north even surged wildly. Hua Bing clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of anxiety. Hua Bing's expression was ugly. All the way until a day later, the sea's raging waves slowly calmed down. Right at this time, a figure came over in a panic from afar. No, not good. Grand ancestor, grand ancestor. That figure in the distance cried out in shock. Why are you on the sea? Hua Bing said in surprise. That man who flew over said, Grand ancestor, I was training on island, but I saw a great battle just now. Old ancestor, something happened to old ancestor. What's going on? Quickly say. Everyone around was anxious. Old ancestor was besieged by a group of people. The after effects of the battle were too great, shaking me unconscious. When I woke up, old ancestor was already pierced through by countless chains and locked up. He was captured. That person said in horror. What? No. Everyone's expressions immediately changed wildly. The group of descendants rushed straight for the sea anxiously, completely ignoring Hua Bing's orders. Grand ancestor, what to do? What to do? That person still said anxiously. Hua Bing drew a deep breath, his expression ugly to the extreme, but he still worked hard to calm himself down. Retribution, it actually came so quickly. So quickly. Old ancestor was imprisoned? Ha ha. Even old ancestor was imprisoned? Hua Bing said bitterly. There were still several people standing behind him. Yes. The group of Hua family descendants solemnly replied. This was only a grudge. This hatred, this could only could this could this could this could s could only. S. A storm was brewing in revered heaven. Underworld, holy court of Dajin. The great Zhen Empire's machinery was quickly put into operation. Expeditions were launched, and all sorts of scientific research were carried out. Everything was everything. Was everything. The four great legions each sent out their own troops to the four great territories. Yan Chuan didn't have too many plans this time. Dejun hadn't been in the world for too long, and their army wasn't strong after all. He didn't go too deep into the various territories and only carried the righteous cause. With righteousness, there was no doubt that they would win. Although the journey would be difficult, it would allow the legions to continue training. After all, the road to Dejun was still very long. At this moment in the Yang realm, Yin Chuan's dragon carriage. Yin Henshin's headache gradually disappeared, and he closed his eyes as if he was adjusting his breathing. Yin Chuan, Miao, and Bai Qi waited quietly. After a few days, Yin Hentian opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, there was more calmness in his eyes. Miao, little Yin is awake. Miao immediately cried out. Yin Hentian got up and bowed to Yin Chuan. Thank you, Sage King, for protecting me. How is it? What did you remember? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Inhentian smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, I read a part of the memories left by my ancestors. There must be a lot more, but I only got a part of it now. Inhentian's pupils were still double pupils. Meow? Why did your pupils change? Meow asked. Inhentian took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. Sage King, this memory is too incredible. I think you would like to know, what my ancestors left behind is the secret of heaven and earth, just like what the Tontian sect leader said. Inhentian said solemnly. Same? How is it the same? Yin Chuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Infinity gave birth to Taiji. A world of primal chaos was born from the void. This world slowly grew, evolving into Taiji. Slowly, the world flourished, and this world experienced a few unique periods called epochs. Inhentian drew in a deep breath as he spoke. Era? That's right. It's also called an era. The first era was the earliest era. Back then, there was only one world in the void, which is our current world. During the first era, countless living beings were born, just like what many people know now. Inhentian explained. And then, after an unknown period of time, in the words of the Tongtian sect leader, he severed the 3 corpses. At that time, the first corpse was severed, the evil corpse. That was the world where the Lotus God was. Because it was the strongest, everyone called it the strongest world. But at first, it was called the Great Evil World. Our world was the first world. After the Great Evil World was split, our world weakened, while the Great Evil World prospered and became completely independent. At that time, there were 2 worlds in the void, and from the moment the Great Evil World split, our world entered the second era. Inhentian explained. The second era? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Yes. After countless years, our first world prospered again and severed the second corpse, the good corpse. Or rather, the second world was split, called the Great Good World. In the void, the 3 worlds stood side by side. Our first world once again weakened, and every time it split, our world would give birth to a new batch of living beings. Those worlds that split off would also undergo the evolution of living beings. This was the third era, Inhentian explained. And then? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Inhentian looked at Yin Chuan and smiled. Over the years, I already know that Dejun's predecessor, the Great Qin, as well as the Tongtian sect leader and Wu Jiong, might have come from the same place, the Great Thousand World. And the Great Thousand World is the third world that split off, the zombie world. The 4 worlds were officially established, and from then on, the world entered the 4th era. Now, we are also part of the 4th era. The 4th era? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Yes, splitting off a world is a new era. With this, the era is split. And our first world, because it's split into 3 worlds, seems to have lost a lot of its vitality. It will take a long time to recover, so it is called the weakest world. Inhentian explained. Meow? Meow's eyes widened. However, Yin Chuan seemed to be prepared for this. He was not too surprised. In that case, many ancient cultivators from the Great Evil World, the Great Good World, and the Great Thousand World should have lived in our first world? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Yes, although new living beings were born in each world, there must be people who once lived in our world. Inhentian said solemnly. Yes, Yin Chuan nodded. Moreover, every time a world splits, all living beings in the world seem to lose their memories, forgetting everything that happened in the past. The people of the 4th era do not know about the people of the 3rd era, and the people of the 3rd era do not know about the people of the 2nd era. It is as if there is a power that erases the memories of the world. Inhentian explained. Oh, of course, this erasure cannot be completely erased. There will be some remnants, and these remnants will be discovered by those who are interested. Therefore, the 4 eras are not too secret. And my ancestor sealed this information in his bloodline to let my people know about this. Inhentian explained. Your ancestor? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. My ancestor is one of the living beings born in the 3rd era. The Polychoria clan. Inhentian said solemnly. Polychoria clan? Meow said in surprise. Yes, from the portrait sent by the Holy King. It is obvious that Zhuo Chunxiu is a descendant of someone from the Polychoria clan. Inhentian said solemnly. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. Also, Holy King, when we go to the Middle Sky continent, are you going to collect the World Tree? That huge cypress tree? According to the information in my memory, this World Tree should belong to the Bai clan? Inhentian asked. Yes, it was left behind by Bai Huang. Yin Chuan did not hide it. Bai Huang? Ha! It seems that he is also from the Third Era. It is just that during the last split of the world, Bai Huang chose to go to the Great Thousand World, but he left this cypress tree behind. After the split of the world, all living beings lost their memories and thought that the World Tree had been passed down since ancient times. Inhentian explained. As expected, Yin Chuan nodded. Meow, it's so complicated. Meow did not know how to react. Bai Huang? When I was in the Great Thousand World, I did not hear Bai Huang mention the 4 eras. It seems that Bai Huang also lost his memories. What kind of power is it? It is so big that it can erase the memories of all living beings in the world? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. I'm not sure. Inhentian said bitterly. That's right, not long ago. Zhuo Chunxiu went to the Great Qin City, and Hua Zuntian admitted that he was the one who colluded with the Lotus God. Yin Chuan said. Hua Zuntian? Inhentian's expression changed. Yin Chuan nodded and told him everything that had happened in the underworld. Hua Zuntian? Ha ha ha, it's actually him. Inhentian's eyes flashed with hatred. Meow. But didn't that Zhuo Chunxiu say that he's a descendant of the Polychoria clan like you? Why does he want to kill you too? Meow suddenly asked in confusion. People of the same clan are not of the same mind. They have the same divine ability, so they are more wary of each other. He just wants to have the Polychoria for himself. Inhentian shook his head. Meow. Meow did not understand. Chapter 1251. Underworld, Revered Heaven Territory. In front of the Revered Heaven Palace. Behind Desolation Hua stood a large number of troops. Each of them looked gloomy as they coldly looked at the opposite side. In the square of the Revered Heaven Palace, Hua Bing was the leader. At this moment, the sage sect was much more desolate. More than half of the endless merit had dissipated. The disciples of the sage looked coldly at Desolation Hua, the once most favored young master of the Revered Heaven Territory, Desolation Hua. Now, he brought outsiders to destroy the Revered Heaven sect? Desolation Hua looked coldly at the opposite side. Everyone, listen up. Sage Hua Tian has invaded the capital of the Great Jin Dynasty. I, the commander of the army, have led the army to destroy it. Everyone, surrender and wait for the arrangements. Desolation Hua said coldly. You ungrateful villain. Bastard Desolation Hua. Who are you talking to? Desolation Hua. This is the place where you were born and raised. Do you want to destroy it? The ancestor has doted on you all these years for nothing. There were countless voices of criticism all around. Desolation Hua's eyes flashed with sadness. But at this moment, he could only harden his heart. If he fell into his hands, he could still protect him. However, when the enemies of the sage came, it was hard to say what would happen to these people. Great Ancestor Hua Bing, fight it out with him. Great Ancestor, let me behead this ungrateful bastard. Great Ancestor. Everyone looked at Hua Bing. Hua Bing's eyes were uncertain. The ancestor had said that he would let Desolation Hua be the head of the family. Hua Bing could accept it, but now he wanted to destroy the Revered Heaven sect? This was unacceptable to Hua Bing. This was his home, his dignity, and his hope. Was it going to be completely destroyed? Everyone listened to him and waited for his order to resist. Should he give his order? Hua Bing's eyes flashed with a difficult choice. He was extremely depressed. He couldn't help but raise his head, as if he wanted to breathe. However, when he looked up, he suddenly saw a figure standing in the clouds. Hua Bing recognized at a glance. These were the enemies that the ancestor had chased in the past. These enemies were very good at hiding and were fierce. Even when the ancestor was still alive, He couldn't find their whereabouts. They came just as the ancestor was in trouble. Hua Bing's scalp suddenly went numb. Hua Bing. A complicated look flashed across Hua Qiliang's eyes. Hua Bing bit her lips and said, "The old ancestor gave a final order." Order? Everyone in the surroundings suddenly fell silent. The old ancestor said that if anything happens to the old ancestor, desolation will become the patriarch of the Hua family. Hua Bing shouted, "What?" Desolation. Hua was startled. Some people in the surroundings knew about this, but they didn't announce it. However, there were even more people who didn't know about this scene. Immediately, there was an uproar. What? Transform desolation into the patriarch? Him? How can a despicable person like him be worthy? Hua Bing greets the family head in accordance with the ancestor's order. Hua Bing bowed to Hua Qiliang. "No, Grand Ancestor, you don't." Desolation. Hua was flattered, but halfway through, he gave up. He calmly accepted the bow of melting ice. This was not the time to be pretentious. It would be best if they could accept the Reverend Heaven sect with the least loss. "Greetings, Patriarch." Those who had also received the order followed suit. Suddenly, there was an uproar. "Grand Ancestor, how can this be the old ancestor's order? Doesn't the old ancestor know?" Desolation. Hua. A family disciple was unconvinced. "Are you doubting me or the old ancestor?" Hua Bing said coldly. That person was slightly stunned. The old ancestor's order must have a purpose. How can you guess it? You see further than the old ancestor? This is the old ancestor's last order. Those who are willing to follow the old ancestor's order immediately pay respects to the patriarch. Those who are unwilling, no matter how big the world is, the Reverend Heaven sect will not stop you. Hua Bing shouted. Suddenly, there was a panic and an uproar. "I don't believe it. I won't pay respects to Desolation. Hua. I'll go find the old ancestor." "Greetings, Patriarch." "Greetings, Patriarch." Suddenly, the square of the Reverend Heaven sect was divided into two groups. One group flew away noisily, while the other group chose to believe in the old ancestor and Hua Bing. "Thank you for your cooperation, Grand Ancestor," Desolation. Hua said solemnly. Hua Bing looked at Desolation. Hua, frowned slightly, and finally sighed. Underworld, Great Qin City. Yin Chuan's study room. Lu Gang stood in front of the desk, while Yin Chuan sat behind it, holding a memorial in his hand. Huazun Tian was captured? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Not only that, but there's also news from the west outer continent of the underworld. Heaven Sage Wu entered the underworld and a shocking battle occurred. Following that, Heaven Sage Wu also disappeared. Lu Gang said solemnly. Moreover, Heavenly Emperor Xing is most likely Ming Tianhan. Not only that, a while ago I compared the portraits. It seems that when the Sage King fought Huazun Tian, there was also Ming Tianhan's figure outside. Lu Gang said, Ming Tianhan? Yin Chuan's finger lightly tapped on the desk, frowning as he pondered. Yes, this Ming Tianhan is very generous. If it is as we guessed, he has already imprisoned 2 sages. What does he want to do? Lu Gang frowned. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan said solemnly, Ming Tianhan must have a big plan. Send more people to the west outer continent of the underworld to gather information on Ming Tianhan. Also, do your best to monitor the movements of the west outer continent of the underworld. Yes, you are dismissed, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Lu Gang left the study room. The moment Lu Gang left the study room, a black figure seemed to descend from the ceiling and kneel in front of the desk. Heaven Mending Pavilion Guard greets the Sage King. The black figure said respectfully, Have you found any clues? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Yes. Before Lord Li Si disappeared, he went from the underworld to the Yang realm. He went in the direction of Gue Guzi and never returned. The black figure said respectfully, Gue Guzi? Yin Chuan's eyelids twitched. Yes. Impossible. Gue Guzi would never betray me. There must be another reason. Yin Chuan frowned. Sage King, this is what this subordinate has found. Do you want to send people to investigate Gue Guzi? The black figure asked again. No, you're dismissed. I need some peace and quiet, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Yang Realm, Middle Sky Continent. The four-dragon carriage entered the Middle Sky Continent. Above the sea, they could see a piece of land in the distance. Sage King, in front of us is the Middle Sky Continent's largest territory, the Central Territory. It is also the largest territory in the world. Inhentian said, Meow, the Central Territory, the center of the world? Meow stood on Yin Chuan's shoulder and said excitedly. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded. Yes, the center of the world. That world tree. You said there's a queen called Zhaoafang here too? Meow Meow asked curiously. Yes, I remember when I brought you here in the dream of heaven's secrets. Yin Chuan smiled. Meow here? How could I remember? There's so many places, and each place is only a small area. Meow shook her little head. Sage King, should we go to the Archaic Mysteries sect to pick up the queen or the world tree first? Bai Qi asked. Looking at the vast territory in front of them, Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, Let's go to the battlefield of sins first. Battlefield of sins? Bai Qi was slightly stunned. There are endless sins of sins that have not dissipated for a long time. I know that in terms of killing, you are the strongest in Great Jun. Using killing to train your Tao, using killing to train your body. That place is just right for you. Yin Chuan said, I dare not. The strongest in Great Jun is the Sage King. Bai Qi immediately said respectfully, You don't have to worry about me. I walk the path of killing, while you walk the path of pure killing. When I dreamed of heaven's secrets, I discovered it. However, I was not in my main body at that time, so I could not use it to my heart's content. This time, cherish it, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, thank you, Sage King, Bai Qi replied. The dragon carriage pulled everyone across the sea and entered the Central Territory. The moment the dragon chariot entered the Central Territory, a voice rang out. In a palace in the Central Territory, in the palace, a white-clothed woman held a transparent disc in her hand. She wore a white veil, but her eyes were empty. She was blind. It was Zhaoafang, who had been in the sealed world. She was the fate usurper of the Archaic Mysteries sect. After the World Tree's divination, Zhaoafang and Yin Chuan were fated to be husband and wife for 80 lifetimes. She was also Yin Chuan's wife, the reincarnation of Zhenro. Zhaoafang held the transparent disc and seemed to be calculating something. Suddenly, her hand trembled. Zhaoafang put down the disc and stood up. She slowly walked out of the palace. A group of maidservants was waiting outside the palace. However, Zhaoafang ignored them and looked at the sky with her blind eyes. You're here, King. You're here to pick me up. Zhaoafang's face flashed with anticipation. Fairy, the sect master sent someone over just now. If you come out of the palace, he wants you to go to him. A maidservant said respectfully. Got it. Zhaoafang nodded impatiently. She waved her hand, and the maidservants left. Zhaoafang sneered. The world tree belongs to the Bai clan. It belongs to the king. No one can touch it. You want me to be in charge of divination? You got the wrong person. Yin Chuan's dragon carriage flew quickly in the Central Territory. It stopped at a place far away. Meow, so many lotus flowers. Red lotus flowers. Are those flames? Meow looked at the sky in the distance curiously. Numerous fiery red lotuses floated in the air, and the surrounding area was bone-chillingly cold. Even though they were still far away, they could feel a fierce, murderous aura. That's the red lotus hellfire. It's formed by countless sins of slaughter. This is the sin battlefield. Bai Qi explained. Holy King, there seems to be someone over there? Bai Qi's expression suddenly changed. He could faintly see a group of figures in the distance. Gongyangxian? Yin Chuan immediately recognized one of them. The Gongyangxian clan? Moreover, it seems that Gongyangxian is just a subordinate. Gongyangxian's position in the Gongyangxian clan is not small. There aren't many people who can make him submissive. Could it be that the head of the Gongyangxian clan is here? In Hentian frowned. Gongyangxi? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Chapter 1252. Middle Sky Continent, Central Territory, Sin of Slaughter Battlefield. Evil chi filled the air as if it was filled with endless killing intent, forcing all living beings to not dare to approach. In the air, countless sins of slaughter condensed into red lotus karmic fire, showing how dangerous this place was. At the center stood a group of white-robed men. Two of them were Gong Yang Xian and Gong Yang Ben Lei. Gong Yang Ben Lei, be careful. Don't touch the red lotus karmic fire. Every one of them is condensed with countless sins of slaughter. Once it enters your body, it will melt your merit and luck. At the same time, you will be targeted by heaven and earth, believing that your sins are monstrous and will be destroyed by heaven and earth. Gong Yang Xian said in a deep voice. This so terrifying. Gong Yang Ben Lei said with an ugly expression. Ah, old ancestor, save me. I accidentally touched it. A man at the side suddenly blushed. Rumble. Suddenly, countless dark clouds condensed in the sky. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down. With a loud bang, the man was char-black. Senior brother, a person at the side said anxiously. Don't touch him. He asked for it. There is no saving him. Gong Yang Xian said in a deep voice. Rumble. Bolts of lightning struck down. In the blink of an eye, the man was turned into dust. Suddenly, everyone was shocked and avoided the red lotus karmic fire in fear. Old ancestor, isn't the red lotus karmic fire a legendary thing? Why are there so many of them here? The people at the side were frightened. It is a legendary thing. Some peerless murderous demon kings only have a flame core of karmic fire around them. However, there are so many of them here. This is the only place in heaven and earth with so many sins of slaughter. Ordinary cultivators would not dare to come close. Therefore, there are no sects or ordinary living beings in this area. Gong Yang Xian said in a deep voice. Then where did these come from? Gong Yang Ben Lei was puzzled. Gong Yang Xian was silent for a while and said, Legend has it that these sins of slaughter came from the Lotus God. Ah, Lotus God? Everyone was stunned. Yes, Lotus Goddess. Sin is the opposite of virtue. For example, completing a heavenly Tao would result in an immeasurable amount of good karma. But at the same time, enmity with the heavens would result. For example, massacring the common people, shattering the heavenly Tao, or slaying the heavens would result in an endless amount of evil. It was said that these were the evils created by the Lotus God in the past. This is also the final battlefield of the Lotus God, where countless heroes of our world were slaughtered. However, the Lotus God was very strange. Endless killing intent descended upon him, but it could not touch him. The sin of killing the heavens, the sin of killing the common people, has been left here by the Lotus God for a long time, without dissipating. Gong Yang Xian said in a low voice. This is indeed an unprecedented sin. The battlefield of sins? Everyone sighed. Just now, he was tainted by the sins of the Lotus God and was hated by the heavenly Tao. He was instantly killed. If any of you try to save him, you will be implicated. That's why I told you not to touch him. Just now, he was courting death. He used his body to test the law. No one can save him. Gong Yang Xian said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone quickly moved away from the red lotus karmic fire. But why did the patriarch bring us here? Someone asked curiously. Everyone looked at a place not far away that looked like the mouth of a volcano. However, the volcano's mouth was not filled with ordinary magma and flames, but the red lotus karmic fire. It was the place where the red lotus karmic fire gathered the most in the battlefield of sins. It was the largest red lotus. Above the red lotus, a man in a white robe stood. The man wore a scholarly robe. His face was calm, but there was a long scar on his face. The man closed his eyes and stood with his hands behind his back. As he took a step, endless righteous energy shot up into the sky. The righteous energy rushed to the largest red lotus. Boom! The righteous energy dissipated. The man slowly opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Patriarch, Gong Yang Xian said respectfully. It was the patriarch of the Gong Yang Xian, Gong Yangzi. Gong Yang Xian, how are your injuries? Gong Yangzi stood with his hands behind his back. He asked calmly, I was injured by Yin Chuan's calamity. My qi and blood are both damaged. I've recovered 30%. Gong Yangxian said bitterly. Could it be that Yin Chuan is really our Gong Yangzi's calamity? Gong Yangzi asked in a deep voice. I was only 60% sure before, but now it's 80%. Otherwise, it's hard to explain. That day, we were hundreds of millions of miles away from Yin Chuan, but we were still almost wiped out. Gong Yangxian said bitterly. Gong Yangxian, who had a scar on his face, frowned slightly. Patriarch, why did we come here? Even now, I don't know. Gong Yangxian was puzzled. Something big might have happened in the Central Territory. I had to come. Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. Oh, everyone's expression brightened. The Patriarch of the Celestial Arcanum sect, Tian Jizi. Do you know him? Gong Yangzi asked in a deep voice. Yes, Tian Jizi. The Central Territory, no, even the entire Middle Sky continent, is the most powerful usurper technique. Although he usually keeps a low profile, no one in the world, including the sages, dares to underestimate him. Gong Yangxian said, Yes, keep a low profile. I always thought he kept a low profile, but not long ago, a traitor of the Celestial Arcanum sect spread news that the Celestial Arcanum sect was stationed in the Central Territory to find something. Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice, Something? What is it? Something that can't allow the Celestial Arcanum sect to dominate the world. Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice, What? It's just that we haven't found it yet. However, Tian Jizi seems to have deduced that that thing is about to appear. Didn't you see that the experts from the other territories of the Middle Sky continent are constantly gathering here? Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. What is that? How can there be such a thing? Gong Yangxian was puzzled. I'm not sure, but that traitor said that it should be from the Third Era. It was left behind by an overlord of the Third Era. Gong Yangzi shook his head. Something from the Third Era? What is that? But this is a sin created by the Lotus God back then. The Lotus God only collapsed the heavenly Tao in the Fourth Era. Gong Yangxian was puzzled. I know. I just came to take a look to avoid missing anything. However, you're right. Since Tian Jizi has been searching for so long and has not found it, it obviously won't be so conspicuous. In the next few days, follow me to all the special places in the Central Territory. Make sure you know everything. Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone answered, and at this moment, Yin Chuan's dragon carriage arrived from afar. From afar, Yin Chuan looked over. He saw Gong Yangxian and the others acting subservient to Gong Yangzi. In the distance, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. In the center of the Sin battlefield, Gong Yangzi raised his eyebrows. He instantly felt the gaze from afar and turned his head to look. If it weren't for the scar on his face, Gong Yangzi would have looked extremely refined. In the distance, Gong Yangzi looked at Yin Chuan. The two looked at each other. Yin Chuan, why did he chase us all the way here? Gong Yangzi suddenly exclaimed. Yin Chuan? Everyone's expression changed. Patriarch, it's him. Yin Chuan, the karmic calamity of our Gong Yangzi family. Gong Yangxian said in shock. The world was so big. How could they meet again so coincidentally? Yin Chuan? Gong Yangzi raised his eyebrows. With a flick of his sleeve, he led everyone out of the Sin battlefield. Soon, they arrived in front of Yin Chuan's dragon carriage. Yin Chuan, why are you here? Gong Yangxian exclaimed. Yin Chuan looked at Gong Yangxian strangely. In Gong Yangxian's eyes, Yin Chuan actually saw fear. Fear? Was there a need to be afraid? He was an ancestral immortal after all. At this moment, Yin Chuan didn't know that Gong Yangxian had already identified him as the karmic calamity. He was just extremely confused. Meow, Yin Chuan, why are they looking at you like you're a ghost? Meow asked strangely. Yin Chuan. He patted Meow's head. What do you mean they're looking at a ghost? Ouch. Meow shrank back. Gong Yangzi frowned as he looked at Yin Chuan with a scrutinizing gaze. He couldn't see the difference in the karmic calamity at all. I've long heard of Emperor Yan's name. Greetings, Gong Yangzi said solemnly. Inhentian and Bai Qi looked at each other. They didn't know that the dignified patriarch of the Gong Yangzi family would be so polite. So it's Gong Yangzi. What can I do for you? Yin Chuan asked strangely. Seeing Yin Chuan's confusion, Gong Yangzi's eyes lit up. Could it be that Yin Chuan still didn't know about the West Outer Continent? That would be for the best. I don't dare to ask for your advice. It's just that the Gong Yangzi and Emperor Yin had some misunderstandings in the past. This time, if there's anything wrong, I'll apologize on behalf of these juniors. Gong Yangzi said. Yin Chuan didn't take it seriously at first. However, after hearing Gong Yangzi's words, it was obvious that there was something he didn't know. It's okay. Let bygones be bygones. Yin Chuan nodded and didn't speak too politely. Emperor Yin is magnanimous. Then, I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. Gong Yangzi said solemnly. Yin Chuan nodded with a puzzled look. Gong Yangzi was the patriarch of a big family. Why was he so polite to him? Gong Yangzi swung his sleeves and left with his people. Yin Chuan and his people were left behind. It felt a little strange. Meow, this Gong Yangzi is really polite. You should be a good person, right? Meow guessed. Not necessarily. The Gong Yangzi's attitude is too strange. In the past, I killed the disciples of the Gong Yangzi. Why is he apologizing to me? We need to investigate carefully, Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, Inhentian replied. On the other side, Gong Yangzi led the disciples of the Gong Yangzi and left quickly. Patriarch, are we going to reconcile with Yin Chuan? Gong Yangzi Ben Lei asked curiously. No. Gong Yangzi's face sank. Oh, since it's a life or death calamity, either Yin Chuan dies or my Gong Yangzi dies. However, Yin Chuan doesn't seem to know that we are targeting him. So, try to keep him calm and wait for an opportunity. Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone replied. Gong Yangxian, you guys stay outside and watch. Try to monitor Yin Chuan's every move. Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. Yes, Gong Yangxian replied. Meow, what can the karmic fire of the Red Lotus do? Meow asked curiously. Set up a Red Lotus purgatory for Bai Qi to absorb and cultivate the golden body of the killing path. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Meow, absorb? I thought the karmic fire of the Red Lotus couldn't be touched. Meow said in surprise. That's because it can't suppress the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. It's not that it can't be touched. Do you know that the golden body of the Buddhist sect is mostly refined from one's own karmic fire? It's just a form of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Bai Qi's killing path is nourished by the sins of killing. How can it not be touched? Yin Chuan said with a smile. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.